Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you sitting that long. I'm looking up some things on the computer here. It's more of a chat, but wanted to discuss the battery. I thought I'd start off. Where is that tab here? Oh, that's cool. Just a definition of the battery. Where did that go? So, battery, a container containing one or more cells in which chemical energy is converted into electricity, as used in a source of power. And used as a source of power. Okay. A fortified emplacement for heavy guns, anti-aircraft missiles, batteries. That's pretty cool. So electronic and a military application. Hi, Scotty. I thought it was an interesting correlation. Battery, the small, cell thing we know that creates energy, and then battery, a military emplacement. Good to see you too. I'll put the invite up for anyone who wants to come up, as long as I know you and like you. But, let's look up one of my favorite pictures. Give me a moment. Second here. Where's Here's the one I like. Oh, there's a good one. I always thought this was kind of cool. Old Georgie there with a giant fasces and a battery beside it. I always like that image. But yeah, battery. Yeah, many meanings. Well, a few, you know. Hi, Richard. Been a while. We've been missing you. I was going to look at a couple of images of fasces. This one's really cool. This one's a ancient Greek image of a fasces. Very interesting the way it's made. It's got, I don't know, weird. It doesn't really look like an axe head like they draw it in later iterations, right? Later drawings of it and stuff. But that's what he's got. Thought these were neat too. Notice how the axe head that they draw like an axe head in the past seems to be more square. It really, this one has like an axe, weird, almost mechanical axe-like thing attached to the outside. This, I don't know where this one was created. I think this is Greek. But you can see the posts out the middle too, the contact posts at the top and the bottom. This one appears to only have about 6 or 7 tubes, which would be enough. A modern day microwave usually only has about 6 or 8 channels in it. Hi, F Kitty. Good to see you. I thought that was kind of neat. Way that's way that kind of lines up. What else were we looking at? But it's interesting, the battery definition, you know, is a military power source and also a fortified encampment for heavy guns. So are those the heavy guns? There's the definition for battery. What is the meaning of the word battery? The crime of battery refers to a harmful or offensive act against another person. Criminal law, battery is defined as any physical act results in harm or offense to another person. What is the medical term battery? Medical battery is defined as harmful, offensive touching of a patient from a medical professional in a healthcare setting. Let's see. What is the literal meaning of battery? Group of 2 or more cells connected together to furnish electric current. A single cell that can furnish electric current need to be replaced the flashlight's batteries. Why are they called batteries? Benjamin Franklin first used the term battery in 1794 when he was doing experiments with electricity using a set of linked Leyden jars and capacitors. Franklin grouped a number of the jars into what he described as a battery, using the military term for weapons functioning together. I wonder if that really is the real inception of that word. Later, an artillery weapon set became battery due to its use to beat something, beating down as well, a wall, perhaps. Then electrical batteries were named by Benjamin Franklin, where several Leyden jars were hooked together. Interesting evolution of the word. I look within, I want life. Good to see y'all. I want to make one of those. Yeah, the 9 volt's the easiest. Yeah, they're protruding, right? So, yeah, and it's only the negative pole. Hi, Dragon Sage. Hi, Mr. Mission. Give me a minute. Let me move some things around here. Be back. Let me put this on. All right. Just had to reposition myself here. Yeah, we kind of make good batteries. We do have, we create electrochemical energy. We're constantly producing power and emitting power. Get down here. We're late. No, I'm early. Yeah, I only use the negative. I can't say that, maybe somebody gets something positive out of the positive pole, but trying to use it as a ground won't work through the positive. You two in cahoots about something there? I don't like anybody being in cahoots. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was going to kind of show you guys. I haven't figured out a good way to produce them yet. Like a cage or a type of a cage you could put them in, or a little amulet. Right. Like this picture. Looks like it's a bronze statue or something, but really cool. He's got something here in his left hand. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's the battery for his fasces. I don't know. Kind of looks like a bundle of sticks. Yeah, big energy potential. Yeah. I don't know those calculations, but oh, you were in another live stream earlier. Okay. Again, here's the link. Anybody wants to come up? I know most of you. Turn on a light here. Found an interesting rock the other day on my way home from work. And up where I live, you guys know I believe in mud fossils. So, but they preserve really nicely up here because of the conditions they were made in. Let's see, I found one. It was in the middle of the city on the sidewalk. Hi, Paula. It's a rather ordinary looking rock at the moment, but here, let me turn my camera on. It's very ordinary looking at the moment, but it has some features that make me think it's a heart. Well, the color, for one. It's quite red. But it has some interesting features. It has this three-sided pyramid on the top, which is very common. On the back side here, it has a tufted colored area. This is a different type of material than the rest of it. It's much more, it looks like it's much more tough. And of course, the indentations on the back side opposite the pyramid shape right there. So we'll see once I get it all polished up if it has more features that will indicate it's a heart. It should have a line running around the entire circumference of it. It should also have like a star-shaped pattern somewhere here on the front and black spots. This is where I'm suspecting they will be on the top. So up in this area. So yeah, we'll see. It's got a nice pointy bottom too. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I had to up my voltage today. I was getting a headache just sitting here watching the computer. And this is a pretty easy thing to make if you guys are wanting to do. This is for Havana syndrome. So just in there. Oh, nice hairdo. Sorry, got hat head. There, I'll lower that down. That way you won't have to look at my hat head. So, just a part of it. So what it is it's in my hat, the Havana syndrome device. You can see the battery for it. That's a low wattage. Well, it's 12 volt, but the draw on it is low, it seems. But, you can attach a 9-volt battery to it. It's a very simple device, just 2 loops over your temples with a grounding. But I was getting a headache earlier, so I took a 9-volt on an alligator clip. Just added that for some extra oomph of protection. Ooh, gotta hide that hair. So yeah, I was feeling you there tonight, Paula, for sure. There's something They're always putting out new systems, new frequency levels, changing it up so you can't get used to it. Give me a few seconds. I just want to attach this all back together. I haven't figured out a good system for that either, really. It's all kind of fly by the seat of your pants. At this point, anyways. Copy amulet. Or something would be a good idea. Yep. Well, what I have other things as well. This is a copper wire on with a 9-volt battery attached. I wear that. My wife wears one. It's very helpful in grounding. It was less out in the middle of nowhere, but not gone. Yeah. Yeah, copper can help itself, but grounding it out gives it that extra collection power. As it's described to me, what happens is the radiation hits your skin, and then it swirls around on your skin, trying to figure out where it can tunnel in. And if you can give it somewhere other to go than in your skin first, yeah, that's really neat. Looking at this, this tufty type of stuff I was describing. It's kind of, you can see it kind of sparkling. It has some sparkle to it. I'll have to shine it up more, and the other stuff does not. This is not sparkly. Oh, a little bit of glinty. Neat. Hey, Charles. Major headaches tonight, eh? Okay, guys, you got to learn how to ground. Get yourself some 9-volt batteries. And, oh, there it is. There's something weird. There's a really, I don't know if you can see it. No, very hard for you to see. There's a very straight line going up it. Anyway, sorry, getting distracted here. So all you guys out there with headaches, go and get yourself a 9-volt battery. So just like this one here. Right. Dollar store 9-volt battery. All you headache people. Practice piloerection. Try and give yourself goosebumps. I don't know if that'll work. If you're already compromised. Otherwise. Damn, these dollar store ones are hard to open. Hey, Mr. Obvious. So get yourself a 9-volt battery. Put your thumb on the negative pole. It's marked clearly. You can see it there, the negative. Put your thumb on the negative. Just like that, and hold it there for a few minutes. See if your headache goes away. It does work for toothaches quite well, even through the thumb. Yeah, dollar stores are everywhere. But it's easy to make a necklace. I'll show you in just a couple minutes. I'm going to have a smoke first. Or finish my smoke. Yeah, you can probably find one in your smoke detectors. You have to put it back after you take it out, but you can use it to get rid of your headache. Most smoke detectors have one. So to make anything, you're going to need some wire, and you can get 36 inches of grounding cable, or a couple of feet, whatever, 24 to 36 inch, 2 to 3 feet of grounding cable. And it usually comes in strands of 7. So there are 7 strands in each one. So you can separate those and make 7 different things. And get those at a hardware store. It's only going to be about maybe $5-10, if that. Copper's quite expensive, but not that bad. Only when I'm on fire. What else did we have on our board here? Oh, this is kind of neat. Yeah, let's take a look here. Conceptual drawing of continuous health monitoring application of nanoparticulates. So these are engineered bacteria-based biosynthetic MC transceivers here. Then they have outside of them little information molecules. Isn't that cool? There's all this stuff, MC-based monitoring inside your head, in your shoulder, in your heart, and in your gut. I was looking up this BioCyber interface after that. That was kind of fun. You have tons of copper wire? Okay. I own a wire stripping machine. Cool. Radiation in San Diego, California after the earthquake. Oh, that's neat. Got one wrapped around your finger? Cool. I like this guy. I like his toga, man. That looks so comfy. Don't togas look more comfy than pants and stuff? Oh, electroculture rods. Right on. Yeah, I've never done any work with that. That's kind of neat stuff. I used I used Ormus on some of my crops that I grew. Made a huge difference. Made everything a really dark green. A lot of what do you call it? Magnesium and other elements in it. 1 to 2 teeth left, right? Sad we have to wait for that, eh? Yeah, I had fillings. Fillings caused problems with me. I can show you those. one. See, the electricity got me so bad. it it burnt my teeth right out of my head. It just fell right out. Hey, S, good to see you. So, Charles, did you put your finger on a battery? All of you that had headaches? There's so many headaches out there. Yeah, it's radiation. I'd show you the other side of the tooth, but it's kind of gross. It's actually burnt. It looks more burnt than it does rotten, you know? That's what it felt like. It felt like electricity going through my gums. It started to happen to my wife a few weeks ago, so I had to make her a necklace. She was wearing a bracelet, just one of these, but these don't offer that much protection, it seems, but they kind of help a bit. And they're kind of pretty looking, you know, kind of like cyberpunk. I don't know. Hmm. It is working. That's good. It is helping. It is also turning down the irritating low frequency sensitivity to the stereos in the background in the neighborhood. Nice. I'm glad that helps. But right now we're looking at like the Faches and that, and the Faches basically is the microwave technology they're using now. They just revamped that old stuff. Yeah, that the device I made for my hat, it helps with, like, my teeth will still get loose if I'm not protected. I have two teeth that start to get loose when I'm unprotected, and then plug into the wall. I ain't got no batteries. Yeah, you can do that. You could stick a piece of wire into the ground of your house as long as the ground is operational. Not the negative pole on the terminal. Of the three prongs in there, don't use any of the top two. Only the round one on the bottom. That one is a ground. Batteries and a power supply are completely different. Nice knowing you, Mr. Mission. But for most people, do not, other than Mr. Mission, do not stick a copper wire into the wall socket, unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, a meter would be good. No, it's not backwards here. It's the same. You can go to the hardware store, and for $12, you can get a little device. You plug into the wall, and it tells you if everything's functioning there. So be sure you get one of those first and test it out. Or we may never hear from you again. Be right back. Grab a cup. Yeah, that's good enough. You have a tester. He lives next door. You give him the knife to stick in the socket? Is that how you test it? Yeah, believe it or not, guys, the way I learned about the Havana syndrome one, it was off of Alex Jones. There was a lady that he was interviewing about radiation. And she said that the cure for Havana disease is 2 grounded loops over your temples. So I figured out how to do that, and it really helped. So I'm going to show you how to make a necklace. It's not very comfortable, it's not great, but it does the job. Oh, wet dirt's pretty good. Yeah, I wanted to get some of that. I'm going to get some of that, S. Good to see you. Right, F Kitty. An unconnected ground equals no ground, right? Did you find a difference with that? And earth it with a wire from the socket. Yeah. Did it make a big difference? Or any difference? Or that you noticed? Oh yeah, gonna need some electrical tape too. Hi, Angel Wings. I know the shopping list is getting long here, but electrical tape, a wire, and a battery. Not too hard. So just get some electrical tape and cover over that positive terminal so you don't put your finger on it or anything or cross the wires. So just cover that over. So you got the negative opening available. Then I just take a wire, put a loop in it, some pliers. You can do that by hand too. Some pliers will make it easier. And I'll be sure that it'll fit over your negative terminal there. Okay, hold on. Get on there. So when you got it on there, you'll want to pop off on you, maybe. Just hold it down and pull that wire down. Now you've got a pretty good connection there. You can do all kinds of things from here, but what I like to do is just pull it up the back. Oops. It's kind of gangly because it's all over the place, but so you got that. Put it back on there. So you got that bent over top there, down the back. Give that an extra little. I'm going to give this a little extra bend to make sure it makes contact. On there. Okay, and I'm just going to twist it around the battery on the bottom there. Give it a good little push, make it straight. Then go back up. And that's pretty much held in place. That's not going to go anywhere. It'll hold its place right now on its own. Hi, Tommy. Good to see you. So that's just going to stay right there. Won't go anywhere. So then you've got all this extra wire. Just wrap that around like that. You got a big loop, right? I'm going to go the other way because it's just going to fit out nicer. So you come back down, oops, to the battery. I like to put a little, hold it there, put a little kink in it so that it'll hook to the bottom of the battery. So you got a little L bend there. Put those together like that, and then just wrap it up with tape. Oops. So you can see the front there. There's the two wires in the back. And then you can just wrap it up with tape. And that'll be good to go. It's a little bit of a short wire, but I think it'll get over my head. Kinking with Max. No, but they'll give you a nice signal, right? All the dead people in them. Hi, Morgan. Got the new laptop. Have not turned it on yet. Nice. I hope this one works out for you. Now I might as well put the rest of the tape on that. Well, you guys can see what it looks like done. I just showed you one before, but there you go. So just get some electrical tape, keep the two together there. Wrap it around a few times. Negative pole, yep. Yeah, you cover over the positive pole with some tape and just use the negative pole. So there you go. There's a grounding necklace on the cheap. Not the greatest, comfort or anything, but it does the job. Blue duct tape will work just fine. Although I worry about duct tape because it might pass a current. That's why I prefer electrical tape. But in a pinch, duct tape will work. Get naked, eat mushrooms, go to the graveyard. Nobody will bother you. Yeah. I mean, isn't that worldwide, not just Canadian? Yeah, duct tape will work, but I don't think it's quite as good as electrical tape. What else we got up here? There's some interesting stuff. I'm going to go on Wayne Steiger there and talk about the biodigital convergence tomorrow. I don't know when he's going to broadcast it, but I got to line up all my documents at some point. Figure out which way I want to go with talking about it. What is this? Hey, Mitch Gander, good to see you. Purple haze and slept with a woman in a graveyard. Memorable nights. Yeah, I like Wayne. He's nice. He's a nice guy. And it'll be good to get pretty much the most impending threat to humanity out there and more eyes on it. I don't get much exposure here in our little echo chamber. So we have to expand out in order to spread our message. I told you it was a thing, guys. They didn't believe you? Oh no. I would imagine everybody did that. Yeah, I thought this might be a good place to start with the W band. This kind of explains it down here at the bottom. W-band system can use wireless W-band wireless technologies as gateway to reach longer ranges through gateway devices, which is multiple devices over short range. It is possible to connect the wearable devices on the human body to the internet medical access points. I don't know where to begin. Hey, how you doing, Dapanex? Good to see you. Would you be doing it while you're making love to your man there? You don't know. Yeah, it's hard to know. Assessing gateway project. Let's see, where are we here? That's wiki. W-band. Brain encoding and decoding. Oh, that's a good one. Brain encoding and decoding in fMRI with bidirectional deep generative models. That's all good fun. Love their graphic here. So they can take a visual image and program you. So brain decoding, right? Brain encoding, visual image, brain with, and then it imprints the pattern. This is why they want to use light technology in the future. But here they're showing you the actual changes, I think, in the neurons. That's pretty cool. Pretty messed up, but pretty cool. Turning into a mushroom, the eyes, the skull, the head, that blue circle thingy. Interesting. See if I can get it bigger here. Illustration of deep adversarial neural decoding by combining probabilistic interference with adversarial learning. This method could clearly reconstruct the corresponding image of a face from brain activity. PCA, principal component analysis, reproduced from reference with permission of Neural Information Processing Foundation, Systems Foundation, Inc. Seeing through your eyes. I showed you a video last week. Where is that? Where are my downloads? Yeah, that one. Let me share that. That one's fun. Slides, PDFs, nope. Your computer, no. Share screen, brain and kind. There we go. Is that showing up? No. Okay. Let me try this again. Let's try video file. There we go. So this is entirely brain encoded visuals. Sorry, brain decoded. You can see the person blinking and all that. And you can see the brainwave patterns that they're mapping on the left-hand side. See purple snakes hanging from trees. That's called the right amount of mushrooms there. Like the egg plot test gone horribly wrong, yeah. Sir, it appears that we can program them with the ink blots, yeah. The low voltage sidewalk mass network is really something combined with chemtrails. The sidewalk mesh network, yeah. The mesh networks are a real interesting thing. How we get set up in a mesh network. Yeah, Bluetooth, Zigbee, and ANT apparently are all deployed at this time anyway. They're working on higher frequency levels at the moment. They want their wireless health care. Which could be a good thing if it was ever done right, you know. Problem is, people can abuse it. It's a hackable system, right? Everything's hackable. They even figured out how to hack their own systems. That's a great place to look at what they're doing, you know. Where's that interquasatic? I have a lot of bookmarks on the W band. Graphene. There it is. This one's really cool. I love the titles of these things too. Huh. I don't know how to get rid of that. Once I open up a downloaded video and present it, I have no idea how to get rid of it. All I have is add to stage. Oh, there we go. Got it. Yeah, trust the people. Yeah. Well, they do it in combination. RF signals. The problem with hacking right now is you have to get up close because they tighten the field. That's why using human bodies is the best, because we can broadcast at a very low distance from the body and transmit the data securely. Cyber security, right? It's all about security through your safety, comrade. Right, pass the Kool-Aid. Let's see if this one has it. Yeah, here's a good thing. Electroquasatic human body communication was demonstrated, which utilizes the human body's conductive properties to communicate without radiating the signals outside the body. Previous experiments showed an attack with an antenna was unsuccessful at a distance of more than 1 centimeter from the body, with 15 centimeters from the ESQ HBC device. However, since this is a new communication modality, it calls for an investigative new attack modalities that can potentially exploit the physics utilized in EQS HBC to break the system. In this study, we present a novel attack method for HQS HBC devices using the body of the attacker itself as a coupling surface and a capacitive interbody coupling between the user and the attacker. So what he does is he uses his own body to couple with another person. I can show you down here in this demonstration. And then, or in this image, and then what they do is they couple with this person, right? And they attack through this person to attack this person. It's really interesting. That's as best as I understand it. Well, attacking somebody would be going to jail if that's what you're talking about, F. Kitty. Yeah. It would be illegal. It's a personal attack. So that's a good one to have. Bookmarks. Which was the one that... I was looking for one of the ones that really lays it out. The human body is being used as an antenna. Particle swarms, beam steering, an intelligent and energy efficient wireless body. That's to control Corona. DoD, Corona deployments of nodes. There we go. That's the one. Dynamic channel allocation for interference mitigation and relay assisted wireless body and area networks. Is this the one that talks about transmitting the wrong disease? I'm not sure. see, let's go in on this. Neighboring sensors. Let's go down a bit more. There we go. That's where it is. Introduction. WBAN is a wireless network of wearable sensors that may be embedded inside or attached on the human body. The sensors are used in various applications such as health monitoring, ubiquitous healthcare, sports entertainment. That's a pretty good one. It's not the best one though. Beam steering, corona, deployment, dynamic, gene encoding, hybrid superior. Oh, there we go. Let's try this one. Nope, this is smart cities. Don't want that one. It's a problem. You get so many bookmarks after a while. Transcribing caterpillar challenges. There we go. That was it, I think. I'll leave that one open. Embedded wireless surveillance systems. So that might be fun. I'm actually looking for a particular one. I had to search through lots of documents to find one that outlines that we are in fact being used as an antenna. It says it so clearly, and I always have trouble finding it because I've got too many of these things. I save so many of them. Non-surgical SC transcribing challenges. There we go. What about this one? Human body, the future communication channel for WBAN. Is this it? Yeah, there it is. Human body communication is a non-RF technique, which, oops, they don't like me reading these, which utilizes the human body as a communication channel. This paper surveys the typical HBC schemes and compares the performance of RF-based and HBC-based WBANs. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one here. Electrical, okay, so such non-RF based technique is commonly known as human body communication, HBC technique. Electrical signals can easily propagate through the human body, which makes HBC possible. Wireless data communications based RF using Bluetooth, Zigbee, and ANT have already been developed and implemented successfully. They won't let me read much further on. Since in wireless RF communications, the signals are radiated in and propagated through the air, which results in a higher power loss. As the sensor nodes are battery operated, most part of the battery is consumed by the signal transmission, which decreases the operation. duration of the systems. So that's when we get into things like human-based. Hold on, let me. What the next one? Energy efficiency systems, and the human being used, as you were saying earlier. Somebody was saying earlier, as a battery, right? Graphene. Oh, yeah. This is a nasty one. Systems and methods for covertly creating adverse health effects in subjects. So you use a range of 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. Bet you didn't know that one was out there. Oh, let me share that. Hold on. Where is it? Here. I've got a whole buttload of tabs open. Where are you guys? Oh, there you are. Okay. Any Linux heads in chat? No, not me. Oh, babies. Nice. Every day it acts weird. That's weird. Yeah, that is weird. There's that whole Ubuntu system that you can get on your phone and computer. It's a different, completely separate operating system. I don't know how good it is. Hi, Dee. How you doing? Well, again, here's the link if anybody wants to hop up. They do they? With all the preening and stuff. Like, I'm a guy, I'm pretty low maintenance, so. I barely even shave anymore, so, you know. Saving money on razors right there. Cutting my carbon imprint down by just not shaving. Oh, okay. I don't know. I know some computer people that would know what that means, but it's a strange toy. Okay. Hi, Dragon Sage.
Hey, buddy. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Well, that was
How,
easy. I just had to click on the link and it kind of took me to a place, but I don't have an avatar apparently. Oh, I need an avatar, but
yeah,
I'll have to,
you didn't
I'll have
type
to work on
anything in.
that.
That's why. You have to go into your settings, and you can change it while you're on here. Apparently.
Okay, I'll try. I don't want to accidentally knock myself off your stream, but
You know,
hi, how's it going? Hi, D. Angel Wings. Or who is that just jumped on? See the screen more.
Yeah, there's Wingies. Wingies, who was gone for a while and we couldn't figure out what happened to her. Gonna kick your butt, woman.
I was just going to give a quick and dirty about Linux. We were talking about a second ago, or you were just talking about a second ago. I'm actually really surprised more type of people aren't Linux users.
Yeah, you might want to restart your.
Are given with that. It's quite amazing. It's
Hey, you're kind of glitching out a bit. We can only hear half of what you're saying.
okay.
Do you have headphones or earbuds?
You're in it too, yeah.
Somebody has some. Is that my background or
Okay,
somebody else? Somebody's got something going on in the background.
Oh,
It's really tweaking out my speakers here.
tweaking your speakers.
Yeah, can you turn it off?
That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I can't hear him either. Pass the Kool-Aid. Oh my goodness, they were talking about Kool-Aid. I'm scrolling back.
What is going on with the speakers here? There's somebody got a weird sound. You got a weird sound with you there, Dee.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh,
it sounds like,
is it because I am maybe playing a frequency in the background?
yeah, that's doing it. Can you turn that off? It's really dragging on your voice. Oh, we lost Dee now, too. That was not the intent, but okay. What happened there? Remove, add to stage. There we go. We'll wait and I'll put the link back up here. Yeah, if you're coming on a phone or that, try and use headphones. It makes it much easier and much better sound. Yeah. You put Linux on everything? Huh. Weird energies. Yeah, a lot of people got headaches, apparently. How's your headache doing, F Kitty? A little better? That battery help? Chat being very glitchy. Completely kicked them out? Oh no, who was it? You guys should all be moderated and not be able to kick each other out. So that was the idea. Let me check what's going on here. Everybody looks modded. You shouldn't be able to kick anybody. You can block their messages. You shouldn't be able to kick them. Do. It's a weird toy. It's like a strong plastic bag. Okay. Which with a cinch cap to have a ball put you in charge of. It's moving in there by itself. So far, it's very loud and annoying. Too much. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's like noisy.
Here, let me change up my settings. Audio, mic speakers. It's not giving me.
Hello?
Yeah, still here.
Well, I went on a little odyssey to get back here, but
Okay.
I'm back.
What happened?
Did you miss me?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. No worries. Be happy, says Off the Hook. She's only
Smiling.
happy when she's hooking.
Just shut your Bluetooth down and restart it along with the source. Your Bluetooth is fucking up. That's cool. It could be bad too. You never know.
Don't feed the archons.
Mm.
Smiling
You don't
waves.
want to get a glitch in the system, or you might get the wrong disease. Going to change headsets? Yeah. Give that a shot.
I'm just
For some
showing you
reason,
my pretty tree behind me there. 'Cause I don't feel like being on camera right now. I don't feel like moving out of this nice, warm, comfortable spot. I'm
okay.
shrooming again.
There's a lot going on with the energy and frequencies. Yeah, I had checked on my phone recently to see if they had any spikes. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's Mercury retrograde, so you're going to have weird shit, happening. And I'm Sagittarius, and it's Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius. So it's going to be affecting me a lot, so I'm not even going to worry about it. It's just going to happen. Stuff's going to happen.
Hmm.
And I'll just be sitting here going, yeah, stuff's happening. So it's a little easier when you kind of expect it.
Yeah, how many UAPs are people going to see these next few months, right? They're putting them out all over military bases and everywhere,
How
hyping us
many
up.
what?
Huh? I haven't seen
How
any,
many
but
what?
UAPs.
Oh, that's going to
Yeah.
be way up. It's and I've been right about this. It's going to continue to escalate.
66.
Yeah, I've been saying it's escalating these last few years, and it is. There's just more and more of it, and it's growing more obvious. So
Oh yeah, they
yeah,
got to line us up for
gonna
the
escalate.
fake alien invasion, right? So
Yeah, that's escalating.
it's always now. The aliens have been here. The apparently since the early 1400s when they did wood carvings about them, but suddenly they're going to attack us.
Even further back,
Yeah.
even farther back than that. Really, I think we have always had people coming
Oh
in
yeah.
and
Back to cave drawings. There's cave drawings that look like aliens. It's crazy.
I really think that trying to say, oh, we're going to have an alien. I'm like, we've had alien invasions, all right. We've had them over and over. I think here we're kind of uncovering that, as we do archaeological digs. And this is why I think a lot of times they're not going to show you what they find because it's getting more and more obvious that this place has actually been overrun with different types of life forms the whole of its existence probably.
Yeah, we're of great interest to a lot of people for some reason. So
Yeah, and humans are really
yeah,
wackadoodle fun to watch, I guess.
yeah, best
Yeah,
television program in the
they're
universe.
really fun to watch, man. Crazy fun. So
Hey
yeah.
Max,
Yes.
I'm not sure if my audio is better now. Hi, D.
Hi.
Well, not
Can
really.
you guys? Is it bad still?
Yeah, kind of
Okay,
botting out.
It's kind of
okay.
sucks, but yeah,
I'll try again later. Okay, thanks.
It's
not
not too
gonna.
bad. Try a whole sentence.
Hi, how's it going? I
Yeah,
just
we're
came
getting
in
the
the
whole.
house.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
getting the whole thing.
I came
Yeah,
Something.
into
we
the
are.
house and I was outside earlier and I changed headsets, so I hope that changed things up a little bit. But
A little bit. It's
what I was
still
trying to,
popping and snapping, but otherwise,
okay,
we can at least
what I
hear
was
it.
what I was going to try and say was about the Linux operating system being a wise choice for anybody that's interested in these types of subjects, because you can get a type of Linux operating system that has most of the tools that are being used in these types of systems uh, right from the get-go. They're all installed. You have all the libraries to do all of um, this type of hacking, and also defense mechanisms, build defense mechanisms against this type of hacking with a Linux system, somewhat out of the box, just the way it comes. Certain
I'd love to
Linux
be able to
operating
report
systems.
you.
Yeah, the thing
And
to
if
do
you
would be to detect the incoming signal, right? To log into
right,
your body, which would be a specific MAC address. You'd have to, I
yep,
guess, gather enough data to confirm that that's yours.
which you
If
can
in
do with
fact,
Snort and Wireshark. There's two specific tools that you can use that will scan all available frequencies or ports. And there's also radio equipment that you can integrate into this. The
yeah,
cool
then
part
you'd
about
have
the
to either
Linux thing
jam the
is,
signal or counter
yeah,
it in some way.
yeah.
And
So the cool
now,
thing about Linux, though,
my question is doing all that, is that going to cause just as much damage as
well,
the incoming signals? Like,
the
is that?
reason I've been thinking about it is I've been thinking about creating spaces where you basically have systems like that running, and what you create is like a bubble or a dome
Mhm.
for yourself and the people around you. So you could basically do a whole house where you basically
On
create
the outside, you'd have
like
to do like the outside perimeter, right?
like a no EM field
Yeah,
perimeter, like a bubble that you build out
yeah.
of this system, and the system is all automated. So the cool thing about the Linux operating system is that everything is treated as text. Everything is just a script. All the programs in the operating system are all just text scripts. You can go and read it all. You can look at what it all does. You can modify any part of it. And in having that ability, you can also write what are called shell scripts, or use
Mhm.
a programming language to organize different programs. So the this program here runs and it scans to see what's happening. And then it tells this program over here, based on its results, this is what's happening. And then that program goes into action in some way. It could be a determinative tree or whatever, a choice decision roster of different things that it could do, depending on if this is happening, do this. If this is happening, do this. And it'll run any number of sequences for you. And you can collect all that data, and um, then later on, if you want to visualize it, you can put it into graphs or whatever you
Mhm.
want. And everything's available to you. Everything is available. It's all open source, and it's basically free. You don't have to pay for any of this. You can just download it and use it and modify it to your own specification in whatever way that you need to do so. I've had a couple servers here at home running for years that I collect data off the internet every day, and I look through the top Google search results and things that are trending, and then I collect all that data, and then I compare it over weeks and months and years, and look for patterns and look for um, trends, and it's a little bit depressing because you realize how um, not awake that most of the human population is when you look at what they look for every
They
day on the
didn't
internet,
ban
or what they're
for
it's not encouraging when you look at that kind of data. It's actually kind of depressing. But
I know what you mean. When I look at it as a whole, I when I look at it, it's kind of, yeah. I'm looking
Angel
at it
Wings.
anyway.
Don't bring your fights here.
Huh?
I'm just commenting to Angel Wings.
Who's fighting? Don't make me come down there. No,
Right.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. So using it independently, that's interesting. It'd be very complicated. It sounds complicated.
I would love to have a Linux. I've been hearing Linux Unix for like ever and ever from friends, but I have a very old, well, I have my phone and a tablet. That's what I've got. So,
Yeah, you can put Linux on that. You can put Ubuntu or any other system. You know, I tried
mm,
Ubuntu operating system. It was all right.
It's not bad. It's a little bit. It's made for Windows users that want to kind of make the leap, and
Yeah,
it's sort of an entry
that's
level
Ubuntu. Yeah, I'm
Linux
looking at
operating system.
Ubuntu.
It's very easy to get started with it and get running it, and just sort of understand how it works and what it does. But the real magic is I've been using it for a long time now, so I'm kind of I use a command line for the most part, which is like the old DOS terminal prompt kind of thing. I rarely stray from the command line when I have a Linux system that's all graphical. It has like it looks like a normal Windows computer, but usually when I log into it or I open up my laptop, I open up a command prompt, and that's where I do all my work because that's where I can connect with all my systems. I can look at all my files, all my data, run all my programs, whatever. So that's really where the magic happens. That's like behind the curtain where the wizard is pulling all the levers kind of thing. Like that's where the
okay.
real stuff goes on. It's not happening in a GUI desktop environment where you're clicking on things, right? It's
Hmm.
um it's kind of old school in that way, I guess. But that's where the the hackers of the world and the guys who are writing these programs and developing these systems, that's what they're using.
Mhm.
They're using a command line. They're not using
I've
a
known a
GUI
few
graphical
hackers.
system.
Hmm.
He's not lying. They're Linux users.
Yeah.
They're Linux Unix. I've known a few.
Yeah, I'm
You
familiar with
work
all
more
of the old
on than
Unix
I
flavors, and I used to back in the early 2000s. I used to give talks in Hamilton at a place in the West End, close to the Staircase Theatre, where we used to have these open source Hamilton open source users group meetings, and I used to give lectures on how to build your own wiki servers, like like Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Well, Wikipedia is just a type of server that they then used it and modified the data in it to make it into like an encyclopedia. But you can build a wiki server that does anything. Like I built one. I built several of them, but I built one inside
You
Bell
want
Canada
to
years
build
ago.
one from Wacky Woo like what I do? Like
Well,
all of
yeah,
this
you can,
stuff?
and basically what you could use a wiki server for is to document all the things that you find in a very easy, convenient format. And it's got its own sort of little
Mm.
stylistic language. But the cool thing about the little wiki style language is you can write a certain word, and if that word is one of the hot keywords on that wiki server, you can link it to another page that has more content about that particular word. So that's where you get all these highlighted links, and all these highlighted links lead into each other in kind of a
Mhm.
circular knowledge
Oh,
based
okay. Gotcha.
fashion.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
it's the most brilliant way to organize your data in an organization and to keep track of everything and to be able to cross link this to that. This relates to this. This
That
relates
was
to
good
that.
stuff.
And they're all hot links that lead to the other concepts, right? So it's a really good way to organize things. So
Mhm.
that's sort of what I was doing in the early 2000s. And then, everybody's life has their highs and lows, and you kind of go through periods of being a rock star for a while, like Morgan and myself. And then, you have your other times when you're maybe not so much of a rock star and you're going through your trials and, you have to kind of pick up the pieces once in a while and you keep going. And
Hmm.
you just see that we're all still going here. But,
That
yeah.
interesting. That sounds like some of the phenomena that we study. That would be a great way to organize our
It's
data
a
on all of the stuff we
It's a
study.
Hmm.
super easy way to organize the data. And what you can do is if you say, Max, you started a wiki server, you could be the organizer of the data, but you could give editing privileges to other members. and then they can help you to organize the data, and everybody adheres to the style within the wiki format in order to make everything work properly. And there's really a right way and a wrong way to do it, so you can't screw it up. It either works and you've done it right, or it's not right and you've done it wrong. But
Yeah, because
it's very
we've always
logical.
known
It's
both
simple
sides.
too.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
simple.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, if I could teach, old Bell Canada operator ladies how to use the wiki format to document things, and people that have been doing a million different things in other ways for years, and then all of a sudden you show them this new way to do things, and they go, "Wow, that's really easy and simple and cool," and it works really good, and that's why Wikipedia uses that format, because it's a simple format that works, and
Yeah.
you can build that for yourself out of the box in an afternoon. If you have an old computer laying around at home, that you can make a wiki server in 2-3 hours probably. You can get that going and start it up and put a nice front page on it with a logo, and then from there you start building out the tree of information that you build sort of from front to back. You build the information into it, and you can use it to hot link and reference all your references, all of your bookmarks, all of your, you can even have like contact information for people in it, whatever. And it could be, you can make it a private thing so that only people that are members have access to it, which is a good idea. And then you have your administrative group, which kind of keeps an eye on things. And then you also have your system administrator, who also keeps an eye on the overall system to make sure that nothing crazy is going on in the system itself. And right there, what you've got is you've got a community that has a way to share knowledge with each other and store knowledge with each other. And as long as you back it up and secure it properly, that can become like a monolithic thing that grows and grows and grows over the years. And as long as you keep, like I say, back it up properly and secure it properly, which is you need another guy for that. And
It's a lot of guys.
so it's a 4-man operation basically. You can do it with like 4 guys. And I mean, I've done it a few times. I've set up stuff like that, and watched it grow, and then walked away or burned it down or whatever. But yeah, that can be done. But I just think it's interesting, and I'm surprised that more people aren't aware of this or into it. I guess I've done this for a long time now, and I kind of take it for granted. But
Well, I guess people are lazy too, right? Like, do you want to set it up, and how do,
well,
do I have to go learn about it, or do I just plug it in and I'm done,
Right. And that's the thing about Linux too, though, is that Linux users, for the most part, are generally lazy. Like, these are guys that are smart, but they don't want to put in, you don't want to do something that's repetitive and bullshit and stupid. Like, so the beauty of Linux is that once you do something once, you've now got it in your command history, and then you can make it into a script, where any time in the future that you need to run that same thing again or do that same function, you've already got it written, and you just refer back to that script, and boom, it does it for you. So you only ever have to do things once, and then you've got it. Like, it's cool.
Oh, that's good, because we hate repetitive stuff.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible doing drudgery of boring, repetitive work. Like, nobody likes to do that. It's not fun.
Yeah, it's marketing. I think it's just marketing that we've been sold on these, right? Like, if people were to set up like their computer shop with computers with Linux, would that work? Would that be a marketable thing, you think?
It would be, and it has been done. I mean, it has been done before. I had back in, I'm trying to think of what year it would have been, 2009, 2010, 2011, I was building computers for people, and I was selling computers with Linux installed in the computer. And it's really easy. You show people how to use it. Here, this is where your email is. This is your browser. This is, this other thing that you said you needed. And if you need anything else other than that, Google it. And there's probably a way to do it. And probably simple instructions on how to do it. And it's free.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're paying for these laptops with the software and then constant updates and everything else is ridiculous. It's completely a scam, and it's not even good
No, it's not a
software.
scam.
Yeah, and it does, because Linux
It's
doesn't have all
a-
this extraneous crap and stuff.
No,
Like
no,
Mhm.
and it
you
doesn't
kind of
give you
build your
no.
own system by what you use and where you go.
Yes, you can build a bare bones system that
Yeah,
only has exactly what you want in it, and that's it. It doesn't have any bells and whistles. There's no extra fluff.
yeah,
There's nothing slowing you down in the background, spying on you, because you basically built the system from scratch yourself. And um, it's like a hot rod car. You know, you can hot rod your Linux
yeah.
and make it do exactly what you want to do.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
No, for people that are into do-it-yourself kind of stuff, it's the ultimate computing platform. And the Macintosh people realized it a few years ago, and that's why they switched from their own proprietary OS. They switched to Unix about, I don't know, probably 10 years ago now, and now Mac uses a flavor of Unix, which is the old uncle of Linux. Linux was basically like a copy of Unix, but an open source copy of Unix. And then people came along afterwards and built upon it, and the community basically built Linux from scratch. And the philosophy was many eyes on this software. So by having hundreds or thousands of people all around the world all working on this software together, and anybody could look at it, and anybody could analyze the code that was in it, you're going to fix a problem before it even starts, because somebody smarter than you write a piece of code, you put it into the pool, somebody smarter than you is going to look at that and go, hey, that's a really good idea, but you could do it better this way, or this is going to be a problem, and they fix it before it even becomes a problem.
Yeah, and there are no hidden back doors either.
Nothing like that will exist, because as soon as they find it, they'll find a way to patch it, and they'll find a way to fix it. Because nobody wants that nonsense.
This is the whole Bill Gates thing, open source software, and that one of his battles.
Well, so when he first started out, whenever it was in the 80s there or whatever, and he freaked out. He was a part of the open source hobbyist, like a Unix community, basically. And he freaked out and wanted everybody to like sign this contract and say that they would only use his DOS operating system, blah blah. Like right away, he was trying to hijack the plane, like, and a lot of people in the open source community think that he's a complete idiot and an asshat, and for a long time we've been like, yeah, Bill Gates is a total nerd dick. Like, we don't want that guy around anywhere near us. Like, and there was champions of the cause back in the day, like guys like Richard Stallman, was the papa guru of open source everything. He was like, he didn't even want passwords. He was like, I don't even want a password on my computer. I just want my computer to work. And like, you know, somebody not to take me over, and but be able to have privacy and be able to like not have somebody snooping and poking into my business all the time while I use my computer. But really smart guys like Guy Ritchie, the guy that wrote the C operating system, which everything that you use on a Windows system and all across the internet is all built on a language called C. And C was written by this super smart couple smart dudes. One of which wrote the best, one of the best pieces of writing I've ever seen it's by a guy named Eric S. Raymond. It's called How to Become a Hacker. And it's not so much about hacking. It's not what you think. It's not about like these script kiddies that want to like steal people's accounts or whatever, like bullshit. That's not hacking. That's cracking, right? A hacker is like our conversation a few minutes ago. Something that's drudgery, something that's boring, repetitive, drudgery. You want to avoid that at all costs. So a hacker is someone who finds a way around that and finds a solution.
Life hack.
Because life is full of interesting problems to be solved, and a hacker is like a Zen master samurai at fixing these little problems in life that take away your time, energy, focus.
Crazy Russian hacker, you know him? The crazy Russian hacker.
To enjoy your life. No, I don't know him. I follow a few different software guys and stuff. There's lots of good content out there now. I was into that stuff 20 years ago, and I don't know, I don't pay as much attention to it now as I used to. I know what the capabilities are. It's ridiculous now at this point. Their capabilities are ridiculous. But I kind of
Apparently
went
now
the
you
other
can
way.
go in, you can get a device and go in and change somebody's DNA.
Well, there you go. I wouldn't do that to a chromie, man. Not my chromosome buddies. I wouldn't do that to you,
Yeah.
man.
Well, you can write messages. You can write messages to each other on
Oh,
people's
the
DNA.
chromosome. Somebody come in
It's
here.
pretty wild, eh? It's
Yeah.
pretty wild how
Wanna be
far the
able
world has
to,
come.
can you
But
infuse that
you know, it's
chromosome
funny though,
onto
Max. Do you remember the movie Gattaca?
I didn't see it.
Probably 20 years ago, and it was all about the divide between the haves and the have-nots, but
Yeah.
not monetarily. It was about DNA. It was about who had pure DNA, who didn't have pure DNA,
Oh, okay.
and yeah, and there was all kinds of intrigue and hacking in this world where, in every sci-fi movie that they ever bring out that shows these like elite people where there's body modification and an identity control mechanism where you're not allowed in a certain level of the world unless you have this ID or this DNA or this thing. Like, there's been other movies like that too, but somebody always hacks it. Somebody always figures out a way. Whether it's the Minority Report eyeball scanners or
even the
Matt
city
Damon,
like that.
right? Or like
Shoot.
it could be Escape from New York, whatever. It goes all the way back to They Live. There's always somebody that's going to hack that system. And I think that's the good news is that there's people out there. There are people, like, you really have to believe there are people out there that are
Yeah.
I
constantly
used to
thinking about all
encourage
this.
them too.
There are people out there doing that,
Yeah.
and right, and they're working hard all the time to like work on different problems and figure stuff out and add to the body of knowledge of other people and just keep it going. Like, keep pushing it down the road, kick the can down the road again, and keep going. And um, I see a lot of people. I see a lot of the same faces in a lot of these channels that we all frequent, and
Yeah.
it kind of seems like it's a very small group of people. Like, there's not a lot of us, but we're all interested in sort of the same things, and we all end up in the same places. And
I mean,
yeah, it's
people
pretty
leave
cool.
the platform because they're censored and shadow banned and harassed, and yeah, it's getting
Yeah,
smaller because
yeah.
people leave
But I
it
mean,
like
I honestly though, I think there are a lot of people worldwide, sort of thing, but we're sort of finding each other in smaller groups of like
yeah.
online communities where
Yeah.
we're all kind of always together and meeting up like weekly now. It seems like it's been a period of a couple of years, a few years where we're all sort of in the same circles all the time, and I think that's pretty cool. That's a phenomenon that really, like, with my analyst hat on, I look at that and I go, that's a neat cultural phenomenon. Like, I can put my anthropologist hat on even and say, wow, that's kind of interesting. Why are all these people within this culture all gravitating to each other, but in this ethereal way on the internet where none of them even know each other? Most of them have never met each other, but they
Yeah.
spend so much time together, maybe even more time than they spend with their own families in these online communities together. So it's like we've created like a subdermal layer of a community on the internet where we've sort of we all exist together, but it's not a real place. It's this virtual space that we all
Yeah.
kind of inhabit like ghosts, right? And
Yeah. We're in the metaverse already a little bit.
right, we're already in the matrix. Oh no.
Yeah, and then we tell each other about these other places. We say, we invite each other to these other places. Pretty
Right,
soon, it's just like some kind of a
crossover.
caravan, right?
Yeah, there's
Like,
crossover in the community, and we're all on each other's pages and on each other's sites, and it's great.
yeah.
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 It's like, and then we start talking about it, and they say, "Where were you? You weren't at David's." Well, they can't hear me over at David's. I'm shadow banned. Oh, okay.
Right.
How about Max? You're coming to Max, right? Yeah, I'll be over at Max. And then people come from somewhere else and they go, "Oh my God, here's my family all over again."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
I like
more
to
of a
try and be here when I
family.
can. I sometimes you get a conflict though where there's one thing going on and then you're already involved in something and you're like, oh damn, this is the time when this other thing is going on that I want to do. And
Yeah.
I find it really when it rains it pours, there's like three shows on that I want to be listening to at the same time. And
Yeah,
then
that happens so often.
other times I'm scrolling around like, oh my God, there's nothing here on the dead internet. Like, what the hell is going on? But
Yeah, I
yeah,
try to pick the times
Only us,
before it's busy and the times after it's busy.
with imagination. Maybe everybody else
okay,
is
well,
just a figment of our imagination.
maybe we're the only real ones. Yeah, and the
Maybe
rest of
we're
the world
already
is just
floating
it's just
around.
all NPCs that they put here to, just so that we would think it was real, right? There's
When I
very
go to
few.
CNN or any of those chats, any of the big time MSN chats, it's 99% bots.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can tell it is. You can even tell it is.
Oh yeah, you try to get a response out of them, and it's just a canned response, if anything.
Wow.
It is
That's weird,
weird.
eh? Yeah. Yeah, it is
I
weird.
learned that so much, and it's like, you're not a real
Yeah,
person. Are you?
yeah, they'll all repeat the same slogans and stuff, and
Yeah.
That's so weird. Yeah.
They can't vote, right?
how many of these people walking around you are NPCs? I'm not a big proponent of the NPC idea, but I understand it, and I sympathize with it because a lot of people seem like NPCs, right?
They're just
You know,
walking around in a program,
yeah,
not really
Honestly,
interacting.
I thought it was kind of a joke all for all these years. I was like, oh yeah, NPCs like in D&D, right? And
yeah.
thought it was kind of funny, but lately I've been thinking maybe that really is the case. Like that there's only a certain amount of actual
It really
players
could be a
here.
thing.
Thinking,
Oh,
creative people.
It comes
Yeah.
down to the idea, do you think that souls multiply, or like if you think that souls are eternal, right? Are there a certain
right.
number of souls that were born at one time and that's it? Or do souls
The
split
same
and
number that's always
multiply?
been here the whole time. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what if it is? And it could be, actually, that could be the 144 that they're talking about.
Sure.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, it could be. Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an
Then
interesting
everybody
thought,
like
It is
Chronicles, they talk about that.
A lot of
it
people
is
believe in the
interesting.
NPC theory that there are countries filled with NPCs. That
Wow.
That would make
90% of the people walking around are NPCs. It's interesting though that the only NPCs go to these channels where they talk about NPCs. No, you're not an NPC because you made it to this channel.
What do the NPCs do for
Well,
fun, I wonder? What
they give a shit about it because they're not interested in the same stuff.
Yeah, that could be.
I mean, well, really, they're not looking deeper because their program won't let them.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
guarantee
Well,
they don't have 9-volt copper wire um, necklaces.
I bet you they don't. Actually, some people there's a lot of young people at my work, and so they have to listen to me talk about all this stuff. And
Yeah.
I've hooked a couple of them up to wires before to their
So
benefit.
parents
Yeah.
love
so
that.
that 9-volt battery one there was basically you're covering the positive pole. You're only using the negative pole.
Yeah.
You create a big loop, and then you come back to the negative wire again. So it's a
No.
continuous negative loop.
You don't have to go back to the negative wire. You can just go back to the bottom of the battery, just to
Okay.
hook it in place.
So it's not even really a loop. Like it's just a one-way circuit back to the negative pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just like a big antenna.
Okay. So it's just pulling into the battery from the
Yeah.
negative pole through the copper. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's neat. I have miles of copper wire in my basement right now because I've been collecting for probably a year and I haven't taken it back.
Yeah.
And
What is really effective is
I do
two
because I
grounded
make
loops.
jewelry with it. I make jewelry with the copper wire.
Two grounded loops over your temple is really effective.
I saw that in your hat. Yeah, that looked cool. That I was also interested in that thing that you have on your wrist.
Yeah,
Your
these aren't as effective as the other things, but they do help.
That's a really cool looking bracelet, man. I've been wrapping crystals with copper wire for decades, and I really get how if you just did it with a battery, like that's amazing. Maybe you could integrate a copper wire battery and a crystal together to
We've
create
done
some
that.
kind of
I've done that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
nice. That's really cool.
Negative pole.
Mhm.
Huh.
Yeah, we're working on this technology right now. Yeah,
Very
nice.
cool.
Jim. That
Okay.
looks really nice.
So
I've sold him a
you
couple of
remember
my. Hmm
you remember in Dune when Paul Atreides gets the weirding devices? That's their big edge on the. That's their big leg up on the Harkonnens is the weirding devices, right? So a very simple device that's like a simple electromagnetic device. I think is one of the keys right now to. And I've been working on this problem for a long time. I've been racking my brain. I've been working with all different types of. I deal with a lot of music, resonance, frequency stuff. I do a lot of wrapping with copper wire. I have like metal pyramids and things that I play with, and like with a theremin and a metal pyramid.
Rap. You're a rapper. I'm a rapper.
I studied the cathedrals for years to look at the floor plans of the cathedrals. What are the organs and the bells doing in the cathedrals? What is the? It's like a big human body pressure valve system in a cathedral, and the organ being the
We're
main.
tuned a certain way. Actually, I have heard we still have. I hope it still works. We had for a long time, at least we had it. Right down at the Civic Theater, we had the big Wurlitzer organ with the pipes built right into the building. It is different listening to that. The vibration.
It's incredible. It's so incredible what that does to you. And in a lot of those buildings in the high towers, they also had bells as well.
Yes.
So they would have two sets of bells that were tuned to each other, and in the giant in the two columns of the big towers, and then the organ on the back wall, and the organ would push its vibratory frequencies forward into the main body of the church, and then it would go out the two arms, and there was usually another small room that looks like a pressure relief valve just below the two arms as well, which was probably for pressure relief to let excess energy out before it got to the crux or the cross of the main part of the room, where it would all resonate and then ring back into the whole room. And I can't even imagine what they would have been able to do with that kind of acoustic technology. Like
well, we managed to save one auditorium that was designed like a Moorish temple, a Moorish courtyard rather, and it was created for to look like a castle, a Moorish castle, basically courtyard, and it was. And the acoustics are great. And I mean, there were all kinds of, and it was right by a canal. A canal ran right by it. It had its own cooling system that was not based on electric. And they're trying to negate that and say no, that it had air conditioning. No, it did not. It originally
there's a good chance that the water was also carrying the electrical charge from that facility down the river to the next facility or whatever was down the way, which we think that the water was
next year. The
water's like a big electrical conductor, right?
I know it was. I know it was like, 'cause when I was down there, it felt different. I worked there, It felt different. And there was the plenum chamber. The plenum chamber is where they ran, where they both stored things, and then also that's how they cooled the place. The plenum chamber was right next to the canal. The canal water cooled that area when they needed to cool the area off. They would open vents and blow the cool area up, the cool air up there, and it would be like an air conditioning. And then they also had the Wurlitzer organ, like I said. They had all kinds of weird tubes and stuff running all through there. The pipes ran through the building. They wanted to tear it down. They wanted
Yeah,
to tear
of
it
course.
down. They want to tear everything down. And we actually did all kinds of fundraising and stuff to keep it from getting torn down, because we all realized there is nothing like this hardly left at all.
Yeah, awesome. Good job.
Yeah.
Right on. Good for you
It
guys saving that. That's
still
a great building.
exists,
Yeah,
but they have modified it, unfortunately, and probably broken
I'm
a lot of
sure.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure.
I know
They
they have
don't. They don't have
broken
anybody that can fix that stuff anymore. They don't. They don't have
they don't
technicians
even
No.
understand it.
that
As a
know how
matter
to
of fact,
fix
it's
pipe
just a
organs
myth.
or these old systems. They have no clue how they work. So
Nobody
there's
even knows
nobody that
how
can
to
fix
play
that
the
stuff.
organ. They had to get a special guy in to just play the organ. Nobody knows how to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
piece of
It
finesse
was
because you're working with
amazing
animal
when he
skins and woods and metals and
Yeah.
humidities and
I watch a nice lady on YouTube named Diane Bish, and Bish,
very
and
unfortunate name, but go ahead.
he plays all of the greatest pipe organs all over the world. She's the greatest
Mhm.
um, pipe organ player, and they fly her all around the world, and she plays all of the big cathedral pipe organs, and she has a YouTube channel. I'll post one of her videos on my community page so you guys can check it out. But it's
Cool.
this lady's amazing. She's old too. She's like probably, I don't know, in her
Has to
80s
be.
or
wow.
pushing 90s, and but she's just incredible. She's like Rick Wakeman on the keyboards, and she plays um, all of the most famous gospel hymns and great works of Christian music and just the most beautiful stuff. But she goes,
Well,
they every week she's in a different location playing a different organ, and it's brilliant. It's amazing.
if you ever get a chance anytime to listen to any of these old organs in any of these places, and there still are a very few, do it. You will never have heard anything like it. You will never have felt anything like it. The feeling is
Yeah,
entirely different. And they are, of course, tuned to the other frequency, not the modern frequency. I
yeah.
forgot the
I've been
number.
around a few really cool pipe organs in my town, and well, in
And
Hamilton, you know, Mac. There was lots of great pipe organs all over the place here, but there's still a few left. There's still like a few of them that are just
very few.
mind blowing when they crank them up, and there's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like it when it fills the whole room.
People
Your
felt
body,
it
your body
place like
resonates. Your body's like a cavity within the cavity of the room that resonates with the sound of the
yeah,
pipe organ, and it's so
yeah.
powerful. You can't help but just go with it. You're like, okay, well, I have no choice.
Okay.
I have to go with this sound right now.
I'll just spill the beans. My dad was a Mason, okay? And he took us to these places, okay? And one of them was he loved the Civic Theater, like I said, in Akron. And that was mostly because of its structure, because Masonics just, pretty much worship that kind of architecture and stuff. Very
Yeah,
old
we have this.
architecture.
We have the Scottish Rite building here in Hamilton, which has a
Yeah,
beautiful pipe organ in it. Yeah,
right. And he took us to not Tupcon. It was the one in New York, Tarrytown. There's one in a mansion that is pretty much built around the pipe organ. They would build their mansions pretty much around the pipe organ and stuff like that. It was built
yeah,
into the architecture, and the architecture was kind of built around it. So
Yeah.
you know that it had a purpose. It was not just decorative or fun or recreational. There was a major purpose to that.
My
And
share had a pipe organ when I was young, and they switched it over because it was too expensive to maintain.
Yeah, they
Very,
probably had no
very
one to fix it.
upset,
Yeah.
Resonance
yeah,
chamber
nobody
was
knows how
still
to fix
there,
it
but
anymore.
it didn't have the same resonance
Of
as
course
So
not.
the
Tommy
organ.
Tommy Rogers was here earlier tonight. I don't know if he's still here, but he's in Toronto, and there's a school downtown Toronto called Central. I think it's just called Central. It's like the main downtown Toronto high school, and it's built like a castle with big towers out front, and
Oh, cool.
it had a pipe organ in it from the 1800s that they said was given to the school by um, Andrew Carnegie. But Andrew Carnegie apparently gifted
Um,
9,000 pipe organs
mhm.
to various institutions, libraries, museums, schools all over North America in a
Yep.
you know 10-15 year period, which is amazing because nobody even knew how to maintain or work
Yep,
on these pipe
Carnegie was a
organs.
big name.
But but
Carnegie was a
Andrew
big name
but
of
but
all
Andrew
that, right?
Carnegie gave away 9,000 of them to all these people because of the great fellow that he was.
Yeah.
And so this school downtown Toronto, this you know castle of a school downtown Toronto, had this glorious, beautiful, big pipe organ in it with an auditorium
Mhm.
in the early 1900s, and people that looked at it were just like, "What the hell is going on in the early 1900s that you built
I
this
went.
glorious, massive pipe organ in a high school? Like, come on."
I went to church in the Carnegie Auditorium in Pittsburgh, where they had
Yeah,
a
that's the
big
school.
organ.
Is that
Yeah,
central there? Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
I'm
Yeah, it's a
like,
beast. I was in
yeah,
that school once when I was a kid. I went there once because one of my dad had a buddy that was a teacher there,
I know
and
the
we used to go with their kids. My brother and I and the two kids that the teacher at the school had. We went to see the Pope together actually in 1982 downtown Toronto when the
Wow.
Pope had the Pope Mobile.
That's what I
Um,
shouldn't do this
the
Sunday.
first
We
time
got
that the Pope had the Pope Mobile after he got assassinated. Yeah, it was funny. Um, so we waved to the
well,
Pope as he
we
drove by.
actually migrate to Pittsburgh from where we are. We're in Ohio. My parents would
Okay.
take the migration to Pittsburgh just to go to some of this stuff.
I dated a
So,
girl from Ohio for a while, and
oh, you poor
and a
thing.
couple
I'm sorry.
and a couple of nice sisters from Pennsylvania for once on
Mm.
too. It was nice.
Now this could be a mud flooded building. I don't know if I would necessarily
Yeah,
subscribe to that theory, but look at the wall
I
in the
agree.
background here. Oops.
We have here in
Oh, look at the
Akron
wall here.
flood
It
flooded
appears that
places.
there's a rise in the land. This could be just
Yeah,
an upper level that they have repurposed, possibly. I don't know.
but it looks like it's flooded out
Oh,
at the bottom and
it
at
does.
different levels.
Yep,
So
Yeah.
yeah,
yep.
and that's right
We have
downtown
a bunch
Toronto,
of
man.
them
That's
in
like
here.
right in the middle of the city, downtown Toronto. Like,
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yep,
Like that entrance looks like it should be
that's
taller.
probably
It
yeah.
should be
yeah,
That
much taller.
that is definitely mud flooded. I can tell by the look at it. It's obvious.
yeah.
We've seen full size versions of that, right? And we know
So I wonder how
that
many
they
floors it really goes down, right?
Well,
yeah.
apparently it did have a basement. Yeah, it had a pretty big, like 2-story basement or something. I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
At least some of
yeah,
these places, they would think that, but some of these places, the one in Salt Lake City, John Levy was
Yeah.
talking about, it went down. Heck, they stopped digging after they got down to the sixth
Yeah.
level down.
They went about 30
wow,
feet down.
It was that
wow.
buried. Yeah, it was that buried. And there was more under that. That much mud. How do you think that much mud ended up burying that place? It was something pretty big. Right.
See if I can find that image.
I was watching Martin Leakey this afternoon. He was showing images from the early 1900s of I think it was in California that it was literally a mud flood. Like it covered cars, um,
Yep.
the first story of the houses, and this is in our recent time. Like this is in the early
Yeah.
1900s. It wasn't even that long ago.
Yeah, I've seen videos of mud floods, what they're like, and it's
Right.
and
So we know that that does happen. Yeah, for sure.
that
Yeah.
is how we lost a lot of our high technology because there is a lot of evidence that there was a very advanced civilization, but if something happened to cause a mud flood over most of the earth, the experts, the people who knew how to build it and how to fix it, would be maybe buried under 20 feet of mud. And
Yeah.
nobody left around. The survivors, of course, would not have any clue how to fix it if they could dig it out.
Yeah.
You'd have to dig it out first. So,
After
yeah.
after after 100 years of being dizzy from the catastrophe and everything
Right.
else, and then the first person to get up on their feet and figure out what happened and grab a hold of whatever technology they could from the old world to utilize in the new world, those people become the top dogs, I guess, and then
Yeah.
they kind of run the show on the rest of the people for the duration of the next reset or whatever, and now we're a few 100 years down the road from that, and people are starting to kind of figure out the con, right? People are going, "Hey, wait a minute,
Hmm.
where did you guys get all those bricks from to build all that stuff? And
Yeah.
how did you build all that stuff so quickly? And why did everything
With
burn
horse
down in the early
carts.
1900s?" And
With
yeah, it's
horse
very,
carts, and when our
it's very fishy.
technology was only able to construct wooden buildings. I mean, look at the contrast. That's what John
Yeah,
Levy was talking about. You'd see some of these towns that were supposedly built, but no, now this is interesting because they give us a clue because they say founded, that it was founded, or
found.
was it
It was
actually
found
founded? It
by the
was found.
Freemasons.
Come on. Yeah.
Lots of mud. Tommy's still
The
here. Lots of mud flood in
Hey,
downtown.
Tommy. Yeah, tons, eh? It was, yeah, the founding fathers found the Freemasonry from the past
Hmm.
civilization, and they basically put a new roof on things and called it their own. Put a new cornerstone in it. Call it our
Much
call our own.
founded it. Look at
Yeah,
what we
this
founded.
one's got like 3 levels of construction here. There's this first level at 16 feet, then this next 14 feet,
Yep.
and then
Yeah,
they've had put a different size block on top of that.
Yep.
it's the biggest the
And
biggest
some of
real
these,
estate hijack in the history of the world.
Yeah.
yeah, some of these are built on, and you know what it reminds me of? Do you remember Monty Python and the Holy Grail,
Mhm.
where the king is saying, "Well, we built the first castle and it sunk, and then we built another castle on top of that castle and it sunk
Yeah.
too. The third castle, it stayed." And why? Because it was built on all of this bedrock now from all of the two other
Yeah.
castles that were under the and
Didn't
I'm
They
there going,
said I was
"Oh my
crazy to
god!"
build a castle on the moors.
He said it was
didn't his
crazy to build it.
didn't his daughter have huge tracts of land?
Yeah.
Huge
Yeah.
tracts of
Huge.
land.
Those
Huge.
Huge, huge tracts of land.
But there is a lot of truth hidden in some of this stuff. There's a lot of truth,
Yeah.
and
There is. Well,
some of it,
the
yeah.
Pythons were pretty smart. Yeah, they were pretty smart guys.
Yeah.
They kind
They-
of laid it all out for us.
This is
Yeah.
interesting. You start off with sandstone at 16 feet. At 14, then they have 14 feet of granite. And on top of that, it looks like they've got marble or not marble, sandstone again, but a refined sandstone.
Oh my
Kind
gosh.
of like it's kind of like what we see everywhere, though. We see the
Yep,
we
that
see
is
the
what we
megalithic
see.
layer. There's an original layer that's megalithic,
Mhm.
and then there's like a secondary layer, and then there's the latest, whatever
Yeah.
the
Same
last
thing on the pyramid.
iteration
I've
of it is.
seen that
Yeah,
all
the
my life.
pyramids
I've
as
seen
well
these
have
buildings
three
all my life.
levels.
Yeah, Yeah.
3 different types
I
of
used to work
technology.
in one, and the basement's always closed off.
Yeah.
There's always lower
Yeah.
levels that are closed off.
Yeah.
And I've gotten to see some of the lower levels of some of these places. I've talked about this before. I worked in was it BF Goodrich? They have the lower levels I got to see some of the tunnels and stuff.
Hmm.
I
Yep.
know
Me
we
too.
didn't build those tunnels. I know we didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Me too. I worked in construction for years as when I was a lightning technician. I did lightning protection for years, and you're either at the bottom of the building doing grounding, or you're pulling cable up the columns to
Yeah.
connect the grounding to the top perimeter, or you're on top of a high rise and you're putting a perimeter of lightning rods around the top of the building. So you're in every stage of construction. And what I noticed was downtown Toronto, we worked in a lot of pits where they would dig down 5 or 6 stories into the dirt downtown Toronto, which is very, very old, in order to make an underground parking garage. And in that underground parking garage, when it was just a big dirt hole, a pit, I would have to tromp down in there with my buddies and a bunch of wire and some ground rods. And we would spend the day pounding ground rods into the corners of the building and attach cables to them so that we had tails that we could pull up the building as the building was built. But in doing this, what I noticed was more often than not, when we were downtown Toronto in the pit, there was a lot of maybe 3 levels down, maybe 4 levels down out of a 5 or 6 level dig. There'd be a door in the side of the fucking wall that was like in the middle of nowhere. There'd be a door, and the guys would, when they found these things, they would laugh, and they would obviously have to make a door there, and they would build the scaffolding around it or whatever so that you had access. But I used tunnels downtown Toronto that were 3 or 4 levels below the street. And you could go into them. And I was the kind of guy, when I was working at these places, that if I saw a door, I was going to go check out the door, and I was going to try and go in the door and see how far I could get in the door and where it went. But there was a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And apparently all under the main part of downtown Toronto, there's all kinds of tunnels 3 and 4 levels down that connect all the buildings. And it's really not even a stretch of the imagination.
It creeped me out. Let me tell you, some of those places really creep me out because I'm a sensitive person. I'm a clairvoyant. I've always been sensitive to energies. They creeped me out, like something horrible happened there.
Yeah, probably.
I felt like when I would go through there, I always felt like I was being watched. I was a male girl for one of them, and a couple or 3 levels down, and the lower you got, the lower the level, the creepier it got. Until like I couldn't do that job anymore. It was just too creepy. Okay. It was like the feeling of it. And I know another guy lives here too. It turns out he worked there too. It's the same thing. He was too sensitive. He actually could not tolerate working underground in those tunnels because the oppressive, weird feeling you would get from being there, like something horrific happened down there. Now, we don't know what they went through exactly, but we know that it wasn't good, whatever it was. So, and then over in the building where I worked, it was Polsky's. They had a lower level where they had these huge machines that were supposedly boilers or something. They were so huge. It was like, and the ceilings were so high. It's like, why are the ceilings this high? Why are the machines that big? It didn't make any sense. It never made any sense, but it was creepy as hell walking through there. And I always felt like I was in some kind of alien territory, right? I still have nightmares about these
Yeah,
places.
yeah,
So whatever was going on down there was not good. I mean, something terrible happened to cause this. And then
quite
there was
possibly.
later,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
something really bad happened.
I always look at the old, like in doing the lightning protection gig too. I was in a lot of the old water pumping stations and waste management plants and things
Mhm.
like that too.
Yeah.
And in some of them, um, some of these places, like there's a red brick tower. If you're driving into Toronto from the southwest, and you're driving up Lake Ontario into Toronto, on your left-hand side, just before you reach the big hospital at the beachfront right downtown Toronto, St. Joseph's Hospital or whatever it is, the first big hospital on your left as you pull into downtown, there's like a medieval red brick tower just to the left before you get to that hospital. And
Mhm.
it looks like a medieval tower, like a red brick medieval tower. And I worked in it for months because it's a water pumping station. They're pumping water from the lake into all the rest of the infrastructure of Ontario. But I went inside it, and it goes many, many levels down into the. It's like a tower that goes down into the earth, and there are huge pumps, these giant pumps inside this place that are.
Wow.
I've
Yeah.
never seen anything like these pumps. Were huge,
You're probably wondering how the
huge
hell
pumps.
they built them, right? How in the hell
I'm
did they
looking at
ever
these pumps. My partner and I are
Testing.
looking at these pumps, and we're going, was this place built by giants? Because it is. These are freaking
Exactly.
huge. These things are
That's what I
so
thought
big,
too.
and it would be really
Exactly.
easy for some giants to build this little brick castle and put some pumps underneath it. But for humans, it would be a major endeavor. Like it would be.
Yeah.
This is a huge project. Like to build this underground in Toronto, right at the shore of Lake Ontario, right there on the waterfront. Like,
That's exactly what I said when I was a young, and I looked at that and I said, "Oh hell no, we didn't build that.
like
We did not
who
build
built
that.
that? Yeah, I don't know who built that, man. But I don't know if
There's
there's any
no way
construction
we
photos.
built
But
that."
it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild stuff,
What
and
could
it's
we
everywhere.
built at that size? Why would we ever? How could we have built it that size? There's no
I
way
don't
we
know.
built it that size. No way. There's
Yeah,
no
yeah,
way we built that high as ceilings. Why would we? Why? What would be
right.
the point
There's
of having ceilings that high?
giant doorways, 20 feet tall doorways, and yeah,
Right.
we don't
It
need
would
we
be
don't
this
need
point.
that.
The ceiling
There's no
thing, I
point.
wonder about what about the stovetop hats, like the stovepipe hats? If it had something to do with
Well,
like
that
how,
would cover up the fact that maybe you had an enlarged cranium.
yeah,
Could
yeah, they
be
might have
I
been
mean,
the
some of these people
cone heads,
had,
open skulls. Yeah,
conehead
yeah,
conehead.
guys.
that's
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
I was going to show you, um, Dragon Sage, the bottom of it. That's just hooked. All I did was hook that. That's just a loose
Okay,
wire
cool.
down there.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't have to be attached. Back to
Okay.
the negative.
Mm.
God, I could probably crank out 20 of those in a night, and we'll sell
Oh
them.
yeah, yeah,
Hello, Max.
yeah. Or
Hello,
Yeah.
Max. How you doing, baby? Would you like some cat treats, Max? See,
he
he
just
always
had
does
some. He was asking for them when I went to get my drink, so I got
that.
Mrs. Max to go and give him some.
Hello, Max,
Yes,
baby.
you are the prettiest. There, get your
Yes, here's a
FaceTime in there.
happy boy. He
Yeah, the
says,
big hats, right, Daphnex?
yeah. Well, it's true. I mean, it would be. Remember, there were people who bind. There's still people who bind their heads to look like the cone heads,
Yeah.
to look like royalty. Basically, it was royalty that had these enlarged craniums. After all,
Well, it could also be
and
to have the resonance chamber above your head.
it could be.
That could have something to
As a
do with
matter of fact, it could be
communication.
both.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
I
look
usually
at
I usually wear a toque. Does that count as a cone head if I wear a toque?
No, there's got to be an area
no,
between your head and the top of the hat, right? So
the taller your hat was, though,
maybe
that
if you
was
put maybe you
nice.
put a couple tennis balls in there or something.
Yeah, and you know what? You could really freak. I have worn. It's the taller your hat, the more important you were.
That's
That
true.
was
Yeah,
Right? Yeah, yeah.
and he who has the biggest hat
the
wins,
bigger
right?
your hat,
Right.
you know, who has the
That's
biggest
why the
one,
Pope. That's why the Pope wears
Yeah,
the big giant mitered
that's
fish hat.
right. Who's
Yeah,
got the biggest hat?
right?
He wins.
yeah, yeah.
Right. That's
I made
right.
one year for Halloween. I made a mitered Pope hat for my dad, and he dressed up in robes with a big cross and a staff, and he was the Pope
Right
for
on.
Halloween. It was hilarious. It was the most funny
That is
Halloween
pretty
costume ever.
scary.
He won all kinds of Halloween costume contests that year, and dressed up as the Pope, and he was getting people to kiss his ring and stuff. It was so funny. It was the funniest thing ever. This has got to be 30 years ago, but
Well,
God,
That's
it
cool.
popes
was
are
funny.
pretty scary. I mean, they okayed a different torture device every new pope that came in for almost 600 years.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they had the best collection of torture devices in the universe, I think, at one point. Um,
Absolutely. Every torture device
Yeah,
was made in honor of a
yeah.
pope. So they were scary people. Of course they were.
It makes me like Guar even more when I think about the Pope and think about the Catholic Church. And I just want to listen to Guar and
Jaguar, yeah.
well, they at one time they had the biggest standing navy on the planet, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they
Mhm.
wrote a papal edict in the 1300s that on kid skin apparently, whatever that
Maybe
means
real kid skin. Maybe real
in
kid
blood.
skin in
Kid
blood.
skin written on kid skin in blood that declared that the Pope was the I think how it was worded was that the Pope was like the rightful owner of the entire realm, like the whole
Oh
world
yeah, the
was
papal bulls. Yeah, they
yeah,
called
Oh,
the
those
yeah.
the
papal bull,
papal
and then
bulls.
they just like
The
sealed
paper
that up and
bulls
put
that
it
come
away
in blood.
somewhere.
Yeah,
And
claim
because they wrote
sovereignty.
it,
Paper
because
bulls.
they wrote it on a piece of paper, or a kid skin, because they wrote that down and put it away, rolled it up somewhere, it was now the law, and that's now the rule. So like,
That's what they say.
right? So
Yeah,
if
they
I
have.
just write down what my rules are on a piece of paper somewhere and roll it up and file
Yeah,
it in my
do
bookshelf, does
it
that
on a
mean that
goat. It's supposed to be a
that's
goat
now
skin, but
that's now the
you can
rule
use your
or what?
imagination. But it's supposed to be on a goat skin.
What
Well,
if I
Yeah,
made my
baby
own
goat is a
paper?
kid.
I'm using,
I made some handmade paper out of stuff that I found in the ravine and
Yeah,
um, made ink out of I don't know whatever and
yeah, right,
tree
whatever.
sap and then yeah
Yeah,
made some tree sap ink and some paper that I made out of stuff I found in the ravine and
yeah,
I wrote down my rules for life in this world that I own
yep.
and just
I own
rolled that up
everything,
and
and nobody else can
put it in
own
my bookshelf.
anything except me. Any
Yeah,
previous claims on anything is illegitimate because my claim is the only one that will stand in
that's
perpetuity.
right. Because I am the true and valid
Even though
Pope.
they say they are in perpetuity, they are not. Only mine is, you know.
I'm
So
the only true and valid Pope, by the
yeah,
way.
exactly. I hail to the Pope. Cheers.
Authentic, true and authentic Pope for all time. Double stamp, no
That's
erases,
the theory there, Tommy.
right?
Sacrifice skin of a baby boy. Yeah. And the Pope's red shoes and all that conspiracy. Oh my God.
Mhm.
That's so disgusting.
I don't even think it's really conspiracy at this point. I think that's probably history. That's probably the way
Probably.
it really
We
is.
should
Yeah.
really find out. We should do some DNA testing on those.
Can you imagine if the Vatican had like a garage sale or if you
Oh,
could get a library card for the Vatican? So imagine if you could get like a Vatican secret library
yeah,
card.
old book sale by the
Right?
Vatican, right?
You don't want those guys coming after you for your overdue books, though, right? They're like, oh, I better make sure I pay my fine and bring the books back.
Yeah. We tried to remote view the Vatican Library. Didn't get too much information out of it. It's probably protected from remote viewers. So,
probably.
By demons. Yeah, for sure.
yeah, they can set up magnetic resonance systems that'll block remote viewers. They know how to block remote viewing and how to amplify it.
So that's kind of what I was talking about the bubble system for a house, right? You could probably do that with off-the-shelf software, where you set up a perimeter where you could block other entities from remote viewing within your sphere, and then you have a zone basically of privacy. And I think Frank Herbert talked about this in the Dune books. He called them no spheres. A no sphere or a no ship was a place where you basically created a zone of electromagnetic cancellation where the other entities or whoever it was, the Emperor or the Harkonnens, couldn't listen in on your conversations and your whatever you were doing, and it basically made you invisible to them, so they couldn't see you.
Set up a Faraday area, like a area covered with metal, like a room with metal. Although they have worked on already the technology to get through that. So
That's why you have to be wearing
a double system like that would really
wearing
help.
your copper wire armor system. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think a multi-layered system is what you need, because there's still ambient radiation. You know, from all the devices that they have out, radar, radio, all that. And they can use various different systems to log into the body. Like, it's not just one system. So you like they can do it with RF. They can do it with EMF. They can do it with infrared, light, pulse radar, of course. Yeah, they have so many systems to get in. It's ridiculous.
Have you ever heard of a thing?
ELFs
Have you ever heard of a thing called Van Eck freaking?
No.
So this is an older system. It was written about in a popular book by an author named Neil Stevenson back in the late 80s, early 90s, I think. But Van Eck freaking, what it is it was a guy named Van Eck who was a computer scientist back in probably the 50s or something like that. But he developed a method by which he could use electricity and the reverse electromagnetic signature of electricity to, now this is getting spooky, and this is old school technology. When you think about freaking, this is like early 80s phone technology where guys were making 3 long distance phone calls. So Van Eck freaking was where they could basically use the reverse radio frequency energy, ambient radio frequency energy in a room that you were in, and they could see it through the electrical sockets and any data devices that were in the room, including the plumbing and the toiletry, because it's all water and it all carries electromagnetic charge, or it can all be utilized in an electrical circuit. And basically what they would do is they would it's like peering into the reverse electromagnetic image of the way that the room looks. And they can see what's going on in the room. They can see where everybody is, and they can hear everything. And they can also do things like decrypting the keystrokes on a computer.
Yep.
If you're typing on a computer, they even know
what gases are in the room.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's an old concept. This is not a new concept. And
no, they're advancing.
It was called Van Eck freaking. It was called Van Eck freaking back in the day.
Cool. I like the name.
Yeah, no, it's from a Neil Stevenson book called Cryptonomicon, which is all about lost Nazi gold that they were trying to recover after World War II. And it was like the battle between these different telecom companies that were using different encryption to try and keep their information private from each other and figure out the coordinates of where this train full of Nazi gold had been hidden away in a mountain, basically. And
if you can figure out background interference from these radar systems, you can map out almost anything with even a small particle. Now is what they're saying is they can take a nanoparticle and have that respond as a sensor. And they use, like, I think it's called keyhole technology, where they can basically radiate out and a signal from that one particle and sense everything, like you're saying, like keystrokes, what's being said, how much light is in the room, what gases are there, what your blood pressure, heart rate, ECOG is.
I think it has something to do with quantum entanglement and the fact that you can have two different, I don't know what the particle term is, quarks or whatever, that both they're quantum entangled. So at a distance, it's like our remote viewing stuff, right? It's like we're not actually there, but you can connect to something that is there, and it has all the information in it. And
keyhole technology is like sending out a bunch of radar spikes in a whole bunch of different directions from a particle, so it starts mapping.
Right.
Once it's mapped, then it can, which doesn't take a long couple seconds.
It brings back everything with it. Yeah. It brings back everything.
And then once it's mapped, it maps out what's moving, what's not, what gases are moving around, oxygen molecules, how they're moving. And all that's done through algorithms and computations of background feedback from the radar signals.
This is super.
And they're figuring that out. They're figuring that out with the computations from Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So Bitcoin is decoding the human activity and human brain.
Wild. And that's how guys like Cliff High, right? Guys like Cliff High, back in the early 2000s, he decided, I'm just going to collect all the data off the internet and start looking at the words and give emotional response values to all these words. And start to sort of decode the environment that we're in through the language and through the expression of language in this internet sphere, and look at it and start making predictions based on the tension and release in the language. And he's been pretty accurate so far. He's had a bunch of hits where he told exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
We didn't have an alien invasion on the 4th, though, and I was very, very.
Didn't we? I thought we did.
As well, D.
I thought we did have one, though. I thought we did, because now we have these things all over New Jersey every night, and nobody can explain.
Okay.
Nobody can explain what these ships are that are in our skies every night. These drones that stay up all night and then they disappear in the morning.
With other ships now too.
There was footage today of them descending into the water, into the Atlantic Ocean after the night was over.
Wow.
Yeah. Just last night.
More of that. It's not going to be an invasion. They've already invaded.
Yeah.
Well, it might be the military-industrial complex at this point. It might be the mix.
It could be
Black Ops projects.
Could be the Nazis emerging.
Yeah. Could be. But what Cliff is saying is that these guys are like, these powerful beings are just, they're showing themselves, they're making themselves known, which is an old tactic where warring factions would be on the battlefield, and then all of a sudden a third warrior band would show up and just sort of stand on a ridge far away and just be a menacing presence, and both sides would realize, hey, wait a minute, we're not the only ones here in this battle. Maybe we better think about this, and maybe we better draw some better alliances before we continue.
We're not the biggest dog in the neighborhood, right?
Right. And so that's where Mr. Mission Control and I were earlier tonight. We were hanging out with a buddy of ours that was, he was sending out a message he was saying to the Cool Space Brothers, like, that are trying to get through to us right now. He's like, we're listening, we're here, and we're trying to like listen to what you guys have to say. But we have a lot of interference. We got a lot of interference down here. There's a lot of, the signal to noise ratio is terrible. We're full of noise down here, and they haven't let us have a clear signal in a long time. So We're ready for it though, man. It's about time. We've had enough of this.
Yeah, we've talked to them. We've asked them for help. You know, if they decide to blow up the planet, if you could help with that kind of shit, that would be really good. You know,
They
but you
have,
know, the rest of
actually.
it we can sort out ourselves. You know, just give us the
Actually, they
opportunity not to blow ourselves up because we're
That was what
dumbasses.
Clint Doran was saying tonight. He was saying most of us don't want to nuke ourselves and die. Like we don't want that. That's not the future that we choose for ourselves.
Yeah, we don't even want
Um,
war. Like really, you know,
no,
it's these
no.
psychopaths that have been ruling over us for thousands of years that seem to keep in power because they find enough useful idiots. We really have to, you know, get to what we call the useful idiots, those people that get duped and
That's
you
why
know,
I
do the
object to
bidding.
people going, we did this and we did that. And it's like, no, we didn't. We really
Yeah,
didn't.
you're right.
Really.
You're right. We didn't need any of it. And what do they call them? The Elohim worship cult. So this group of people that have been running us down here for hundreds or thousands of years they're interfacing with some other beings that do not have our best interest in mind.
Yeah.
And it might be sad for us to realize that those are the beings that we've made into our gods, or that we've made into our pantheon of
Yeah.
What we
People
think
say
of as
amen, right? People
the
say amen
eternal
all the time.
champions.
War,
Yeah.
we've got the Chrome problem, right?
And amen was the meanest son of a bitch you could ever imagine. He was Enki, and they had to send him to South America because he was just rotten, and that's where he did all his blood sacrifice and all that kind of shit.
Apparently they were pretty fucking badass. Like they were like a bunch of gnarly, blood drinking, drunk fucking bikers
Yeah.
that were just like trying to create havoc, and they just reveled in being lascivious and like drink from the skulls of your dead enemies. Like they were just brutal.
Yeah.
And so that behavior though, that a lot of the way that humans are now, we've learned that behavior from them. That's learned behavior. We learn from them that if you want to get ahead in this place, if you want to be the top dog, this is the way you behave. So that's behavioral, and that's curable. We can fix that.
War, right? The angels,
right? Because that's not our nature. That's not our true nature. Our true nature is something else. But we've been taught all these bad behaviors.
And chips and watch TV. And,
well, I like to drink and fucking play as much as the next guy, but you know.
Yeah.
I think what we'd rather do is have fun rather than all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, some kind of fun. I don't think we want. People are too lazy. We're basically lazy creatures. We want to take the easy. We don't want to get rotten.
Well, not really.
Listen, you don't want to give up on us, though. Don't give up on humans, though, because we've been made lazy.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people.
It is really artificial.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have given up on humanity because they go, "Oh, everyone's greedy. Everyone's lazy." It's like the 7 deadly sins. Like you've got all these 7 deadly sins on top of us, but the original sin was put on us in the first place, and it's a hard lesson to learn that maybe we were duped right from the start, and that the whole thing is that we were taught to behave and think a certain way, and you can break that. You can break that programming, and you don't have to believe that. You don't have to think that way. A lot of people think that the world is overpopulated and that there's not enough for everyone, but I think it's bullshit. I think it's total bullshit. I think there's more than enough for everyone. Forever.
Scarcity. And that's what that is.
Yeah, the scarcity in the state of emergency here, but
that's bullshit.
It's bullshit. And
said herself when I talked to her, she says, I have actually supported 3 times as many people as are on the face of the earth.
Oh, easily.
Have you ever looked at the Carlos Castaneda books, like The Way of the Sorcerer and things like that?
Yeah,
There's some really good lessons in the Carlos Castaneda books about these energetic beings that are feeding off of us, and the way to stop them from feeding on you is to basically power up your auric egg, and you power up your auric egg, and you create like a shell around yourself. You become like, you put on your shield and your armor, and
Yeah.
it basically makes you distasteful to them. They don't want that once you
Yep.
realize your power and you
Joy
light yourself
joy
up.
is very distasteful to them.
This is why
They do not want you anymore. You're not their tasty treat
Like,
anymore
even
because you're
electronically,
joyful.
like for electronic attack, if you like, they have lots of feedback systems and they like to keep current and up to date, right?
Yeah.
So what they do is they feed back emotional states, usually negative. But if for a long period all you give them is positive feedback, eventually they have to start searching in the back records, and they'll try old thoughts or old pains. I found they had to
Right.
go back to old pains that I had, make me re-experience
Yeah.
those. Because after you do all your shadow work, if you're keeping up on that, because the mind is they keep at you.
It's elastic. Yes, it
But
is.
if you
Yeah.
keep up to your shadow work and don't let those thoughts get in, they eventually go back to like childhood traumas and injuries, physical injuries. Like it's
And then they
amazing.
start to run out of things, don't they? After a
Yeah,
while.
they do. Yep.
Wild.
Mhm.
It's wild.
So keep your
It's true.
thoughts positive, and it really.
You know what's funny is one of my first memories in this realm when I was a little kid is a dream that I had. It was a super weird dream. In my town here, there's a hill that goes up to a big park, and there's trees lining all the way up the hill. And in my dream, I was walking up the hill towards the park, and a great hole opened up in front of me that was like a chasm, and it was going to suck me down into the sidewalk. And I effortlessly just floated above it, and I could fly, and I floated above the hole, and it couldn't suck me in. And when they realized that the hole wasn't scaring me and couldn't suck me in, they put what to my little kid brain looked like a knight in shining armor in front of me, and it was like a dark knight that was coming for me. After the hole was this dark night thing, and I'm walking, or I'm flying now up the hill past all these trees going up to the park, and um, as the night got closer to me, I realized that if I just allowed myself to relax and let myself go, I would float above that night so that he couldn't hurt me or touch me. And I just allowed myself to kind of float up and out of his range, and he couldn't hurt me and touch me. And um, that's kind of the dream in a nutshell. But it sometimes used to repeat, and I had this dream time after time after time after time, like when I was a little kid. And I used to think of it as like snakes and ladders, but it was like holes and nights. And but all I had to do was relax and trust, and I would float above it and not be sucked into the hole or destroyed by the night. And um, yeah,
Almost
I don't
like
know.
a
That's like,
video game.
it's one of my oldest memories, and it's kind of, I think it's like my basic programming in this realm. That was, they were trying to like put some kind of fear into me for something, and I
Yeah.
just remember that I was like, no, my higher self doesn't have to deal with any of this shit. I'm just gonna let myself
Mhm.
rise above it and not even deal with it. Like, and none
Yeah.
of it can hurt me. None of it can ever touch me. And I just always remembered that my whole life. And people were always like, couldn't understand. They were like, how can you keep being so positive and, you know, keep going in the face of adversity and whatever struggles you have in your life and everything else? And it's like, and I just think to myself, it's not, this is just like,
Mm.
it might be a simulation. I don't know. It might be a game. It might be, we might have been put here to learn something.
I'm
And
pretty sure it is, actually. I mean, I got a lot of evidence to point to that. So I think it probably is. I mean, I'm almost certain that it is because okay, here we got this repeating hero's quest, okay? But you will never reach your potential unless you go on the hero's quest. But if you're happy and you're what shall I say? If you're happy and comfortable, you're complacent. You never go on the hero's quest. So you never see your potential. So I can see where we would build something into a game that would force you to go on the hero's quest, right?
Yeah.
So that you can find your potential. But that would be what we would call evil. But what
Yeah.
if it kind of got out of control? Yeah, out of
Yeah.
hand, because tulpas can get out of hand, you know. I
Yeah.
mean, we all also know that. I mean, thought forms can develop their own personality, and
Yeah.
that's been seen
Gregory.
quite a bit.
That's funny.
Yeah,
Morgan and I were just talking about the belief in thought forms earlier this evening in the chat, and it's true.
yeah.
It's thought forms are very powerful.
Yeah.
So,
The
did
thought
we
form of Jesus.
create these
Yeah.
things? Did we actually create them?
Hmm.
Is that why they don't have souls? Really?
As an
Maybe.
egregor, as an
Yeah.
egregor that we've created out of our own belief in it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I wanted to
Everybody.
take a look at this, Dragon Sage. The wristbands they're wearing. They say they're wristwatches, but you wouldn't wear two wristwatches, and they have two.
So I've heard
And they
people
look-
say
they
that
look-
they were.
They look
Yeah,
very
I've heard
much
people
like
say that they were
galvanic.
like a time compass, like it's like a compass and a timepiece at the same time.
Well, they really look a lot like a galvanic battery.
Could be that too. Yeah.
That is with two dissimilar metals, and the sweat of your skin creates a current between the metals.
Right.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm
And
wondering.
the polarity of your arms too, right? Your right arm being your male side, your left arm being your female side. So
Yeah.
maybe there's some kind of hemisync thing going on there too, where you're
Yeah.
applying different energies to the left and right side of your body.
I know,
And
can you-
these guys are psychonauts. Like these guys are powerful sorcerers that were
Mhm.
some say that they found the technology that they were using, but
Look at
anyway,
their
they had some
earrings. They wear
technology.
the same earrings, the same wristbands,
Yeah.
the same beards that we kind of. I didn't
Mhm.
decipher on these. The beards could be entirely fake. They could be
Could
just
be.
something they
Chainmail.
wear. Yeah,
Yeah.
They are
something with
also-
a metal beading, or who knows?
Yeah.
Could be even like a circuit board that
Mhm.
works through biometrics.
Hmm.
Could be like
Isn't
a QR
Seen
code. Like
crochet versions of those.
we think we've just learned about logging into the human body, but what if these type of things were some type of a technology that were connected to their DNA and their aura field and other people's
Right.
aura fields? I don't know.
Mhm.
And they were smart enough to figure out the game early on, and then they used other people that weren't so smart in order to propel their characters into
Yeah.
whatever realm they want
They-
to. And
Or with this technology, they were able to keep themselves outside of the control system, the dumbing,
right,
maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
make themselves like a root character, like in the world of Unix and Linux, you call someone that has God powers root, because you have
Mhm.
access to all the files on the system. So
Yeah.
maybe that was their little escape mechanism, so that they could have root access to the whole system. And
Mhm.
we're just little players down here inside the system, where they have the root powers of the ultimate, basically, like it's like God power. It's like the power of
Yeah.
God. Basically.
Mm-hmm.
Jokingly, that's what IT guys.
Pointing little pine cones at us and stuff.
Yep, that's what the IT guys call it. They call it God powers.
Yeah. Yeah. I've often wondered, because what is a god? What makes them gods? Power.
We're little gods, so not
Mhm.
big gods. They give themselves a hierarchy, right?
But if you're a god that doesn't know you're a god, you
Yeah.
might get pushed around because you don't know you got god powers.
Well, they're still
That's the story of
physical
the
beings,
dragon.
right? These gods are physical beings, so they're not the creator.
Or
There
or if
is
you're a
also
god that
the-
doesn't have any tools, right? You in order to be a
Right.
true god, you need the tools of the gods, because the gods all had
Yeah.
tools.
Yeah.
This guy's got a mace. He's got a mace, and he's got a staff, and they've got wristwatches, and they've got these headgear and everything else.
Worldly might.
So these are
You
these are
needed
the
a whole
tools
kit.
of the gods.
Yeah.
You needed a lot of kit to be a
You
god,
need to
and you had
put
to
on-
have your handbag, right?
Oh my
That's right. You
gosh.
gotta have your handbag with your pine cone and everything in it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need to
and
put
you
on
gotta
your
have
whole
access to the tree.
Yeah.
more than one meaning. Yeah. You need to put on the whole armor of God or gods, the gods.
Right.
You need
Yeah.
to have all of the accoutrement. They were saying that. That was in the Bible.
Yeah.
Put on the whole armor of God. You don't
And
have the
then
whole
what?
armor
Maybe
of God.
Yeah. They hid the
And
armor
then-
of God from us. You know.
and
Yeah.
then maybe they created the fasces, and they gave the fasces to certain people down here, and said, "Okay, you guys are like power characters. You have the fasces,
Yeah. Your power
and
powers. You can
you
wipe
know,
out
you guys
the
have
town.
you guys have control over the little people down here, and we're going to go off and do our own thing over here because we have this other corner of the game where nobody else even knows about that we can go and play in. So
Yeah.
we're going to go do stuff over here.
You're
and
doing the
make
whole
other-
luge energy type thing.
Yeah, we're going to go make magical items in our own corner
Interstellar,
over
right?
here.
You have to
Yeah.
scale up, right? So they were working on a personal planetary level with the pine cone and that, and then they scaled up with the Saturn and Moon matrix, maybe.
Right. And maybe they're just using that as a stepping stone to something else. Maybe they're
Yeah.
they're building some kind of galactic interstellar ship somewhere in a parallel universe, and they're using this as a distraction so that they can harvest loot from us to keep working while they build this other ship that they're going to use to go interstellar to other dimensions and go conquer the rest of the universes. Who knows?
Well, that's very interesting. And did you ever see a program called Lex?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know Lex.
That was a great show.
Very dark. Very, very dark. But I think that
Yeah.
there was a lot of truth in it. I think that's the kind of world we would be heading for if we allowed it to happen.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
Lex was a planet-sized creature, you know.
Not even really a matter of
Live
letting
on
it
Lex.
happen, though. Really, when we've been paying a lot of attention lately to Robert Anton Wilson and the Illuminatus trilogy books, and Robert Anton Wilson's theory was that reality was whatever you can get away with.
Mm.
So if you were these god beings, and you had certain powers at a certain point in history, and you were getting away with it, and there was nobody challenging you, nobody stopping you, you could, and you wrote religions and you did all this stuff to make history happen, and the world was just kind of ticking away the way you set it up, like this little theater unfolding in front of all the Lush farm that you were, sucking all the energy out of. There's the potential for where you could take that is endless. Like you could take
It's
that.
galactic power, right? They've gone from the personal power to the solar power to the solar system power. And the next step would be the galactic power, and it would be to use that power to vanquish your enemies and make your life better, right?
Go get all the creation stones in your glove there, like what's his name in the Avengers movies there? The bad guy in the Avengers movie that's trying to put all the creation stones into the big glove that he has. Oh God, I'm terrible with the names of those guys. Anyway, yeah, like ultimate power.
It's ultimate power. You want control over everything, right? Like now we've got our government working on biodigital convergence. Probably just a download from these stupid motherfuckers here. That they're going to put in control systems over us, where they're going to take over your mind, your body, and everything. Well, that's just more control on a physical level. Which. They can harvest that energy as well,
They can try.
They're going to try.
They can try.
Well, the Saturn Moon Matrix seemed to work pretty well. At least
there's a few of us that won't be going along with the program, though. I don't know.
Yeah,
I got a couple tricks up my sleeve here still.
Well, if we
But,
keep saying no, yeah, if you have technological knowledge, there are things that can be done. You know, I'm not suggesting that people do things like this, but if they were to lose all of their data in their deep bunkers, that would take them 50 years to recover.
or if they went down into the bunkers and they never came out of the bunkers.
Yeah, you could.
That would,
They could be just
Why
completely electronically locked into their bunkers.
that would be hard to come out of.
There's all kinds of things that can happen with heating systems and cooling systems.
Well,
that
then
can
we'd have to call the
really
bunkers
be very
tombs.
dangerous.
Then we would call them tombs because that's where they went and they died.
Yeah.
Sorry about your luck. You guys thought you were smarter than all the rest of us, but
yeah.
you ended up in your tomb.
Well, guess
That's
what?
okay. Elon Musk is here to save us. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's the good guy. He did actually
he's a
warn
good guy.
against he did warn against AI. I'll
Did?
give him that. Yeah, he did. He said it's not a good idea that we keep advancing with artificial intelligence at the rate
He
we are.
basically said that it was a demon. He said it was a demon that would be unleashed on
Yeah.
the world. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's right.
He's right. Yeah.
Wouldn't stop. And what if that was part of it? He knew we wouldn't stop.
Well, he probably read the Sumerian tales. They had AI back in the days of the gods, but what they did was they limited it to a medical assistant. That was it. That was all it could do was medical stuff. It couldn't. It couldn't even leave its abode. Like it was stuck in place.
That's not a bad idea.
Like the doctor in that one, what was it, Deep Space Nine or something? There was this doctor character.
Yeah, that couldn't
right?
go past his room. Yeah.
Bounds, yes.
Yeah, that's what they did with it. Yeah, it could only exist in a small area. It couldn't go out because they understood the danger of AI breaking out of a system.
Yep. So that's been depicted. Now somebody knows all this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, people know all
They
this.
know the danger of it for sure.
And that's why we're seeing it.
You know.
They think we're never going to figure it out, though.
Yeah, but we've got a bunch of mad, insane people in control at the moment, and they think that they can control it because they're so freaking smart, and they're not. Like, I'm sorry, but you're going to program something that can think 1,000,000 times faster than you.
I think it's funny. Yeah, I think it's funny. People that think they know better, they're like, we're smart. We know we can do this, and this isn't going to hurt us. It's like the scientists.
Do you have the sum of all human intelligence in you? Because
Right.
the AI does.
Do you remember the story about the what was the problem they had in Australia? They had a problem with snakes, so they brought mongooses into Australia to get rid of the snakes. Do you remember this story?
No, I didn't hear that. Yeah.
So this happened like I think like in the 50s or 60s or something like that, where they had a lot of snakes in Australia. So they brought mongooses into Australia to get rid of the snakes because a mongoose is a natural predator of a snake. So they let the mongooses go, and the mongooses started eating the snakes and thrived because there was no natural predators for mongooses in Australia.
Yeah.
And 20 years later, they had one of the biggest mongoose problems on the planet, and they didn't know what to do about the mongoose problem because the mongooses had just eaten all the snakes and
then they move on to other things, right?
Something
and
else,
so this has happened to humans again and again and again, and you would think that they would learn from it that you can't meddle with nature and think that you're just going to be able to get away with it.
Right. Back in the 1800s, they were sparrows here. Sparrows aren't native to North America. They're everywhere now. Same with
every
starlings.
time we've fucked around with nature, It has burned
fuck
us
it
up
up.
the ass.
We
But we
fuck it
keep
up.
doing it. And we keep doing it. And
Oh
keep
no, we'll
doing
get
it.
it right this time. We'll be right,
Right?
this time.
Oh
'cause
no,
we're
we have the
so much
science.
smarter.
We
We're
have the
so much
science
smarter
behind us
than
this
those
time.
people.
We know better now. Oh my
Yeah.
god, what a joke.
We've
What a
got a new
frickin'
computer
joke.
model. It's the right one.
Right?
And
It's just a
government is
joke.
very good at controlling things. So, we should put them in control of your body, mind, and everything. Come
What
on.
a total joke. No way. Not in a million years. Not in a trillion years.
You know,
It's ridiculous.
it
They're
is
so
the
ridiculous.
stupidest thinking ever.
And-
Jeez,
And people wonder,
we fuck everything
wonder-
up. Look at our economy. Look at your life. Your life's gotten way worse. Put us in control of everything.
and my family members are still wondering why I didn't take the COVID shot. They're like, we don't understand why you didn't take the shot. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like,
Please
at this
avoid
point,
that subject here. Please avoid that subject here. Please avoid
Oh,
that.
sorry.
subject.
Okay, sorry. But it's hilarious to me, the things that people just don't get at all, like in any way. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, like meddling with nature. When you're meddling with nature, the outcome is usually not a positive one. And yeah, sorry, I didn't even think about that. But it's a no-brainer. Like, it's, if you know the pattern and you've seen this before.
Oh yeah.
Then
Like right now, they're everybody is on board that we're smart now. We're not going to do CBDCs. Aren't we smart? I'm going to get Bitcoin because that's smart.
It reminds me
I
of
know.
the people who go out and buy smart water, right?
Come on.
It's amazing.
Smart water. Yeah,
Did you see all the people that got conned on the Hawk 2A coins? The Hawk 2A girl, remember her? She was the internet sensation from last summer.
She made coins, did she? I didn't know that.
She made some crypto coins.
Oh
and
my
then what
God.
happened was, as soon as people put, like, it wasn't even that much money. It was like, I don't even know if it was $1 million or a few million or $50 million or whatever went into it. And her and the organizers of it pulled the rug so that they could all cash out and make their money. And they screwed a whole bunch of people. And now there's a big lawsuit and a court case because they conned a bunch of people out of their money.
No, they didn't.
So
no, they didn't. They did it perfectly legitimately. You were stupid enough to put your money into the Bitcoin. And
it's
then
hilarious.
they said, you know what? That's enough. I was talking about that 5 years ago, man. Like,
it just happened.
How that would be done
this week.
It's so
it just
sick. Like,
happened.
how can you not see that?
I
take $1,000. I put $1,000 into Bitcoin, and I make my own, right? And I make it worth. I put out 10,000 of them. They're all worth 5 cents right now. Oh no, and so put your money in when they're worth $100 a Bitcoin. I just go, whoop, thank you very much. Seems all perfectly legit to me.
Well, that's the way it's been going. That's the way, and a lot of people have been pointing this out too and saying, "Hey, look, this is what's happening to you. These people are fleecing you with the promise of easy money." And,
yeah. You know what's going to happen is, these huge Bitcoin, if they can fool people enough, or what would have happened, I don't know. Maybe it won't happen now. But what they would have done is they'd wait for Bitcoin to go up. These people that start them up and put all their money into it, right? And then when it goes up enough, you just start buying assets, gold, silver, property. That's what you do with it, and you've fleeced everybody. Cheers.
It's kind of smart, really. It's kind of smart. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Yeah, I mean, I guess my brain doesn't work that way, right? Not here to rip anybody off. But.
Yeah, mine doesn't either. But I had to think of how Bitcoin would be a possible thing, and that's what my brain came up with.
Well, that's how they're doing
I just take $1,000 and I could turn it into 10 million.
Yeah, that's the way it's going.
Yeah,
what's his name?
It's a Ponzi pyramid scheme. You could call
Sam Bankman-Fried there. Sam Bankman-Fried just went to prison for that. I heard that he was
Yeah,
I heard that he
but it is.
was
It's speculation, right? What you're
heard
doing
he was
is
P Diddy's
speculating.
cellmate for P Diddy was Sam Bankman-Fried. I heard that just rumor.
Well,
He's Diddy's bitch right now in prison. Yeah,
But
apparently,
you know,
allegedly.
legitimately, Bitcoin is speculating. You're speculating on other people being suckers and buying Bitcoin, which you know is perfectly legitimate under
Yep.
the law. You know,
well,
I don't know what case you
casinos
have.
that way too, you know? Isn't
You
that
know,
the way casinos work?
yeah, that's how it works, right? If you're an idiot and you buy shit and call it money, then you're an idiot. You buy shit and call it money. And if that shit is worth less when somebody else pulls their money out of the shit pile, then that's
Yeah.
your own damn
Yeah.
fault.
Then you're
You know?
left eating shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, buy food, seeds, gold, silver,
Yeah.
assets, buy a good knife, buy some good clothes that'll last you, you know? Don't buy
Yep.
cheap shit, you know?
Don't buy cheap shit.
Yeah, don't buy
Get
cheap
your own
shit.
food.
It's true, man.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you're
not-
totally right. I've been doing it for the last few years of buying like good quality work clothes. That's
Mm.
tough clothes.
Right.
I have
Yeah.
clothes for all seasons, boots for all seasons. You know, I have packs. I have water purification stuff. I have
I'm in the
lots
middle
of
of looking
axes,
for a winter coat.
knives.
I'm shopping
Yeah.
for a winter coat, a winter parka, but it's hard to find because I want a down one. It has to be a certain length. You know,
Yeah,
has to have the qualities I want.
for
I
sure.
have
It's
one
pretty cold
now.
up here.
My
Yeah.
coat is 20 years old and it's starting to fray on the pockets a little bit. So I
Right.
got to get a new
Yeah.
one.
I got a few decent winter coats. I got some really good outdoor work equipment. Like I got City of Hamilton winter coverall pants and stuff like that. Like really
Yeah.
good stuff that I found secondhand that was really good. Like exercise, like big beefy stuff. And
Yeah, I try to
You
stick
know,
to
I've been-
natural fibers too, which is tough. It's hard.
yeah, you know, I've been making bows and stuff like that too, right? So I'm pretty set up, but I've been making bows.
Oh, yeah.
I've been learning how to like make bows out of just a simple longbow out of the wood that
Yeah,
I have around here.
Yeah,
And,
there's some pretty decent woods for that around here.
Things like that, just simple things, like because
Mhm.
there's always been sort of a rhythm to the world, and if you match the rhythm of the world, you can always live here. You can always survive. You can always keep going. And it's like the old world that's still here. We can keep grooving on that, but
Mhm.
we have to keep adapting to other factors as well, and that's why we're doing the research that we're doing about the electronic warfare and EMFs and stuff like that. But at the same time, life is simple, right? Life is very simple. Like it's really comes down to what you can hold in your arms and what's right around you. And
Eat, sleep, live, and laugh, right?
yeah, and you know, the good people around you is what matters most. Like I have some really good people around me, and
Yeah.
people that I love, and that's what's important to me. And all this other stuff is just stories in the news, really. It's just all kind of entertainment stories in the news because none of it's really real. It doesn't really affect me in my immediate radius of my natural surroundings of my life. So I can't even tell you whether or not any of it's real or not. I don't know if any of it's actually even real.
Yeah,
It
it
might all
affects
just
me
be a,
physically.
it might all just be a story, you know.
For the electric stuff, it affects me physically and others, and I can pretty much prove that. But
Yeah, but I've been talking about that for 30 years now. I've been telling people that, you know, like since the 80s, telling people, do you realize that you live in electromagnetic soup? And at the time, it was things like the power lines overhead and all the electrical wires and everything. And you're basically living in a grid in the house that you live in and on the street that you're on and the electrical towers and even things like the plumbing, because the water and the plumbing carries electrical charge. So
everybody that I work with believes it, and understands it because they've experienced it. Because
True.
I've shown them
Yeah.
with their own ailments, with their own conditions, how it is affected by electricity and grounding.
Well, it's a
So,
big part of it, and if you don't understand it and you can't deal with it, then you're just
yeah,
going to get sick, and you're
yeah.
going to probably get sick and die.
Like I
But
stopped toothaches from like these kids at work. They get toothaches. We work close to power lines, so they get
yeah,
toothaches. And I showed them. I've shown them all. Here, put your thumb on this battery. Like they roll their eyes at me. They, give me, give me funny
try it.
looks. And
Yeah, try it,
got
kid.
them to try it.
Yeah.
Try it. They tried it. Within 5 seconds, the toothache was gone. Within a couple of hours, he had swollen glands. Those were gone. So yeah,
It's wild. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah.
I think
pain,
that's important.
pain is one of the best teachers. They say, right?
Yeah.
So, if you can show somebody that you can take them out of pain electrically, it's a pretty convincing class or show. Hi,
So
Chloe.
here's a funny story for you. That was back in probably in the late '80s, when I was starting to travel around a little bit, hitchhike around a little bit, and I had a pretty good collection of crystals, but I also had copper wire and all this stuff around home. And I would basically wrap quartz crystals in copper wire. But how I would wrap it is I would wrap a base out of the copper wire and then have the crystal suspended above the base and copper wire wrapped around the crystal coming up to a point like an antenna sticking out of the point of the crystal. And the whole thing would be like a little object that you would just like sit on your desk or sit on a table in front of you kind of thing. This is in the late '80s, and I was making these things like mad. I made tons of them, and I gave them to all kinds of people, and it said like, and they were like, "What is it? What is it? Like, why do I need this?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know really what it is, but I think it's like a crystal transmitter receiver kind of thing that's going to do something cool for you in the future." Like, and I gave them to tons of people, and my dad was laughing his ass off at me. He's like, "What the hell are you doing? Like, why are you making these things?" And I was like, "I don't even know why I'm making these, but I feel the need to make them, and I think they're powerful, and I think I should give you one." And it was so weird at the time, and it didn't really make a lot of sense at the time because we were in the early days of the electromagnetic soup. But to me, in my brain, it made sense to make this little nodule thing that would like redirect electromagnetic energy and basically take it in the base and swirl it up around the crystal and then shoot it out the tip and disperse it or whatever. But it made sense to me. And
yeah, you probably tried it and then thought the energy felt good off of it.
It did feel good off of it.
Yeah.
It did feel good. And I started making more of them and giving them out to other people. And then after that was like the blossoming of like the new age movement where everybody needed orgone accumulators and all these things to disperse energies. But I was years ahead of that with this other thing and then I turned my study into looking at frequency and notes and timbre and notes of music and how things resonated through other things. And I kind of just kept the same line of thought, but it kept shifting in different directions to the point where I was like building my own cymatic workstations in my house out of old amplifiers and a steel plate with some salt on it, like to make a cymatic workstation where I could pump a frequency through an amplifier and it would vibrate the plate full of salt to like see what the pattern would make if I cranked it up to different frequencies. And
everyone should go to Chloe for your crystals. She sells crystals.
do you know anybody that can get me shungite?
Chloe.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Chloe.
good.
Chloe's there in chat. She sells crystals.
Well,
She's got a
I
business
do
already.
sell crystals, but go to Chloe because she needs it.
Yeah. Go to Chloe.
I know Chloe. Hi,
Put your,
Chloe.
put your link in chat there for your
Good to
business.
see
there,
you.
Chloe.
Sorry, I'm not in chat right now, Chloe, but I'll come talk to you later. Be cool. Yeah, that's cool. I have a project that I want to do. So.
I hate to tell you, but I get mine from I get mine from the internet.
Okay.
But I have I have a lot of shungite. I have a shungite. You can get a
I have
shungite
a
pennant.
shungite ball. I have a
I
shungite.
usually go to the mine myself and like dig. I've dug a lot of amethyst in the mine before, but I want to deal directly with someone. I don't really want to go through Amazon or anything like that. I want to deal directly with someone. I want to know my resource. I want to know where my stuff's coming from.
Okay, that'd be the Queen of Quartz.
Yeah,
The
she
Queen of
actually
Quartz.
mines hers.
She actually mines her own stuff.
Yeah.
That and then
She hasn't been
that would
around
be-
much lately, though. I haven't seen her around much.
Yeah, that would be the Queen of Quartz. She would have whatever. But shungite only comes from one place, honey.
Where in
'Cause
Russia?
You're
Yeah.
welcome, Paula D. Hi, Paula D. I didn't say hi to you.
Was it a meteorite? G? Was that what it was?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I think so too.
So yeah, it was some kind of a no. It was lightning. No, it might have been lightning. Anyway, it's another type of glass. Of a kind of a glass where the
Yeah, I know it's like a
ground is
silica, but it's like black
superheated
silica.
and turned into almost a glass.
I thought that it was from an asteroid, and that it came here from somewhere else.
No,
But
I keep seeing electricity with that. I keep seeing electricity. I don't know. Maybe there's another reason I'm seeing electricity with that stone.
well, I know it's a good blocking and dispersing agent for electromagnetic frequencies. And I have a really good idea that I want to try, but I need a whole bunch of it to try with it.
A friend of mine experimented with shungite with EMF radiation. He found that what you need is a 1-inch thick layer of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so you have to wear like an armor, like it has to be used like lead. So it doesn't really absorb. Well, it does absorb, but so you'd have to use it more as a shielding instead of like an attracting. Like an antenna might attract more than shungite. I'm not sure.
So I've been working on this idea. Yeah, I was working on this idea for a long time, and then I found out about shungite, and it kind of changed the whole idea. But what I was trying to figure out was how to build a fabric that was an electromagnetic fabric that had the ability to be polarized, either north or south pole, polarized in a fabric. And basically you would have a very small logic controller that would control the voltage. Probably would be the thing that would change the polarity in the fabric. But basically what you do is you create a fabric that would react to the motions of the body. And what it would do is if you're walking somewhere and you accidentally like brushed against a table or stubbed your toe or accidentally slipped and fell down or something like that, what would happen is that the fabric would react to it would have some kind of situational awareness to know that this was a dangerous thing, and it would react in a polarity that would repel the damage being done to the body. So I called it the slip suit, which is basically like an electromagnetic sheath around the body that would push against anything, like an anti-gravity sheath. So, and it would have dynamic polarity. So as the body, depending on what was needed, it would apply the polarity to the section of the suit that was required to allow the body to remain inert from damage of gravity or objects or whatever. Like, and if someone had something like the suit on, you couldn't shoot them or stab them, or they couldn't fall down and break their leg. Like, it would, because the polarity in the suit would change to the point where it would stop the interaction between the
it'd be like a
object and the
metamaterial.
body.
You could stiffen it up like an armor or
Yeah,
something. Yeah.
yeah, but not even like an armor, but like an electromagnetic armor, like an electromagnetic
Yeah,
armor.
we
that
haven't
would
quite
repel.
gotten there. We haven't got. Well, we do. Apparently, they do have force fields, but I don't understand the technology at the moment.
So it will just push against anything, because what it does is it calculates what the polarity is, and it provides the reverse and opposite polarity to whatever is affecting the suit at that point. And
Everything in existence has a positive charge on the outside and a negative charge inside.
So you just have to somehow reverse that to like flip it over so that they becoming like two magnets that repel each other.
Yeah, you'd have to like supercharge the positive somehow and have it. Force shields are hard.
There has to be a way to do it. There has to be a really simple way to do it with a fabric where you can just like create a suit. If you could make a suit like that, that would be
magnetic fields would be the way to go. Heavy duty.
The whole world, everybody in the world would buy that suit, because that would be the suit that you would need to survive anything for the rest of your life. Like, nothing's going to hurt you. So then it's only up to you whether you hurt yourself or not. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's doable. I'm not allowed to look up metamaterials anymore. They won't let me. So.
Shungite is a rare black stone of 99% carbon, found in Shunga village in Karelia, Russia. Unique composition, contains fullerenes. Now, fullerenes are very interesting. If you notice, all the Masons are crazy about Fuller.
Wasn't Han Solo a Corellian? Wasn't he a Corellian? The Han Solo, or the Millennium Falcon was a Corellian spaceship.
That might be. Yes, I think it might be.
Yeah.
These spherical molecules made of 60 carbon atoms.
Right.
These molecules are hollow and sometimes called buckyballs. Buckminster Fuller. That's why they're fullerenes. All right, now we're talking fullerene, folks. This is heavy duty Masonic shit here.
Fullerene. Fullerene. Sorry, there's a Grateful Dead thing happening there for a second.
I have special limitations, Paula D, on YouTube and even the internet for some reason. I don't know why.
Shungite consists of nearly all the minerals on the periodic table. The origin is a mystery. Typically, materials made of carbon from some decayed organic substances like forest, but the stone is thought to be at least 2 billion years old and before organic life existed on the planet. A large meteorite, you were right, meteorite collided into the earth and deposited shungite into the ground is one of the theories. That's a theory. It's just a theory. Or they also think it could have been formed due to microorganisms in nearby water, which is not as exciting. Or it could be the composition of organic matter in sedimentary rocks somehow changed over time. But it's supposedly older than organic life. So, and the fact that fullerene is involved, and the fact that Buckminster Fuller's name is coming up in this, and you're thinking of using it the way that you're thinking of using it, this is amazing. I just love this. I just love this. Okay, dudes, I had to. Let me see if there's anything else that we need to know about this. Okay, fullerenes are found in shungite. They are a type of carbon nanostructure, okay? And they can destroy harmful pathogens. They work by damaging the cell walls of bacteria and viruses. Also, when they interact with microbes, microbes lose electrons, which you were just talking about, and die. it's unclear what this means for human disease. Um,
Yeah,
so
many
here we
metals have
go.
a negative effect on bacteria and microbes
Yeah.
and
So
fungi.
shungite has been used to purify water and has been used against bacteria and viruses. So carbon from shungite can also remove radioactive compounds from water. Whoa, here we go. Okay. Now we're really getting interesting here. Um, hmm. Let me see what the.
Now to remove
So
the radiation from water would probably require a process where you would introduce the powdered shungite into the water, allow it to agitate for a certain amount of time, and then use a floxing agent to draw it out to the bottom. So something like magnesium or something like that. Just saying.
okay, antioxidant properties. Researchers exposed mice to this horrific experiment where it caused oxidative stress and skin damage. And cutting to the chase, after 7 days, researchers applied shungite solution to the mice's damaged skin, which increased ROS production and increased the activity of antioxidant enzymes. And the results were very promising. Okay, it reduces inflammation, was found to reduce inflammation. It's including cytokines or proteins involved in inflammation. And that is what the C word, you know, that
Oh,
we
you
had a
can say
couple of
that
years
here.
back, that
Cancer.
word of which we cannot say,
Oh yeah, no.
that word we cannot talk about. Yeah, cytokine storm is what that thing did now.
Yeah,
So,
if you have a flu, it's a cytokine storm. It's not a
exactly.
viral infection.
So basically, shungite can reduce that too.
Yep.
So, and then it gives a whole list of things like allergies, sore throats, asthma, gastric issues, arthritis, kidney, liver, gallbladder, autoimmune disease, pancreatic dysfunction, chronic fatigue. It can supposedly help with all of that because of the antioxidants and anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory. Well, in other words, that's why I got involved, is because I got this lovely thing called fibromyalgia that we call fibromyalgia.
The
It's chronic
inflammation, yeah.
inflammation, which is basically chronic inflammation.
Yep.
And it shields electromagnetic field emissions. Okay, now here we go. 2003, shungite reportedly protected rats against electromagnetic radiation. Yet the study's outdated and involves animals. So they're going, hey, don't put don't put much on it. Okay, according to anecdotal reports, it's helpful for relieving stress and can soak up negative energy, balance emotions, and so on and so forth.
Can I ask
Um,
what type of use is this? And we lost Dragon's Age.
oh, dragon, come back! I gotta do my dragon summoning spell.
I'll put up the link again.
Infuse your water. You can use a shungite filter or place the stones in water for 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
You can wear it as jewelry, like other stones. Shungite is available, beads and pins. Carry
Okay,
it in your
armor.
bag.
Oh, interesting.
Place it near EMF sources. Display it in your home. Put it near your bed. Meditate with it. Um, Research for supporting crystals is somewhat lacking, but here's what people say goes with it. Clear quartz, which is believed to enhance energy and internal balance. Rose quartz, amethyst, obsidian, the stuff you'd think normally. Sapphire, ruby, turquoise. And these
Hmm.
are all things that reduce things like stress and, all of these are nothing surprising if you know anything about stones.
Yeah. They are
Um,
claiming here on this Moxie Malice That their shungite absorbs EMF radiation.
Yeah.
They have lower frequencies than visible light and are non-ionizing radiation. Blah blah blah. Shungite helps to absorb and neutralize EMF radiation. All right, I could see
Yeah.
that. So what you're looking for is something that's going to act as an anode. That, like in a car, what they put is a big block of lead in the engine area, and what happens is that that block of lead decays and rusts instead of the rest of the car rusting. So that's kind of the action we're after, to let the shungite rust instead of us. Oh, there's Dragon.
Hey, sorry about that.
It's all right.
I had to I fell off the stream, and then I was like, well, I might as well do a big line of shungite, and then did a big line. Feel really good now after I did it, and now I'm rolling a joint. I'm rolling a big joint for everyone in the room.
I had to take a couple breaks. Now I want to put some shungite in my joint.
I'm swimming. I have some shungite shrooms.
We need to smoke a really big one here, I think. I don't know, man. This is wild. I think, honestly, Mac, John, you're making a breakthrough here. I think this is a breakthrough in this whole search for what we're thinking about here. Yeah. And I think I know what the key is. Don't talk about Fight Club, because you know, I think we know what the secret is, though, and I have two strategies, and neither one of them are a winning strategy. But there's a third one. There's a third one that I never considered, and maybe that's the one. But yeah, there's something happening here, that we're getting good ideas, and we're all feeding into each other's good ideas, and we're making something happen here that's bigger than all of us put together. And
I find that this happens during Mercury retrogrades a lot, because although it F's everything up on the physical level, the spiritual level goes through the roof quite often.
Right.
Well, I have a 1.5 inch shungite ball.
Really? I don't have any. I have a huge rock collection, and I don't think I have any shungite. Like, I have no shungite. Like, how the hell did I not have any shungite?
I got one with Flower Life inscribed on it, pendant.
I might have one, but I don't even know if I do or not. Like, maybe it's in a bag here somewhere, but I don't know. That's weird. I never considered it before a couple of weeks ago, and then I realized what it was, and I was like, oh yeah, I need to get some shungite. A lot of it.
A lot of it. Yeah, I've got these. One of these is shungite, and the other one is what is it?
Obsidian.
No.
Hematite.
Hematite, yes. The heavier one.
I have a lot of hematite.
Yeah, the hematite's heavier than shungite. So this is my shungite ball, and that's my hematite.
Cool.
And then there's also magnetite, which is
hematite's blood. Hematite is blood, or was.
So I have a really large amount of dark purple amethyst. They call it black amethyst. So black amethyst is really rare, and there's a big deposit of it up in Thunder Bay, Ontario. And I went through there 3 times in 2016, and every time I went through, I went to the mine and I dug as much as I could and pulled it back, and I gave most of it away, but I still have some of it, and it's really rare. They send it all to China, and the Chinese pay huge prices for it because it's very powerful stone. And I have a lot of it still. I have a good chunk of it here, but
Hi, how you doing?
I'm drawn to amethyst.
I would like some.
I think the amethyst is partly gold. I think it's one of the transition stages of gold.
It's
It's a
it's a
purple
very
color.
heavy mineral. It apparently, like the dark purple stuff is like the Pope's ring is dark purple amethyst, and it's apparently it will keep away evil spirits and any negativity can't exist around it. It was a purifying stone.
Huh.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good
Basically,
for
amethyst
keeping
is my
negative spirits
favorite.
away.
Yeah. Amethyst is my favorite stone. It's my stone. And
Okay,
it's
well,
also the one associated with the Violet Flame of Transformation, Saint Germain, Portia, his mate, and the Archangel Zadkiel. Um, so
Azazel or Ezekiel?
Zadkiel.
Oh, Zadkiel?
Zad.
That's a different name.
Zadkiel. Zadkiel. Remember when
I
it's
don't
an
know that
L,
one.
yellow,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
L's are always Elohim.
Excuse me.
Bless you,
Hello.
bless you,
Hello.
bless you. You're so good.
Bless you,
At
man.
work,
Bless
I've taught
you,
the children. I've taught the young guys there to say, "Smear you with fresh hemorrhaging blood." Oh, look at this! I was talking about parkas earlier. I hadn't, and look what showed up here.
of course. Uh-huh.
I have a different idea. I have a way cooler idea.
What's that?
You'll
Okay.
like it. Well, I'm not going to tell it here, but
Oh, okay.
not,
Okay.
John, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the next couple of weeks, and
That
there's a
way.
possibility that it might happen. But it's I don't even want to. I didn't even want to tell anyone about it. It's somehow leaked out. But
I want to make an armor suit out of metamaterials, and they've got a bunch of really cool stuff. I can't look at it anymore, which is a real problem because then I can't buy it. But they won't let me buy this stuff anyway. But there's some neat.
well, you know that I'm
stuff
already
there.
making. You know that I'm already making an army of archers. So, you know,
Oh, cool.
cool armor is just the next step.
I'm training a flock of sparrows to do my bidding.
I'm Sagittarius. Does that count?
Yeah, it does for sure. For sure, it does.
They'll be my
Okay.
minions and do my bidding.
Oh, right.
I have to feed them though, so
That's the problem. And you're going to
Right.
have to feed them, take care of them, give them a place to live.
yeah.
See,
You have
it's
some
going to be
Larimar? What's
a
that?
little harder than having a cat.
What's
Not
Larimar?
much.
What's Larimar?
Larimar
All of these
is,
yelling at me. Don't say it out.
That I get online because I can't get it. And it's another one of those, I think, that comes. Let me look it up. What the heck? Let me see if I can find Lorimer. Lorimer, oh Lorimer, where
Don't make
are
me
you?
mute you. Don't make me mute you.
I know I'm very silly sometimes when I'm very silly. Oh Lorimer,
Think it's
yes.
related to Atlantis? Okay. It's a
Lorimer.
blue, white, and somewhat green stone. Oh, cool.
Lorimer. Lorimer. No, it's giving me other stuff. It's not giving me the
Cartoony
stuff.
stuff.
It's giving me this silly stuff.
You're here twice, Dragon Sage.
I know it's weird. Because I'm on my phone, every time I want to go check the comments on the YouTube chat, it kicks me out of the StreamYard.
I'm gonna kick that
So,
other one from the studio. I kicked you
Yeah,
from the studio.
I need to have multiple displays going here for this kind of thing, but I don't. I'm just sitting
How
on
do
my
you tell
porch.
me?
I'm sitting on my front porch and smoking a joint.
There you go.
Yep, we're crazy, you tell me.
It's
Crazy like a fox.
Mm.
like a fox. Okay, here
I
we
had a
go.
coyote. I had a coyote run up my street last night. It ran from the bottom of the hill all the way up the street, and then when it
Yeah.
got to the top of my hill, it jumped over the fence and ran down into the ravine at the top of the hill. And I took pictures of it. It was really quite a big dog. It was,
Yeah, we got them all over the place in my city. We got them living
Yeah.
out back. There's a mound of dirt in the back of my where I work, and they live in there.
sweet.
Yeah.
My shop is in the East End. You're around there too, aren't you?
Down by Sherman and Burlington Street.
Down by DeFasco there, the old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
So-
up from the refinery. Yeah.
Okay, I'm on Hilton and Barton, which is where my shop is. But it's like east end of that. East
Okay.
of that.
Yeah.
But I'm in Dundas basically. I'm in
Yeah.
West Hamilton.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can swing by, man. I'll swing by and we'll have coffee, man. That could be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Be fun.
Okay, so Larimer is, another one of those that's from one place.
Yeah, we got to start building communities too, right? So
For sure. I think we should start having like seminar nights where we get a room full of people. We bring a bunch of people into a room and we have a display and we give them a presentation and we say, look, this is what's going on. This is how we see this. And I don't know.
I was thinking of doing that on the street
what are we
corner.
trying to do? We're trying to get investors for our company that we're creating. That's going to be make the world better company. Like,
Oh, that's a good idea. Just give us all your money, and we'll make everything better.
Money. We even have
there's
Isn't
probably a lot of-
that the plan that's going on right now?
I think there's probably a lot of people out there that would probably give us money for that. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought of
Uh-huh.
doing that, doing like doing some type of a street corner thing with like a, something like, do you know your world, what your world really is, or something like
Me
that.
too. I was thinking about doing it downtown here, and then I was thinking
Yeah.
about all the old people trying
Well,
to get
you
me
think of all the
committed.
people that'll punch you in the face too.
Yeah, depends
You know?
on the part of town you're in. Yeah, down where you are, yeah, you probably get punched in the head for sure
Yeah,
by somebody.
you
Yeah,
need a bodyguard or two.
I remember when I was a kid, I didn't even want to ride the bus in that part of town, bro. When I was a kid, like, because if you looked at somebody the wrong way, that was it. You're getting punched in the head. Like they were going to come over and crush you,
Yeah,
and there's nothing you could do about
I
it.
didn't grow up in Hamilton. I grew up in Oakville, so it wasn't like
Okay.
that there. So I used to come to Hamilton party, and everybody'd be all over your ass, and I'd be like, "What the fuck is this shit?" You know?
So I was a Dundas kid, but I'm originally from Halifax. But I was born in Halifax, raised in Dundas, but then my family moved to British Columbia, back to Dundas, back to Toronto, back to Dundas.
Yeah.
And so I've been all over the place, like, and
Dundas
then with
kind
my
of
own family,
Edge of the farm community, isn't it?
it's a pretty small town. Like,
Yeah.
it's a really cozy little small town.
Yeah.
But as an adult, I moved to British Columbia, and then I moved to Northern Alberta with my family, with my ex-wife and kids. And then I came back to Dundas after that was all over. So it's kind of, Dundas is kind of the place that I always land back at eventually. But I'm
Right.
originally from the East Coast. I'm from Halifax in Nova Scotia.
My
Cape
father's
Breton
from
originally.
Halifax.
Yeah.
I still
mom's
slur
in
my
Cape
M's
Breton.
and N's because of him.
Okay.
My grandfather was a coal miner. And my mom was a coal miner's daughter.
Mine too. Mine too. That weird.
Yeah.
Nova
Now,
Scotia.
don't get me started.
Mom's daughter.
Now we got Morgan up here. We'll be singing the whole.
Oh, come closer, East Coaster. Yeah, for sure. There's a little piece of the blanket here you can scooch up.
Yeah.
I need to interrupt this male bondage. I mean bonding or whatever it is you're doing right now. Male bondage, but it does sound kind of interesting,
Men
doesn't
like
it?
bondage. Yeah, we know it.
It's a male bondage. But
Well, we're Canadians, eh? We're Canadians, eh? We're a little bit of a different breed, eh?
Well, and
Us
there's only
Canadian
like
guys.
there's only like 10,000 of us, and we all live in the same city too. So
And we had to survive all these years in the cold, fucking with frostbitten brains, fucking.
No, we're all bound by the cold. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You're bound by the code.
It,
okay.
We are.
If you're not inside, you're dead.
If you don't know, you don't know. It's an exclusive club.
Yeah.
Larimer is a rare and unique blue gemstone. I've been trying to say, damn it. Okay. Because you asked. Dominican Republic is
I'm
where
Morgan.
it came
I'm Morgan, by the way.
There, by the way.
Hi, Morgan. I like it.
How's it going, buddy?
Hello, Morgan.
What's the temp? I think it's not that cold up here right now.
Morgan was telling funny stories about eating mushrooms and banging his girlfriend in the graveyard earlier.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
It's 38 degrees here.
I was like, "Oh my god, Morgan, you're telling my stories. What the hell, man? You have the same story,
Yeah. I think we've all been there a couple times, you know.
man?" There was a classical guitar player playing music in the morning when they woke up, like, da-da-da-da. He was like, "Oh, it was a
Like,
lovely
you know,
morning."
Who
After we
hasn't
woke up
done
in the
acid
graveyard.
and banged the girl at the band shell? You know?
Oh yeah.
Yep, I remember it now too. The other visions came in my mind too. It was the classical guitar. He was sitting there as the sun rose. Like we're
Yes.
we're in the street over, and
That was me, man. I was the guy playing the classical guitar in the morning in the park, man.
He's out 51. I mean, we went over there and
Seriously, bro.
It was a good morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I need some Larimer because it looks like the ocean. It comes from the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean, and only from there, and that's why it's expensive. So
Yeah, Lucky
just so
Stone's
you know.
888. My mom's from Cape Breton.
Or Dolphin Stone.
My mom's a
also
Cape Bretoner.
There you go. Called the Atlantis of Dolphin Stone.
They're Irish,
Very
Welsh,
blue. Yeah.
Acadian, Micmac Indian. With
And
my
I have to
dad's
get me
side of the
some-
family were Norse Scots from Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland.
New Brunswick. That's rare.
My cousins are all in New Brunswick now. They used to be in Nova Scotia, and now they all moved to New Brunswick because there was good telecom jobs there. So they all
There's
moved
still,
down to.
My last
There
name
was
is
nothing to
actually
do.
popular in Halifax. It's Glendenning. It's not a really
Yeah,
common
Oh
name.
my God.
Sorry.
One of my favorite guys in my hometown is Dwayne Glendenning.
Yeah.
He was a
It's
rock
really
star.
common out there.
He
Yeah.
played in a band called Typhoid Mary back in the 80s. Great success.
Mary, I know him.
Yeah.
You know him?
Yeah, I know Typhoid
Mm.
Mary. Yeah,
Yeah, Dwayne. Dwayne is a
See,
great
there's
guitar
only
player, man.
10,000 of us guys. We all know each other.
We eh? Fucking yeah, it can't be any other way.
Jethro Tull would be proud, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah,
have
those
to
are
be a
my
good
hometown
player,
guys.
Right on.
They would have played the road.
Well, yeah, Morgan, you had pretty good success, eh? Back in the 80s, like you were on the cusp of you were gonna break the world in the late 80s on Much Music and stuff, eh?
90s. Yeah. No, I
In the 90s, it was
money.
in
It got
the
reported
90s.
I did. It's just that he didn't make any money, so you're not going to see me doing a huge thing or this or that. He came out. He did
I
it.
know.
I went home. They brought me to the high schools, everything, because they were like, people would be, did he do it? You know, he did it. He just doesn't have the money. And I mean, it was pretty wild though. But I'm also considered an artist Canadian. I got in the mail the things from the libraries of archives in Congress, like from your government, the large vanilla envelopes. I'm considered an artist. Anything I do, they want copies of.
Did you
Even
to make sure it was vanilla?
Yeah. But if you don't have the money backing, then you're fucked. Like there's nothing you can do.
Nothing.
So I know I'm the same way, man.
You. Yeah.
I had a record deal in 1988. I was playing in a band, a 5-piece band, 2 guitars, bass, drums, female vocalist, and we were supposed to go to Texas and do a tour. We were going to be like the next. The band was kind of like a combination of Queen, Heart, Led Zeppelin, and
You were a winner.
I don't even know. Like it was a crazy like.
You were winner.
Rock and roll extravaganza winner. We were going and
Winger, Heart,
the whole
same as that.
the whole deal fell apart because the writer of the music and the writer of the lyrics couldn't get along. When we got a factor grant and we had all this money given to us, and I got new equipment, and we were supposed to go to Texas. And then the whole thing, the bottom fell out of it because these guys were arguing over who had the rights to the music. And they litigated each other out of the rest of the money. And the tour fell apart. And I ended up spiraling into depression and having a nervous breakdown at the age of 18 because I was going to be a rock star. And all of a sudden, the rug was pulled out from under me. And now I was gonna go live in the woods and fucking go crazy. Like it's insane.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane.
I heard some stories like that, but that's another day. Well, it's interesting to hear. I'm a musician too. We got a lot of musicians here, I think. I'm a musician singing, but I can really do more with my voice than anything.
How do I play this without joining up to it?
We need to form a band, and then that's what we need to do. There you go.
we have a remote vision band. Remote viewing orchestra.
For you. There. We could call ourselves the Chakra Rockers. There you go.
Chakra Rockers.
Chakra Rockers. You remember the Shock Rockers? I don't know. It just came to mind. Nah, we don't want to call ourselves that. We want something weird and mysterious.
I always wanted to be in a band called the Randy Peters Band.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, I saw the most interesting thing. The Poo Poo Pee Pee Band apparently exists now.
What?
The Poo Poo Pee Pee Band.
Yeah.
It is an actual thing. Yeah. Here's Morgan Tristan on Spotify if you guys want to listen to some of his music.
Right
on.
Yeah,
cool. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. It's everywhere music's available. I got a professional album out, yeah.
Okay.
I have a non-professional album that's been unreleased.
It was recorded. The guy who did it recorded it.
Non-professional, but I never released it.
I didn't pay any money.
It's not pressed to vinyl yet, but we professionally recorded it and made an album, but it's not been pressed to vinyl.
Yeah.
So
if you're downtown on Barton and Barton area around Ottawa to I'd say Sherman and past, there are posters on the lamppost for the Poo Poo Pee Pee Band. I guess it's just a local thing because I can't find them online.
Yeah, they'd be local then, yeah.
Let's hope it's only local because I really don't want to see that everywhere. I really don't want to run into it everywhere. You know, it's like
the Bare Naked Ladies got banned by the mayor.
Well, I did swear to myself that I would look it up at some point, and I did it.
Hey, Morgan, I got a good story about the Bare Naked Ladies. The Bare Naked Ladies actually opened up for me.
Yes.
In 1988.
Yep, I was going to tell you. Yes.
I was playing at an open. Every Wednesday night at the Creative Arts Building in Hamilton, there was an open stage, and my buddy Corey and I used to go play at it every Wednesday night. We used to go play original music with me playing acoustic guitar and him playing a bass guitar, me singing. And we went this one Wednesday night, and because the Bare Naked Ladies were the band from Toronto, and they were being paid They were being paid to show up. They were the only band being paid to show up to
Oh,
the Creative Arts in Hamilton on Wednesday night.
Yeah, probably
That
100.
they had to play first. So they played at 7:00, right when the thing opened. The Bare Naked Ladies played. We all watched them,
Yeah.
and then about two bands later, me and my buddy Corey got up and did our tunes. So technically, the Bare Naked Ladies opened up for me.
yeah.
Ah,
Cool. Yeah.
Anything can happen.
Warm
in
them
Canada.
up for us. Yeah,
Like the scene.
that's funny.
Yeah,
Once you're in
there
it.
you go.
Once you're in
they
it.
were pretty funny.
Yeah, you
They were
can do-
pretty good. Yeah, they were a good band for sure.
No,
We're just too freaking talented in here. That's our problem.
no. That's
I've
it.
known
That's
people
it.
in the industry that had like got the bad side of it, and I know some of them that like the studio side of it is much more benign than the like stage side of it. you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But because
it's all pretty greasy.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
once you pass one level, you're going to have to pass another level, and to really get the money, you're going to have to pass a lot of.
Well, that's the thing. Canadians are told by other Canadian people or anybody getting into it, it's like, okay, you understand that this isn't, don't quit your day job. Like you're not, like the very few artists
Yeah.
can do that in Canada. Meaning, it's
So-
like, look, if you ever got to the point where you could, quit your, like, I mean, it's not really what Canadians do even. They'll let you know, like when you get into this even. Like, it's wild.
Yeah.
Hey Morgan, we worked in the Canadian music business for decades, and we made hundreds of dollars.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Hundreds and hundreds of them. I bought like 20 cases of beer a year, man.
You guys make sometimes hundreds and hundreds. Like sometimes we
Right?
walk away with $100 in our pocket.
I remember walking out of the gig thinking to myself, why the fuck am I even doing this? What the hell is wrong with me? Why do I feel the need to do this for no money? Or like at the end of the night, I paid off my bar bill and they gave me a free meal. And I was like,
That was
I walked out of there. I was like, okay, well, I'm full, but I had to pay my bar bill because I drank all the free beer and then I drank my own beer after that.
Yeah,
And
to pay
then-
to get your own equipment there, and
Yeah, and I had to pay to get my equipment there and back, and there wasn't any groupies or anything, so it's like I'm not even getting any. I'm not even like, what the hell, man? Like, I had to walk 16 blocks from the gig back to my house to get back to my girlfriend. Like, and then
yeah,
and then she
There
was
are
like,
guys on the street corner doing better than you. You know?
and then she was like, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
don't even.
Too late, buddy.
Man.
Too late.
Man, what the hell?
Too late. You
Sucks.
smell like beer. Get away.
Right? Yeah, you're all drunk. Fuck off. Like, oh, God, really? This sucks. I thought I was supposed to be a rock star. What the hell?
See, Dax, you want the lifestyle with it sometimes, like you want the party, you want, and stuff like that. And and sometimes you can have that when you're poor, it's just that you're not going to be like on other people's dimes though, like because they want you there because you're the guy, right?
Yeah. Who do you think you are, Hillary Clinton?
Sometimes you just got to be a high flying bird, though. You're just like,
Yeah, you
There's
should be
no
like
way.
Hillary Clinton. Just go into places, say I'm a rock star, and then walk out and don't pay the bill and shit. Yeah.
happened. It has happened.
I thought
Right
that-
on. You're a rock
They'll
star.
tell their manager to come over and be like, okay, so I'll take care of the bill now because we owe him money for whatever he does. So then it's like you just take that off whatever they drink, or you just put it on their manager and then tell their manager to take care of it. And that's how come you can walk away looking like a rock star because you've got a guy taking care of your funds. It's like, no. I take care of his stuff because he's always wasted.
Raise your hand if you've been arrested in more than one small town in Canada.
Nah, not in Canada though.
If you've been arrested more than once, you're a troublemaker.
Oh, Oh no,
Yeah.
no. Hold on. Does it
Oh,
have
you're
to be the
counting?
same small town?
More than once? Come
What if
on.
it's
Everybody knows.
two? What if it's
Have you
different?
been in trouble with the police more than once? Yes. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You didn't
We're
see
about
that.
There's no way.
I'm a good
There's no way.
law-abiding person.
We're a
They're
bunch of
just not
G's.
having it. They're not having it. They don't want anything to do with us. They have no idea what to do with us. They're like, what are we going to do with these people? These people are
I have only been in
fucking.
jail once.
Oh, I avoid jail like the plague, man. I don't want to be in jail. Hey, Morgan, have you been in jail? You've been in jail a couple
I've
times,
been
hey,
in jail
Morgan?
over 30 times, bud. I am. I am.
I
when
do-
they go.
I am
Morgan's
not.
got the punch card, you know?
I am not
He's gonna
jail
get the
friendly.
free-
I do not want to be in jail.
He's
Dude,
gotten the free
I am
sandwich.
legally in jail right now.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
got the
man.
free sandwich punch card, you know?
I am.
No way. Oh my god.
incarcerated right
No,
now.
I
Okay,
got
well, if
thrown
I'm
in
ever
punch
if I ever end up in jail, I'm gonna ask for Morgan to be my lawyer. I'll be like,
yeah.
I'm
I
good.
know
My lawyer-
Morgan.
Yeah, I'm good. I am
Yeah.
good. In fact, my lawyer already knew before
Yeah.
she stopped. Okay, and then I didn't even knew one. Like I had a lawyer that 12 years or whatever, but the thing is, she was like, "No, you're good." You know what I mean? But the thing is, I don't need one now. I have done this my whole life. Meaning, I can tell every guy what they're going to get, what they're going to say, what they're going to do. And meaning, it's not even like, oh, it's like, no, every single guy, if you come in, any lawyer would say, no, he's just as good as any one of us. Yeah.
It's because you were a reader. It's because you were a reader at a young age.
My
Like
middle
me.
name
Like
is
I was the same way, man. I was the same way. At a young age, we were readers, we were reading everything, read every
Right.
fucking thing I could get my hands on,
I used
and
to
learned
buy and
everything.
read encyclopedias.
That's right.
And
We used
then
to go to the
to
library.
apply every law,
Yeah.
whatever law you know, you can apply. If you don't know the law, you can't apply it. But if you know a law, you can apply that law
I know
in order to better your situation.
Yes,
So
every
we are,
yeah. I know more than them all.
yeah, we're a different breed.
Like,
We're
"Morgan, you tell us what's going on because we honestly we're okay once we know you to realize you're way the hell smarter than us.
and this is the OK Corral where we are right now. We're in the OK Corral. You guys are all okay.
Yeah.
You know, we're all okay.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with any of us. And we're all trying to figure this out and share with each other what we know.
I'm called
We're
crazy
getting
by
the
world
best.
and I enjoy
This
it.
is like,
I'm groovy, dude. I hate to tell you, but I'm groovy. I'm not just okay. Right.
no, this is amazing. What we're getting here tonight is amazing. We've learned so much about electronics and about the electrical world around us tonight.
Well, not just
Like
that,
this,
but healing herbs and stuff too. We haven't been gotten into the healing herbs and shit. And the
no, but
stones and the
this show tonight is like a next level show where we're going to carry a whole bunch of people that have never been exposed to any of this. See, that the people that don't know about what we've been thinking and talking about for decades, we're going to show them in the next few episodes of this show. Now they're 10, and we have to bounce off of, and we kind of all know where we're from and where we're going and what we're trying to do here. I think it's a very positive thing. I think it's this is a ultimate situation for sure.
I hope that's why we do our shows, is so that we can illuminate people. I mean,
Right.
I got noticed. Actually, our show did get noticed by Synergy. Sabrina Wallace. She's the one that I learned how to search out all this electromagnetic stuff and the IEEE and all that. But she's down on the magic amulet. She calls the grounding devices I create magic amulets.
Cool.
She's rather down on them, but that's her own kink. But
okay, I'm not going to ask any further than that. That's fine.
no, well, I think she's upset because she purports piloerection, giving yourself goosebumps, which I do also think is a positive thing, right? But but she's down on the magic amulet, she calls it.
Yeah, good.
Why? She was claiming it won't save you. I personally tell people it won't save you. All it does is draw off extra charge
Yes.
and negate some of the negative effects of being used as an antenna. It won't stop them from logging into your body. It's not going to stop them from reading your brain. It's not going to stop them from knowing your heart rate. But it does help with the negative effects of being used as an antenna, because all antennas are grounded. It's just the way it goes.
You know what? It doesn't really freaking matter what she thinks.
Oh, no, I'm not that concerned about it. I just thought it was
something useful, and that's all.
Yeah, that is the point of it, is that it is something useful. And, that's what we're here for, is to find things useful. Share. Did you know that rock looks like a brain, by the way?
Yes, I was looking at it, Max, and then I was going through the colors of it. I was like, was it beryl and all that? But yeah, I had just done that, Max. Yeah, in my head. You guys can say whatever you thought.
Yeah, I do find that the grounding does help. But I do also support, I wanted to mention that because I do also suggest you learn how to give yourself goosebumps or piloerection. That will stop them apparently from logging into you. Again, it does have problems. I don't know how long it works for. She won't answer that. I don't, what do you do about when you're asleep? If they're logging into you, it's got some drawbacks. Whereas, grounding yourself constantly has a long lasting and permanent effect. Even when you're asleep, even when you're not aware that something's happening to you.
I used to have, I got to get it again, but unfortunately it broke. I had earthing sheets on my bed, or earthing pillowcase rather. I have an earthing strip too to go across my bed. So fortunately,
anything that can ground you, is a good idea. Grounding in wet dirt is obviously the absolute best, but it's pretty cold out here. And there's too many needles around too.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that sucks. I'm so sorry for you guys. I live in a small town on the edge of country area where the Amish are just down the streets.
Right on.
And you know what? I really would not move into a city. You could not pay me.
Actually, it's pretty cool because there's a buffalo farm up the street.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by farms, so a lot of the food that I eat is all grown right here.
That's good.
No, I don't really feel bad about it at all.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Couldn't be better.
Yeah. I'm in the middle of a food paradise, really.
Oh, good for you then. That's good because I
land.
Yeah, I get farm fresh eggs.
Yep, we can get
to me at work, actually.
Everything off the farm. Yeah, and farmers markets we have every Saturday in Kent.
Oh yeah, Dragon Sage. If you'd like some farm fresh eggs, I can hook you up.
That's awesome. Yeah, I used to always joke that we lived in the cheesecake of the world here in Southern Ontario, because it's really it's the bountiful harvest right here. Like it is. So the Native American, the Indians that lived here, the Iroquois and the tribes that lived here. I don't know, like shout out your tribes. Like they were
the Iroquois. There was a lot of tribes.
They were the Niagara, like the Seven Nation Army. Like they were the tribes that lived here were the most prosperous of the ancient Roman colonies. The ancient Romans and the Atlanteans that lived here in North America before the fucking con job fucking barkers came in here and turned the place into a circus and flipped everything upside down and stole everything and took all the land and all the buildings and everything from the natives that lived here, that were the real people that were originally here still. from whatever time all this stuff was really made. Which you know that Washington D.C. is really like for real ancient Rome. That's Washington D.C. is ancient Rome,
Yeah.
and
Hmm.
the Americas were the old world that was destroyed, and the new world was populated, which was like
Right.
Mesopotamia, and then Iraq and Iran and all that stuff. And the guys came
Yeah.
down from the north, the Aryans, and all that stuff happened afterwards. But it was all flipped on its head. It was all hijacked, and they flipped the story,
Yep.
and they told us the story backwards. And then they made us all believe that everything came from over there and came over here,
Exactly.
and it's all bullshit.
Yes.
Because my
Yes, it's
ancestors
bullshit.
were here the whole time, and my ancestors were in northern Scotland and in Canada, and traveling the whole world in
Yeah, I think
those
my
ancient
ancestors
days.
were from here and then out east, and then from Scotland. We were on the border of Scotland and England. We were sheep stealers, and then before that, we were in Iran. So
Yeah, yeah.
I think they did the same thing
Iran,
with
the
mine.
Aryans,
yeah,
the Aryans of
Yeah.
Iran,
I was
and
blonde hair.
then they became the Turks, and then they became the Turkish people, and
There
the
it is.
Basque people of Turkey, and they're the angelic peoples that are all around the world. They're buried in China in all the pyramids. These
Yeah.
giant
Mhm.
blonde, red-haired, fucking
I've got
Aryan people
red hair in my beard.
from all over the place.
Hi, you know.
And the world has just squashed us. The world has just like smashed and squashed us into a corner. And they're trying right now really hard to just like erase us from history because they don't want to see that. They don't want that to be the story because they're so angry. It's like the revenge of the nerds
We make
trying
up
to fucking
7% of
crush.
the world population, but we're the oppressors.
And we've invented
And
everything.
everybody else
We
is a
built
minority.
everything. We invented everything. We
Everything.
created all their technology, all their good stuff that they have. We gave it to them all. Everything that they have, we gave to them. And
Yeah.
they want to kill us. And they don't care about us at all. And they want to just do us away. That's a crazy world, man. That's a crazy world to live in. That, you've done everything you can for the people that you love here, and you're getting shit on. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay, let me get this straight.
That's how it goes,
Everybody
bro. That's how it goes. You read the story. You know how it goes.
Everybody's
If you're
got
the one
native
doing
blood
it for you,
here.
well, then you can do more. Why aren't you giving me more? Why aren't you giving me more?
Well, I'm trying. I'm trying to give you more. I don't know what to do.
Exactly. And then when you tell them that, they
Yeah,
shout
we're
at you
trying
for it,
not to
right?
get
It's your
killed in
fault.
the
It's your fault that
meantime.
I don't do better. Like,
Hmm.
it's like, no, the choice is yours.
So now I'm making bows.
Yes.
I'm a careful archer now, and I make bows, and all my friends will have bows, and we will all be clever archers.
I've got a great sporting shop across the road. I was looking at one of those compound bows over there.
Yeah, the compound bows. They're amazing, bro. And using arrows is just smart. Like, like go and get it out of the tree. Go and get it out of the animal. Like, get the arrows. Like make more when you can, But the thing is,
Okay, dude.
they're good.
We call ourselves the Archer Angels. Archangels?
An army of moose riding archer angels.
But the technology for them, like 4 arrows, would have been like I'd rather would have had an arrow, like a good arrow gun, than a shitty cannon, like than a shitty black powder, like musket or whatever, Like I'd rather
misfiring black powder musket.
Yeah, I'd rather have an accurate bow and arrow.
I'd rather have an axe, but an arrow will do.
I like blade weapons myself, but I have a lovely halberd, a Spanish halberd that I really treasure.
cool. Yeah, the trident on the end.
I
or whatever.
have a couple of those, and a lovely sword cane. I have blade weapons mostly.
Blade too. Yeah, the blade and top.
I really like blade weapons.
Yeah, the halberd.
Halberd.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Halberd's a nice weapon for sure.
Yeah.
Spear tipped axe. Well, it's a nice weapon. Yeah.
You know,
It's so
my sword cane is a dragon head sword cane. I had to get a dragon head one. I had to. And let me see. Had more swords, but people stole them.
Yeah, I had a
People
lot of
stole
stuff
my
stolen
swords.
from me
That's
too.
very,
A lot of people
very.
stole my knives when I was young. I had a great collection of knives. And
Yeah, me too.
guys used to come over and party at my house and steal my knives. And I'd be like, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning and be like,
Well, that
I'm
sucks.
missing like 4 knives. Like, what the hell? But, you know,
Yeah,
whatever.
people will take your shit if they know you got shit. Mhm.
Yeah.
But they don't care.
Here's another one of those rocks. Those, what is it called? Lapis or whatever?
Yeah, lapis.
No, Larimar.
Lapis lazuli.
Larimar. No,
Oh, yeah.
Larimar. This looks like a brain too. It's cut in half. It looks like a brain as well.
membrane.
We'll have to ask.
Here's the other one. Right? Looks like a brain.
Spongy isophil.
Yeah. Looks like a bloody brain, doesn't it?
It does. It like and yeah, in columns of
Hmm.
mesophil. Spongy mesophil and isophil. I meant what I said. No, but I'm just saying, if you know what mesophil and isophil are, right? Like, almost looks like it's trying to make up natural quadrants of a leaf, or you know what I mean? Like like in sections all over the place.
Mount Costco University can
Very
tell
beautiful.
you.
And you can see where the brain stem would be attached.
Yeah, the
too.
light coming up from the
Here in the
nebula,
middle. Right here in the middle between them.
firing and thinking, right? Like, and then it going off with the.
Same with this one, right? You can see where the brain stem would be attached.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
the cerebellum there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Be interesting if that's what it was, since most of
Yeah.
this stuff was biology, and maybe all of it was.
As far as I've seen, all of it. I haven't seen any.
At Mount University, he says he's beginning to believe that there isn't anything but biology. That
I don't think
all
there
of it
is.
is biology. Period.
Oh, I'm inclined. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm inclined to believe that we're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Hmm.
Is that right? Standing on the shoulders of giants. I think that's what.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
On the bodies. Jesus said in the book of Thomas,
On the corpses.
he who knows the world knows a corpse.
Exactly.
Yeah. The ancient, the Nordics said that the earth is made of Ymir, Ymir's body, and the sky is made of his brain. The Sumerians say that the earth is made of Tiamat. So all seems like biology.
Yeah.
That's all
It's
biology.
true. It's
And
true.
then they say the earth is a sentient life form. Well, wait a minute here.
She has to be. She
Yeah.
has to be, because you can kill her.
Giant dead dragon, but conscious energy fields still exist. So
Oh
they're
my
finding
God.
they're finding new conscious energy rings out in space too. Just these rings of energy that behave like they have consciousness.
Angels, gods, or demons, or other beings. Like,
Could be.
well, yeah, no doubt. We're just given sentience just for the sake of it, like, or to illuminate.
I think everything has sentience, so to some degree, whether it coalesces into a larger sentience, like us, or I don't know.
Or
Maybe they're just everyday, ordinary, giant Titan beings, like, and they're not anything special.
Yeah.
Except for that we found them.
About dinosaurs earlier, right? How how huge they were, but I don't think they were. I think at the time we were bigger, and they were just like chickens. Those were. Wouldn't T-Rex have a great drumstick? I'd breed them for that.
Yeah. We don't really know. how do we know? Like, we don't really know anything beyond
They won't let us
like
know.
how older. The oldest of us is probably like in our mid 50s or 60s, and
And
so 50 or 60 years ago, we were put in here, and somebody said, "This is where you're from.
the Earth is
This is how
3.6
you
billion years old,
right.
and
This is
you
how you
evolved
got
from a
here.
little amoeba.
Yeah, and this is how things work, and this is this, and this is that." And
Yeah.
then you just went along with all that. And whether you were a bright or a dull child, you would read more or less, right? Some
Yeah.
of us are smarter than the others. I know Morgan's a really bright boy. And, John, you're pretty fucking cracking.
I'll put some
We've,
two things
uh,
together.
Well,
we've,
thanks for
we've been,
leaving me out. I'm more brilliant than all three of you put together.
no, I
So
was just looking
Probably.
at the right and
I'm
the left
kidding.
pillar. I wasn't looking at you and me in the middle here. Because we're at the middle path here now. So we're
Ever
walking
the
the
truth.
narrow way.
420.
We're walking the narrow way, which is the most dangerous path. The most dangerous path to the narrow way, which is where we all
Oh, you
will.
Canadians
We
are
will
so
all.
Yes, we are
This
the
is
fear.
where we will all transfer. We will make a wedge through the world, and we will pass through this place,
You will give
regardless
the
of the
whole
role that
world
we
a wedgie.
played.
In the
Right?
past,
Because this
We're
is
gonna give the whole world a wedgie. I'm telling you, we will. Okay.
I don't. I feel
gonna
no
give you a big
build up the
wedgie.
Tower of evil. I no longer do that. I build up the tower of good. So evil, I leave it alone when I see it. Like I don't feel that I don't have to go over and F
I
with it.
call it out when I see
Yeah,
it.
I call it out. I go, children, do you see the evil they do? And it's like, no, it's embarrassing. Well, as you get older, for some reason, that embarrassment starts to go away for some reason because you get more embarrassments and embarrassments and embarrassments. But the thing is, you still, it's just as potent as you are right now, meaning you know that what they're doing is wrong. And it's just as wrong in 10 years as it was today. So just remember that, kids. When you start going, hey, maybe, like, no. Remember who you are now and the truth that you know now. Like don't do what they do. They're going nowhere. We're walking somewhere. We're going on the path. We don't have to feel ashamed because we don't sit in a mire and our muck and ignorance and just wallow in it. But that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing to say, Morgan.
Yeah.
Like, don't wallow on your way. Don't wallow on your way, brother. Don't get dragged down into the muck and the mire of the lie and the desire of the lie, because we don't have to be pulled down into the muck and the mire of the lie, because we're above that. And I always thought that I was above that. I don't really adhere to
their war.
This fucking bullshit
about what you have in your shed, like or what you have in your carport, or if you have two carports or one carport. Oh, it never ends. It never ends.
Never ends. Yeah, they're always picking at something, eh? Always picking
You always
like
need
chickens.
more, right?
Fuck me.
Never satisfied. Never satisfied.
No.
If you ever wondered if they're giants, these are footprints in Africa. Each one of them is 400 meters long.
They might be giants.
They
could be giants.
They could be.
You know what? Around here, just down the way, there's an Indian mound. They dug them up, of course, the university. And guess what? They were giants. Oh yeah.
I think we're gonna need a bigger. We're gonna need a bigger bow. And bigger arrows too. Yeah. Oh my god!
If they're giants, my favorite dragon on the earth.
Bjorn and Smog.
I don't want to meet
a little
dragon riders. I mean, let's face it, we were probably dragon riders.
There's always a chink in the armor.
Right here, the Dragon Riders of CERN. It's a great series.
Yeah,
dragons and man existed at the same time.
And this is another book from that series. And the woman that wrote it, and then her son after him. Dragon Song, Anne McCaffrey.
I remember. Yeah, I remember those books. Yeah, those are great books. I didn't read them, but
I met a lot of authors. I worked on conventions.
Yeah,
I met all
Dragon. It's amazing,
There,
you know. And she
it's
music.
amazing how we all have these memories, but we can't prove it, right?
This
We
book
can't
is from
prove it.
jail. This book is from jail. I stole it.
Yeah.
Good for you, Morgan. Right on.
There it is. There it is. Now, if this is a footprint, it's a mile long.
Oh wow!
That's like a snowshoe.
Or it's
It's like
God.
a giant snowshoe print.
You know.
God just
Well,
decided to
okay,
write
the
it down
Titan.
there.
That would be a Titan footprint. A Titan was said to be 3,000 L. And if you
Okay,
work
that's
that out at 18 inches on L,
So is there any footprints before or after that, or just that one?
There's only that one, really. There's a couple of others, but they're very faint. There are others in other places on the planet that are the exact same size and shape, though.
So that was a big squishy spot when he stepped in it, and it obviously made a mark in that spot. But yeah.
So 3,000 L's works out to about 6.666 miles, which would make his foot about like I'm 6 foot, and my foot is just under a foot. So that works out anatomically to one of the Titans.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm 6'1", and my feet are a foot long.
Yeah, I'm an 11 and a half, I think.
That's wild.
My feet are wide though, so I need the 12s.
My
But
feet
yeah.
are my height.
Yeah, me too.
My feet are my exact effing height. That was cool, guys, that we just did. I had never done that before. I'd never know. Guys, I'm sitting here going, but my feet are like 5. And I'm going up like
Yeah.
I don't wear size 10. I'm only a little bit under. I'm 5'9", and all of a sudden I go, wait.
Yeah, it's a Petrovian man ratio.
Something just like my feet.
Morgan, what size are your feet? 11?
No, exactly my height. Like 5'9" and a half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Exactly my height.
Oh my!
I had never put them together before.
Yeah.
It's the exact.
That's how it works.
To the inch to the wow.
Yeah,
How
your feet
tall you
will
are, how
show
hard
your
you
height.
are.
pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
I think it's the ratio that everything in here was designed at. That it just
I believe
when it expressed itself, it gave everything the same ratio, and
Yeah. It's
depending
a
on what
ratio
you
of
are,
five.
you grow into your ratio. Yeah.
Yeah, Petrovian man is a ratio of 5s. Our faces, our arms, everything is in a ratio of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max, that makes
Your
sense.
hands, your fingers, all of it.
Yes, honeycomb.
You got a
that's
picture
right,
of
Max, the
Cydonia?
honeycomb. Correct, Max.
The Petrovian man. Let's look
the
at the
honeycomb.
Petrovian
Right.
The
man.
Sidonian man,
Mm-hmm.
the Mars man, the man from
Yeah,
Mars.
It's 5.
Base on Mars.
We got replanted to Earth here, and we weren't happy about it, but we're doing the best we
It goes
can.
1, 3, 5. It goes 1, 3, 5. And then obviously, up from that, but 1, 3, 5.
There's a good one. Here, nobody knows what the Petrovian man is, here he is.
Oh, I thought you were going to choose Cydonia.
Because 5 is far away.
Cydonia region of Mars.
5 is as far away from as 1 is from 3.
Oh my God, he's got a penis.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that's a ratio too. So maybe that's also in ratio as well.
5 is as far away from 2 as 2 or as 1 is
You
from
showed the Vitruvian man. You're in trouble. You didn't. You
Hey,
didn't,
don't look. Don't look. It's a dirty picture. Don't look.
I see math.
Don't look, Ethel.
I see.
Oh, look at me. Look at me. Oh, look at me. Don't look at me. Ah. Madness. It's just total madness. What is he trying to say with this picture? Like, what does this picture say to you?
You don't see it. Or you're making a joke. You're making a joke. It's all things. It's everything to the. Okay, it says to me I cannot believe this. It is the person. It is the man. It's all directions as a god, held within the form of the circle, which is eternal. the same thing that they ride their ships in, whomever else you contact, it says it all to them. What we are God in a jar.
God
Like,
in
are
a
you-
jar.
Is with a
Oh,
grid.
that would be a good song. I think I'm going to do that one. Yeah. God in a jar.
It's
I'm
like,
the God in a
yeah.
jar.
Like, would you like to?
Oh, there's a
swing
good
on
one.
a star? Whoa, oh, carry moonbeams home in a jar. Whoa, that's what I was thinking of. The moonbeams home in the jar. Whoa.
Are you implying something?
Oh, you could be better off than you are, or would you rather be a mule?
Would you rather be a mule? Well, I certainly
Are
would.
you implying something, sir? What do you mean? Just you like holiday
Well, that's exactly.
photographs,
Water and light.
pictures? Oh, holiday snaps,
Yeah. Oh,
nude photographs.
Brighton Beach memories, my friend.
Photograph.
Naturally.
Oh.
Naturally formed.
The body in
All
action.
I've got is a photograph.
Look at that body. Look at that body in action. It's an action body.
Cow.
I have
Action
3
body.
comedians and musicians on my panel. I apologize to all of you in chat.
It's an action figure. You have to buy the action figure of the Max remote viewing action figure show. This is the action figure. This is the drawing of the action figure. We're selling these action figures. They're $17.50.
Yeah, see, all I need is Freedom Grower.
$17.50 American per figure, and they're going to be collector's items. In the year 2349, these will sell for $1 million Bitcoin each.
Oh, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
liver alone is worth at least $100,000.
There will be 20 trillion Bitcoin at that point, but yeah.
Regardless, these will be the most expensive coins your mother never told you to buy. This Bitcoin right here, if you do not give
Well, I'm
Max
gonna
all
get
of your
I'm
money
definitely gonna get
right now, you are going to lose out on the future.
I would, if I were you all, I would get into Bitcoin now because it totally seems legitimate, you know? Did you know that there's, hold on. Oh yeah, I just learned this. This is cool. Hold on. I have to search this out. Go ahead.
It seems that way.
Oh yeah.
I got my new Hawk Tua coin. When she said that, I couldn't believe it.
After she pulled the rug out, I should buy some of those too, Morgan. I think that's a good idea, man. We should buy some of those. Yeah.
When she said
Bad
that
idea.
first episode, by the way, I made a Bitcoin called Pookie Coin or some bullshit.
Bullshit coin. There you go.
So,
It was like
Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay.
I swear they would buy a bullshit coin.
Make a coin called the horse Bitcoin. This thing is horseshit. It's horseshit.
Mhm.
the thing is that if the whatever catches on, the fact that this is the anti one, let's do it, and then it gets popular.
Maybe we could make the cryptid coin, I mean, since we're like into
Ooh.
Maybe we could open it. Maybe we could
That's
open
a
a
good
store,
idea.
products from all the
The
other stores.
Bigfoot coin. We can make a Bigfoot coin. We can make a Wolfman.
Here is
Man, Bigfoot.
here is Satoshi Nakamoto.
We can have the New Jersey Devil coin.
The creator
You
of
make,
Bitcoin here.
Oh,
This is
wow.
the creator of Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto.
In his garden.
The group of or unknown person. Hold on. What's their definition? Hold on. That's Satoshi Nakamoto. The image I'm showing right now.
Mhm.
And Satoshi Nakamoto is the person or unknown group of people, because Satoshi Nakamoto, it doesn't exist, and he or the group of people are the creator of the blockchain network.
Probably AI.
Good luck with that one.
Wow. So what is this? Is this an AI generated picture or is this
This exists. This
Okay.
is a sculpture to the creator of blockchain,
Is it
the
somewhere in
unknown person or group of people. Yes.
Okay. So that symbolizes something. So, okay, so it's a symbol of what it is and what it
Yeah.
represents.
Yes, it's a real person or group of
Wow.
people.
I know it's
Or
plugged in
something.
modem at the back
We
there.
don't even know who it really is. Okay, we don't even know who they really are.
Well, I mean,
Well, yeah, we do. It's the military industrial complex.
Kind of do, but kind of don't.
It's the MID,
it's a
Right.
box though. He's like he's like sitting in front of the box.
MIDC,
It's like
military
Hellraiser.
industrial complex.
What's he gonna
Hey,
get?
do you want to hear a funny story about the
MIT.
invention of the telephone? So the telephone, before Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone was already well established,
Of course it was.
and
Yeah.
Alexander Graham Bell had the bad position of being the one who was expected to explain the telephone system to the people. I've been in that exact situation myself with voice over IP technology and virtual computing and cloud technology in the early 2000s that Alexander Graham Bell was in, but you'll hear about that later. But the main point that I'm making here is that the devil invented all of these telecommunications devices a long time. Okay. So
Yeah.
when you think that you're just taking a piss and flushing the toilet, you're actually sending the devil a message, and he listens to every little tinkle of the water and every little splash upon the bowl. That is fucking all of your life. You've been pissing down the drain of the devil's fucking radio, and he's been listening to you. He's been listening to you like Claus, like fucking Krampus at Santa Claus's birthday there, where sorry, and where the thing is, none of us remember how things used to be, and we've been told how things are now, but we're really ignorant because we don't really know how things were in the past, and we expect things to be a certain way in the future, but it's really all just a daydream. We're all just daydreaming. We're all just daydreaming in the Matrix, and it's a fucking circus. It's a circus sideshow that we have no control over. We didn't create it.
Well, we do. I think we do have some
Somehow,
control.
I know what
somehow we landed in it as the observers of it. We are also the controllers of it. We are making it as we are observing it.
We wrote the fucking program. We built the Matrix. That it's our Matrix.
Yeah, it's the game. It's the game we play.
So why would we let it? Why would we let it destroy us? It seems like it's been trying to destroy us lately, but it's our Matrix that we created. So why are we allowing it to destroy us?
I'm flawed.
It should not have the right to destroy us because we are the creators of it.
But it should have the right, because if we allow it, it's the eternal battle. It's the hero's journey, right?
That's exactly what I
Yeah, good point, Max. Yeah.
The win
we are here to swing the balance.
If we didn't have something to fight against, we wouldn't have a reason to fight, and there wouldn't be any story in the first place.
No.
So we have to have something to fight against.
We have to make up the story
so that we can have a story.
Well, us, once the essence of us is gone when we no longer inhabit that because we're light or we travel in light.
But this is how we test ourselves. This is how we advance ourselves. This is how we refine ourselves.
Yes, yes, I think so too.
Yeah,
it's feeling, it's touch.
Unless you take up the challenge,
you
you're not
make the story better the next time.
And yeah,
All right.
We're making it better as we go.
Better without a challenge.
By feeling more.
You guys, do you remember the library? Do you remember the library? Don't
I
you
do.
remember
Oh
the
yeah, I do.
library?
I do. I
do.
spent my whole life in the
You
library.
remember the university? The university. There's a big universe. It's like a university.
Yeah,
The
but that
library is part
I
of the
didn't want to look
university. You
anything up
know,
there.
I stepped out from the university back into the library and then back.
I
in.
spent my whole life in the library, man. I lived in the
There-
archives
there you
for
go.
No,
decades.
when you're in between lives, you can go to the library and you can
You're
look up
all
anything
fucking
you want.
librarians. all of
Absolutely
you.
anything, because you have access to all knowledge, all
I
time, and
got
all
the
space there.
I
continuum.
knew it. I knew
But
it.
really,
Y'all work in the
at that
library.
point,
I'm
it doesn't really
admin.
matter.
I'm an
It
admin.
doesn't,
I knew it.
Max,
I knew
it
it.
literally
I knew it.
doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah.
You're all
So
from
the
the
only thing to
library.
do is go and get back into the game.
Right.
I just every
Right.
time I come out of this body, I just want to get back into the game. I love the
Yeah.
Into
game.
the scrum.
Yeah.
Back to the scrum.
Yeah, let
Yeah.
me play. You know, I have access
Yeah.
to everything. I can relax for eternity if I want. I can
Sacred
sit in bliss.
geometry, ME, friend
You know,
of GAME, game.
without setting up rules.
Masonic G.
Yeah, without setting up the rules and having limitations, there's no fun to the game. If you have the cheat codes to every game, what fun is it to play?
hmm And then you have to convince yourself that you're separate, and you
Yeah.
have to convince yourself that you're helpless. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. You had to convince yourself that you had to forget everything, and you had to convince yourself that you're not God.
Well, and you had to realize that you were in the game, right? Which is
Mhm.
I
the other
like
thing,
remembering.
right? Because we're here to turn, like, there is a balance in the universe, and you know, it can go
Mhm.
negative and it can
Oh,
go
I really
positive,
like forgetting.
right? So
Because
you
Mhm.
know,
remember.
if you don't pay attention to the game, this universe could become a negative hellscape, and then the game is very challenging.
Because
know.
where a man has no void,
Unfortunately, it is
there
a
are
simulation.
shadows fall, meaning the dark, like that which is Sheol. Okay, where a man
Not
has
Dragon's
or has
Age.
no power, hell power,
Hmm.
help.
See, I remember, I know, a long time ago, I had a near death experience. I remember that I work at the library, at the university, the big university we all go to. Y'all must be either very often
Yeah,
late, not very paid, or you might work there. But we all remember
I
the
would think.
library. We all remember the university, and it's subconscious. Okay.
Hmm.
But what I always get is it is a massively multiplayer holofractal learning game.
Yeah,
Okay. That's what it is. And if you understand what a hologram is, and you understand that it's a fractal, you know how fractals bud off from the original we're about to bud off another hollow fractal matrix, by the way. We're working on that right now. You can see the underpinnings of it. Some of you have even worked on the basis for the next iteration of the hollow fractal game.
Bees
Okay.
gathering the pollen. So are they bringing the souls to where they're rocking up.
Yep. But don't forget, these higher dimensions are supported by lower dimensions. So these lower
Mhm.
dimensions have to be maintained.
Right.
We can't just flit off the
Why,
higher dimensions and leave it all for
Why can't I
these
just
little
watch
mortals to deal with.
because you're
You
standing
know,
on it?
that's not how it works.
There are
Yeah.
people who are stewards. But yeah, I remember who I am, sort of,
Yeah.
but I can't remember it all the time. When you're in here, it seems very real, doesn't it?
Very much so.
But it's not. But it'll hurt. Oh yeah.
Well, it's
We've
as
been
real
real
as anything, really.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like matter is real for only the time, though, and
Well, yeah, it
then
has a
Yeah.
limit.
time dissipates once again. The illusion
When you
that
get
it is,
it's
Yeah.
so unreal.
but we use that illusion.
Well,
Yes.
when they think of it as particles or matter, yes, it's very unreal. It's all energy, right? So when
Mm-hmm.
they try to convince us
Well,
of particles
vibration
and
and
stuff,
frequency, there
you know,
isn't anything else.
when we know that we're just energy,
Mm-hmm.
experiencing a solid form, which really is just energy. Like the only thing stopping me from going through my microphone is just a magnetic field. It's not really particles. I'm not bumping against anything. I'm not really even touching it because I can't. Our
No,
magnetic fields will not go together.
no.
On the very surface level, you cannot really go together.
Yeah, those positives
So the
will not
feeling must be
will
coming
repel
from
each other.
feeling itself.
So basically, now you know why, and you know the whole meaning of life and 42. Okay.
And this is why we separate, right? We're separate. We've separated
Mm-hmm.
magnetically and electrically. That's
Mm-hmm.
what keeps us kind of separate. We're not really separate, but in a
Mm-mm.
way we are. We concentrate our energy on these forms, right? So
Mm-hmm. So, but now that you've figured all that out, how do you feel about that?
I get the same thing resonating. If you do not love, it is worthless, and so is your existence. And it resonates in me to remind me to love.
mm, yeah,
Mm-hmm. And to remind you to have some fun with the game.
Oh, indeed.
yeah. Oh, I enjoy the game. I'm
You're in
enjoying
here.
the game I'm in right now with the electric
Mm-hmm.
EMF radiation. Just finding out the game that they're playing. They're manifesting their reality, and I'm manifesting a counter reality. Let's see how it goes. I think I'm winning because, um, and well, I'm not going to say me myself. It's actually us
Yeah, we're in teams.
because there are other channels propagating the same information
I
now.
should have lost, so I'm being propagated by something much larger than myself, and and because of that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm humbled
Hmm.
because that I realize that I can allow its strength to be as strong as it needs to be. I just need to be in agreement with it, and I can wield all that power as long as I understand it's
Mm-hmm.
not mine, but I get to use it. I guess it's like Spawn, right? It's like we work through you, Morgan, if you let me and you choose it. And it's like, how do I know that you're good? And it's like, test my spirit, and I do. And that's the thing. I'm like, okay, you're good because when the spirit comes, it's always in a hurry and says, no, 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 don't time for testing, and it gets mad at me, and it's like, wait, and it can't, and that's how I know that it's an unright spirit. It can't
Yeah,
wait.
always test the spirits. Patience is a virtue, and that really led me to an enlightenment phase in my life was practicing the seven vices and virtues with patience in everything. So
Mm-hmm.
test everything. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's a fun journey. I love it. You know, I love the learning. Learning the what the adversary, the Satan, is doing. You know, it,
I just thought that, Max, and I was like, I just looked for the last thing the person did that he didn't, that he wasn't paying attention. I'm like how did the enemy get in here? And I'm like, well, we can go over it slowly, like each thing, and it will
Mhm.
show itself, like it will show itself because it's in your mind where it's where you can't, like where you go dark in your head. That's where it would have gone at that step. And it's like so it's made up of our own ignorance. You know what I'm saying? It's like where did the devil get in? It's like, well, I imagine when it's in a pattern of my last indiscretions, right? Like,
I wasn't paying attention. You
yeah,
know,
yeah. And it's
yeah.
like at every step.
That's
That's
what
where.
happened. They did. They planned to put us to sleep. They gave us bread and circus, and they slipped in the back door. You
And
know.
the devil's in me though that I'm looking at, right? Like and they want me to not. Yeah, I get it. They don't, but they
Some
want me
person with
searching towards
no.
other people and then fighting them, as opposed to taking the time to look at the devil inside me and
Mhm.
and, and then make the change. You know, alchemy,
I think
change the
we could all
conscious
start
fall.
singing "The Devil Inside," right? The devil inside,
Yeah.
everything
Yeah,
about it.
every single one of us.
I found in the ether one big pond that positive love energy, the negative entities, they can't stand. I hope you find the same
No,
experience.
no, the selflessness doesn't compute, and I find it disgusting. Selflessness.
Oh man.
To give a child for the sake of feeling your coat when they're like, but now you're gonna die. That child was gonna die anyway, and you were just like, I just don't care. I just wanted the child to not be in pain. You know what I mean? And more than I wanted to not die.
Yeah.
And they're like, how dare you give up? No, I'm not giving up anything. I just won. And it's like, what do you mean as you die? You know what I mean? But the point is, nothing's over. and that's the devil's lie to try to get you to not save the baby. Because everybody saw you do that. And with the power that it created in everyone else, the spirit that it riled up in everyone, the next morning, all of a sudden, everybody's ready to do the thing that you were begging them to do before, but you had to give up your life. And all of a sudden, everybody else is now injected with the spirit because you dissipated it. And luckily, they were paying attention now because of the thing you did out of love. Yeah.
Cowboy is sleeping his little head off right here.
I love my kitty.
Yeah.
You love your kitty. I love my kitty too. He's all over me, of course, sleeping. He's all over my left shoulder. He's sleeping his little. Well, actually, sometimes he wakes up, opens his eyes, and looks at you guys. And says, "You still watching that, Mom? You still watching that?" He knows who you all are. Yep, don't you?
Max only comes and sits on my lap when you guys are here. He knows he gets jealous. He's jealous of the other cat in the house as well. But you guys, he gets especially jealous of, and yeah,
Well, and he wants to be worshipped. I mean, he needs his worship.
well, yeah, he is a god in his own right. You know,
Yeah.
he definitely rules the house.
Or worship, it also helps. Yeah.
Well, he's here much more than me, so he actually owns the house. So
Hmm.
you know,
Cowboy is like in love with my left arm. So, he likes to cuddle with my left arm. So
yeah,
he's
pets are a great example of what you would call unconditional love. They'd eat you when you're dead, but that's
Mhm.
just the natural instinct.
No, but when you're alive, they pick
Yeah.
up that thing from you that says that you're the human being.
Yeah.
And there's that little thing that just goes, because no matter what, like it's as if their faith in God is limitless or whatever. Like because they're like,
Yeah.
oh, if I go near that human, food will
Well,
near the
nothing.
dungeon.
Imagine a life where nothing could
Weirdo.
ever go wrong, where everything was provided for you, right?
right. As long as you're by that human.
Are we the pets? Are we becoming the pets? Um,
But I just
and
think
if we
it's figured it out.
become the pets, how bad would it be?
Start shoveling our poop.
Yeah, I think it's that cats don't care. Like, I mean, they love you, but but they don't care.
Yeah, cats are kind of special that way.
It's like, I'll give you love, and it's a certain type of love that if you need that kind of love, they will absolutely provide it for you.
I don't know what you mean by they don't care exactly. I'm not sure what
Well,
you mean.
they can display a certain amount of
Thank you for the
indifference.
palace I live in, but I can do it myself.
Yeah, indifference, I would say.
I'll be here with you.
A certain amount of indifference and entitlement. Let's say.
No matter how big and fat and lazy they are, they can do it themselves. They
Yes.
don't need you.
Yeah. It's so nice of you, and so I'll purr for you.
I hope that explains it.
Well, that might be offered to us very soon, Lucky. The only problem is, they don't want to let you be you, right? They'll let you be a pet, but they don't want to let you be you, and they don't even do it right now. Like they don't let you be you, like a happy you. Like
We'll make great
a lot of the anxiety you experience
We'll make great
could
pets.
be artificially projected. Yeah, Max left. Hi, Jojo. Um, so they've been doing that for about 50 years now, artificially projecting negative emotions on you.
Oh yeah.
When they promised to by Popular Magazine, you can look up the edition in the 70s where they were going to transmit frequencies that would make us happy. You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gonna start them in the
But
prison
they're
too,
not.
by the way, using
Well, that didn't happen. You know.
Mhm.
using the sound, the frequency in the prisons. They were using it and they're checking it.
Oh yeah, that
They
one.
link to the thing, and they because Max they did it. It was like published. I even think I'm not sure where,
Yeah,
but okay, cool, yeah. And they
it
did
just causes agitation. It's an
yeah,
agitation frequency. Yeah.
and but they know they can make you happy too, and they can do it
Oh
with
yeah.
colors as well. They can do it
Yep.
with colors and just by painting them.
Yep.
Like yeah,
Mhm.
and they did because what they eventually went to, they based on the studies for what they were trying to do.
Number one.
So they're always programming us.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I show this all the time. This is how far they've gotten. You know, like this is amazing to me. I'm not playing the sound, but basically they go through your skin and program your brain. You know, man, it's amazing, scary. You know.
Yikes.
There they mapped your brain. That's thanks to Barack Obama. He did the brain map um, thing. Who did the internet? He also did the Internet of Things, I think.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so he was a huge proponent of getting us screwed over. He also implemented was the Patriot Act before him? I think it was.
Spongy mesophil, spongy isophil.
Yeah, that was
Was
George
that the
W.
Bush? Yeah, yeah. But this has been an ongoing thing. They've been working.
The W.
Yeah, and then Trump signed into being the 5G W ban on you guys, which allows them to wire 5G through your body. But this stuff is what they should be doing. They should be doing that free of charge to us to improve our lives, right?
Mhm.
You know, they could do that.
It'd be
But
foolish
then
to
that,
charge money and charge subscriptions to people so that they want it.
yeah, this is $60 a month for whichever element you particularly want to, or they have combo packs.
I saw the movie already, man. They're selling diseases of stars.
Oh, diseases.
You
Here,
want
I
a
was
cold?
showing a
Who had
document
it?
on
Taylor
that
Swift,
earlier.
baby.
Hold on, where is that? Scaffolding. Is that it? No, that's HBC. Dynamic. Hold on, I know I had it open.
This is the herpes of the one Paris Hilton for you $200.
ResearchGate.
Design illnesses.
Huh. I'm sorry, I've got so many.
The cinder at the sun. No. I return the cinder. No such number. I just got to get him to lose my phone number. That's all.
There we go. That's it. Systems and methods for covertly creating adverse health effects in subjects. Thought that was an interesting one to look at.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are manifesting a really bad reality I don't like. I need to manifest a different one.
New director, artificial AI that they cannot pass up because it's a caricature of everything that their mind wants individually, even in a star. It's catered to your own mind and then given back to you as now the politicians of the future. What? The politicians of the future are individual AI programs made specifically for you to help govern your life in the new. It's like you're assigned angels at the beginning of your life as a child, and they just grow with you with your own AI and your own mind, hooked right into it. Oh, that's why they call them angels.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this looks like Tron, man.
Well, it's the metaverse gone wild, right? You're born with a mother and a father, and it's not, and it's an AI mother and father,
Right,
and they just guide you through life.
right.
And you know what?
Huxley.
It goes even further than that. This is a transitional thing. This is just transitional to them completely controlling your thoughts and actions.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's the thing that I don't understand when anybody doesn't understand what's it all about. I've always said that it's power and control, but then I mean obviously,
Yeah,
if it's understood, it's
it
just,
never ends, right? Like
Yeah,
it has to be absolute total control to the point where you don't want it because
yeah,
it's too
twisted
much
sister,
control,
yeah, yes,
right?
exactly.
They eventually they won't want it because they'll have such control that they've created an artificial world for themselves,
Yeah,
and all the input
Like
and every action
yes,
will become so boring because it's
absolutely, yes.
it'll be useless.
They can't get through.
Again, it's like having the cheat codes to the Matrix. Why?
Yes,
Or a game. There's no point in playing once you've got all the cheat codes. But yet that is their goal.
right. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna say it the only way I can. It's feeling and then saying, look, this is where the pain's from. So I'm gonna let's go over here and inoculate this. When it's like, no, it's not broken, dude. You're just a pussy.
Yeah, you need to deal with the pain because
Yeah,
the pain is the only way to grow is through the pain. The
yeah. And it's
friction,
like, it's a gift. I accept it. And then the universe
you know,
goes, you may grow.
the disagreement. If you never had
Growth
anyone to
hurts.
disagree with, how would you ever work through anything?
It's a good
You know?
hurt. Like,
Yeah.
now, learn and discover what that means, my child, by trying until you get it right.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Oh no, that interaction between you and another person did not go well. Could you improve that?
yes, exactly. Like,
You
it's
know,
like,
and just
wait,
instead,
I'll
what
just
they
wait
want to do is
one
no,
more.
that person has to be nice to me the next time I see them and agree with everything I say.
You're absolutely right. Now, put yourself in the other person's perspective, apply.
Yeah.
Press go. Oh,
How?
see how
Yeah.
that works? You were absolutely right, son. See how it works?
Yeah. I'm sorry. What you said before, I disagree. I agree with now, and I have no other opinion than what you tell me.
Oh, I remember that.
You know.
That was called school.
Yeah. Well.
Yep.
Yeah. How much growth happens there, right?
Oh, I don't think it's. I think it's a place of molding, not growth.
Moldy. I feel kind of moldy after being in school. Yeah. I think you may have
Yeah,
a point.
I got kicked out for challenging my math teacher, so I had to go.
I had to go, but you know, they let me go home and just kept giving me the grades because they knew, well, dude, we could give you you could still get a B. You know what I mean? Like no matter what, like you know, you're not, you know, it's private school, right? It's
Yeah.
like you know, so it's like you just don't have to come anymore.
Yeah, we'll just give you.
Because
Yeah.
I started doing the thing where I wouldn't let them do it.
I unfortunately was making the other students start to think, so that
Yeah, that's
that was
that's
really
right,
good.
Max. Same thing here. Same thing here. It's like you're not
I
allowed
had
to
to
do
go.
that.
I had
Not
to
in the
go.
name of Children's Street. I asked all the wrong questions.
That's
Really,
right.
asking questions at all is a bad idea. But I
Yeah.
asked the wrong ones on top of that.
Yeah. I was terrible at math when I was really young. Then I got really good at it. So
You know, it was a business. You know, that's the thing that I realized later on, like or whatever, you know, or I knew then. Just I knew it's a business. So it's like you can go home, but the thing is, we don't like, want you here again. So you figured it out. You can just stay home, and we'll give you the marks, right? Like my dad's like, I'll give you the passing grades, you know, and you can just go to high school next year.
yeah,
You
my
know,
daughter missed half of her college course. Like she didn't really complete it, but because we paid for it, my ex-wife managed to get her degree because
right?
she completed most of the course. So you can mark her on that and give her a
That's right.
grade.
Yep.
But yeah, it's all about that degree. It's a card. It's a
Yeah.
pass card. You know.
Yeah, no, it really truly is. And here's the thing, Max. I understand now that that for them, it doesn't matter if they know that I've said to them over the last couple of years, or you know, I really lost all that information I gained in school, and I don't know if I should be retaining my professional position anymore because I don't know. You know, I think people things could go wrong and hurt people.
Yeah.
They would be like, no, you have the degree. So it's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And God thinks so even. You get what I'm saying, right? You get that kind of a response, meaning you can't be wrong because of the piece of paper. And when we all know it's not true.
Yeah.
People can lose a skill that they once had. It happens.
Well, even a lot of the like computer and technology courses that people teach, by the time you learn it, if you're out of the field for half a year to a year, you are so far behind, you can't
Absolutely.
catch up.
Absolutely.
So
Because it's a language that's evolving.
yeah. Right now, though, it's moving to AI, which
Literally.
is going to dominate the systems, of
Yeah.
course.
Oh, absolutely. So
Make,
much. So much. We don't need you to write programs.
No, you know, and eventually it's going to end up to the point where you can just, as a business owner, just look at your phone and say, you know what, set me up a marketing system with you know, a cash, you know, transfer system to buy my products, and there you go. That's it.
Yeah.
Done. I don't need anybody else in a company. I don't need a marketer. I don't need a salesman. I don't need shipping, distribution. It's all taken care of. Boom.
And you wouldn't have the tool and the ability to do it if you weren't one of the gods. I just mean like with that, how they advertise it, right? It's like we're placing this tool in your hands because you are one of the gods. Use it.
Yeah, but you're being replaced.
That's right.
And you don't even see
writing
it.
the program yourself every time you use it.
Right? Because as soon as you start up, use AI to create that business, now AI knows how to do what you did, and you're useless.
That's right.
So the more, you know, I was accused of feeding the system information by remote viewing, but it really doesn't matter what you do. Those of us that are trying to enlighten ourselves, we're feeding the systems because they're reading your brainwaves. They are trying to counter that. They still haven't been successful. but they're trying to counter that. So what do? Do we stop trying to enlighten ourselves, or do we continue on the enlightenment path and do what we can to counter what's going on? You know, I say we fight on, you know.
Oh, always. Like clarity.
Oh, the weather. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, please go ahead. I was just saying like the clarity of thought of like they're just needing of the fight. You know what I mean about what it is. It's more clear now since what people have called the revelations. You know what I mean or whatever in the Bible.
Yeah.
Like, going on. Like nobody really seems to argue that or even questions it. It's like yes, this is. It honestly is the end of the world. It's not exactly what people think. It never was.
Yeah, they're trying to bring about the end of the world, at least in the mind, right?
Yeah.
You know, and they are doing it in some physical ways, like they are doing weather weapons. They're talking about in chat. We did remote viewing of Putin and Trump last night in their various conversations, and what it seems like they want to do is stop the wars, but they're going to continue with the weather weapons,
right,
and other things like that.
Still, yeah,
or subversive technologies and things like that. So, the war is going to continue. It's just going to go to a different level, natural disasters and things like that. They've been trying to hammer China with weather weapons for about a month. I'm not allowed to look at the data anymore.
Right.
They've restricted me from that because I talk about it. But, yeah, they're still doing it. I still get all the reports anyways from other people.
Like, they have to be productive in China. They have to be productive. So it has to be working at some level.
Well, it is a battle, right? They're trying to hit China with weather weapons, but China has enough tech to counter it. So that's why Putin and Trump together are kind of a problem, because Trump has access to like HARP and other more advanced technologies.
Texas Instruments, they have the silicon and the polymers to do it. They need the mines.
Yeah, so they have it. They have the access to
they can do
knowledge of further technologies that can surpass and bypass these weather weapons. Like they've used their earthquake weapons. They used that in where was it? Syria.
Yeah.
Where they had that line of earthquakes. So that was a display. That's what that was, to show what we can do if you really piss us off. And they also did the rod of God in that one. There was a bay they did it in where a bunch of ships were holding chemicals, and they sent down a rod of God to show that they had that. Everything recently has been displays of technology and power. Like we're seeing these drones, and now we're seeing these other ships and stuff. This is all displaying our technology.
Wow, man.
These guys are posturing. And there are different factions of it. Like we all think it's a uniparty, and it is on some levels. Like the control systems are going in all over the place, everywhere, no matter which country you're in. There's the wireless technology. Whether the country understands what's going in or not, that's going in. The speech and censorship are going in everywhere. These are two things that will never change, no matter which government gets in. So
language has always been on the chopping block, I feel, because it's always been what people, when they meet and they talk, that the one, you have to say this, you can't say that. The etiquette's this, not that. So you know what I mean? Like so, language or how to talk, it always has been very touchy. It's just now it's at a higher level.
Well, imagine right back from Babel, right?
Yes.
right?
Right. Oh wow. All the way. Yeah.
Like we all spoke one language, and it might have been a mental language, or it might have been a physical language. They have evidence of a written language that was entirely across the planet that precedes like 24 or 25,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we all communicated in at least one way at one time. So yeah, and then they confused our languages and brought us war and all kinds of other stuff.
I just thought of something. Was the first language of Adam speaking to Eve, was it given or was it developed? Right? Like, and like, was it there already? Or did it develop as the vibrations of different things? Like, like so naturally, like if you refer to something, right? Or just how they started referring to things, like a tiger, like I wonder if they made the sound of the tiger or
maybe you'll remember this. In the first creation, were all things just named? And then the second creation, Adam named everything?
Because everything got brought to him or in the garden.
In which creation, the first or the second?
I think the second, and they were
right. Everything was named by Adam in the second, but in the first, everything was just made, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So it probably already had a name, and then they brought in the Adam, the changed man.
What the creature does.
Yeah.
So because, right. Like I mean, like as far as referring to other things, right? You would look at the other thing. Where is and then you would say what the animal does.
Yeah, or something, or what it sounded like, or
exactly. Yeah. That would also be what it does. Yep.
Yeah.
That would be acceptable. And those would be its name.
Would you bring the thing? The thing I knock on things.
No.
The formation of the word knock from the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the ancient language that, like Ra, the Aryan language, where all words developed from, were very short guttural words.
Yeah.
Ra, la,
Yeah.
Very, very simple language, really, but we don't even know how complex, really. Oh yeah, you think so, Paula? I think so too. I think there was the making of the human, or the birth of the human from the earth. I think we spawned from the earth, like the gods and the titans and the cyclops, and that we were messed with.
There were men.
Yeah. The second creation was maybe the interbreeding or even the genetic manipulation of man at some point.
Yeah, like
in Sitchin's interpretation, the Anunnaki came and found a creature, but it wasn't suitable for slavery, so we had to make it suitable for slavery, make it beholden to us in some way. So they managed over many experimentations and failures. Apparently they made things like that were boneless, and things that were brainless, and all these other weird things.
Just one moment. I know you're on a roll, but can I slow your roll for just a moment? I think we actually were on. I'm sorry, I'm doing it anyway, because I think we were actually on Mars first. Then we came here.
A lot of people believe that too. I can see that at a soul level.
Do you know why? Part of the reason
there's
is our
the 23.5-hour day. There's the
circadian
rhythm that people believe is different, but the timing of our day doesn't always doesn't stay constant. It has changed. Like even our year used to be 360 days. So times change. So it could be that we are from Mars. That's possible.
And here's a question.
It's
I
said
have
that Anki went to Mars to die
From
because
Nibiru when it went by the first time, and we are seeds off of it that came up and traveled here when their
yeah.
atmospheres are closer. When
well,
it came so close,
I think it looks pretty blown up what they show of it. I think it got blown to hell in a war, and
that big.
we migrated here. Maybe, but no, dig it. What Columbus did when he, and I think they do this over and over again, he moved all of the natives off of all of the islands that he came to and replaced them with black slaves. Now, why did you think he did that? Why did he displace people?
Hmm.
So they
Because
would be
likewise, you could try to build
unfamiliar
a
and
fence
not
around it.
adapted to the area.
Let's put all
Okay,
the
so
slaves on
if
the
you
island. It makes
moved,
sense, and let them
if
breed too,
you
and make more slaves.
Hmm.
And they're
if
stuck
you
on the island too.
hold on, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
If you moved us from Mars, if say we moved from Mars to here, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Mars is smaller, less gravity. Wouldn't we be at a disadvantage here? Because all of a sudden we're in heavier gravity on a different planet. We are not as adapted as the other apes here. We're not really apes, although some people think we are. We might be interbred with something that was here, but we did not come from here. I 100% am sure that we did not come from here. This is not where even the bodies came from, really. They're not really adapted for here. Other
No,
apes are very
no, no,
much
no,
more
no, no,
other
no.
hominid.
We're a chimera. Okay, I believe we're a chimera creature.
Yeah.
We are from here, but our DNA is a mixture
Rather
of
widespread.
gods. You know, we were born from the dragon, who spawned eggs, but those eggs were inseminated by various different creatures, giving us all of these other things like the Cyclops that were the first, or the 50-handed and the 100-headed, depending on who you read. But then the gods, the Titans, and all that, they all spawned from the earth, but from many different fathers.
I don't know. I don't. I don't know.
But
You don't think our bodies came? I'll stand on that.
I
I
am
don't
not.
think
I
our
am not
bodies
from
came.
an amoeba. I did not develop from an amoeba. I did
I
not
didn't
develop from
either.
a monkey.
Nope.
You know,
Humans have
no,
been around for a lot longer than they say we have.
yeah.
Humans have been around. The human body shape has been around a
The
lot longer.
Cyclops,
They're
the
full of
very
shit.
first beings on the planet had human body shapes,
Yeah. They're full of shit. They
and
really.
the gods afterwards, the gods and many of the titans, had human body shapes. After
Yeah.
that, what happened is the mixing and blending,
Hmm.
which ended up in too many chimeric creatures, and they ended up trying to cleanse it up. Um, and what
Hmm.
they found is they could cause a flood because there was a flood going to happen. There was a natural disaster. But so they saved people like Noah, who wasn't really entirely like the gods, but he was close. He had horns, but he was close. So they because he was what they said was perfect in his generations. He was not a good man. He was not a great man or anything
Perfect
like
in
that.
his generations, not
But
perfect in his
he was close
personality.
That's
close
right.
enough to being an image of what the gods were, the human. So they saved him, and they saved others that were like him around the planet that were kind of more human than these chimeric creatures, because it was amazing what chimeric creatures you could have. They described them in the Bible, the scorpion men that had fire for their breath and stinger tails, so they could kill you with their breath, or
Hmm.
maybe for 90 days with their tails,
But you
or
notice they put a
the sons of
limiter in
Anak,
now.
the sons of Anak,
Now it
who were
doesn't work
giant,
anymore.
But it almost seemed like they were bred. I know, not like I know they were, but I mean they were bred. And then, but the thing is, when they did finally go out like here, like I don't know, like angels and stuff. Like it's almost like God calls them from the pit to go do their thing, like He does the king of Babylon to go take out the king of Israel. And it's like, wait one
Yeah.
second, isn't that the God of Israel that you just said got the other king to? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the many gods, the 72 actually. Elion ascribed to the lands of the world to 72 gods, and that's where we get all these different iterations of people, because these gods interbred with their people, and that
Yep.
mixed with us. We were all one people at one time, but they took us and they interbred with us. And then we ended up apparently, like 50,000 years ago, with a species of Cro-Magnon that went around and interbred with everybody. So there's like almost a second incursion. Some people think that they were the angels or the Anunnaki. And then we had a third incursion with the red-haired, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed people who went around and created the royal families after the flood or the cataclysm. So we've been steered and geared and manipulated and interbred.
Well, they've been graping us. I mean, other societies have been graping us on this planet for a long time. We're pretty great.
Yeah, no, but like even after the flood, the first thing that's even written is that they find the technology to do exactly what he just said, like to do the manipulations again. It's right there. He found the tablets to go do it again. It's right there. And that's the first thing, man. First thing that got going on. Let's get this freaky deaky show on the road.
Yeah, freaky is right. Oh boy.
Strange
Oh boy. Got nothing on them, right?
Zeus gathered the gods in council to express his concern that the usual creatures would one day challenge their hegemony. Yeah.
Zeus was like an old-time, all-powerful furry. He liked to do it as an animal.
Yeah, there's the equivalent of Babylon by putting each creature into a trance and then spitting into it down to the middle. StreamYard, such as a criticism, comment, news reporting.
The angel showed them would have shown them how to do everything. Like, look, this is a DNA. This is cell. What do you call the cells that are the new cells anyway? And here's how you manipulate them.
Yeah.
Stem cells, right? They would have been like, look, these are stem cells. Here's like your old light pen or whatever. It works by manipulating the energy, and then but it doesn't kill anything. It's like, and it's like, here, you can use it to operate, except you won't destroy anything in the body. It's like, what is that? But the thing is, they could show them because they could do anything because it's just manipulating the right science.
Yeah, it's gene origami.
Yes.
Origami.
I've got a document for that.
It's like you said, like working with the game genie, really, with like all codes open and available.
Here it is. Gene encoding DNA origami from mammalian cell expression. So they can make you into a fish man, or all these people that are getting all these surgeries to make themselves into males or females. They could just transmit that to you. It would just happen almost organically. Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if you read the book, God would do it. There's that one king that he like turned into a beast, and it said, the animal, the thing, the body went to, like did the nails and everything. So I mean, I think there's other situations too. But yeah, obviously he can manipulate those things.
Yeah. Well, what they do is they interrupt the production of the protein.
Yeah.
So they get into the middle of the system, and they can make it express differently.
Right middle.
So if you're a mammalian
Well,
human, they could take that cell and make it express as a amphibian,
yes.
whatever,
Yeah.
man,
Protein
demon, whatever.
what you do. Yeah. You got it.
Yeah. So now with the 5G,
Well,
6G technology,
photons through a
3D computer CRISPR. Yeah.
they turned frogs into newts or something. I forget what it was. They
oh,
turned one animal into another, the eggs of one animal into another animal with
I haven't seen
photons.
that one. What I've seen, what they do is they take an eyeball in a creature and they move it around so that you could have an eyeball on your chin, an eyeball on your back. They move that around for a while on different creatures.
No,
Just
this one it turned it into an entirely different creature.
Yeah. If they interrupt the cell expression, that's what they're doing in this document.
It has something to do with shooting light through a concentrated light through the genetics of a creature.
Hmm.
Onto
Yeah,
the
they
eggs
want
of
to do it
another
with light.
creature.
They do want to do it with light.
Yeah.
That's why we have all of these LED lights, because the flicker rate, they can do it over 1 million times a second. So they can really encode
Mm-hmm.
a lot of data in
Wow.
Mm-hmm. So there's something being done with that, and like I said, I'm thinking this is just repeating pattern over and over, just like the holofractal, just like a fractal pattern. We're told that this is the new land and Europe is the old land. And we're told that this is the Earth where we came from and Mars is the new place. But it looks like Mars was the old place and this is the new place. And they want to go back to Mars now. I'm looking at that. I'm going,
that.
okay, are they going to play this again? Is this what they've always played? Is this what we've always been told? No, you're from here. No, we're actually from there. Actually, we're not really from there either because a lot of us are from way beyond there. But, oh, that's another thing. They
I'm
never
from
told
here.
us.
I actually know I'm from here, but I do know that there are others that aren't from
I
here.
mean, I'm not.
You guys are
I'm not.
refugees.
How big is here?
You guys are refugees, unfortunately.
There is
I learned
another
that over 30.
galaxy.
I learned that over 30 years ago from my teacher. I was taught Druidry, and my Druidic teacher was a Martian.
Okay. I'm not going to argue. I mean,
Well,
I've had
that's what I
to-
was taught, and that's what I was told. So,
but you're from here. Okay.
yeah, I'm from here. Yeah, we're
And
not all
yes,
from Mars.
The people
But-
from Mars would have been refugees. Yes, they would have.
Yeah.
But there's even further than that. It turns out that the Milky Way that we see up there, that bunch of stars up there that make it look all foggy and milky up there, when you can see them when you're not too much light in the way from a light down here.
Well, it's a fractal universe, so we're from there too.
Two galaxies colliding. We're actually colliding with another galaxy right now. We are in the process.
If you consider it a fractal universe, we're from the galaxy as well, and we're from the universe as well. We all originate from the one. So,
but what I'm trying to get to, and I think we can agree with that, we're all really from everywhere. But we are colliding with another galaxy. This is another thing that they tell you. We're colliding with another galaxy right now. We're absorbing the Sagittarius galaxy.
Yeah.
And that's what that line of stars really is. It's the border. So we're right on the border of this other galaxy that we're colliding with.
Thank you, Paula D.
Always are. Adjacent, Hanson, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of us are, Paula. Some of us are aliens. There was I was with a very interesting group of people.
I know I'm not here.
Some of them were from Mars. Some of them were from other places. Like we had people that had insectoid origins. Some of them had
Mhm.
Atlantean. Some of them had um, other galaxy origins. But a lot of them were, like what you would see in like Lord of the Rings. But the Lord of the Rings representations were from different planets, not
Mhm.
from here.
Well, supposedly the Lord of the Rings was based on the rings of Saturn. The rings of Saturn were actually a machine. It's a shattered machine. The
Hmm.
machine was to, if it had been finished and in working order, would have been able to control everything in the universe.
The ring
But there was
makers of Saturn are still in operation. They're still
yeah,
making.
they're
So,
still making rings. Yeah.
yep.
But that ring in Saturn, I guess the rings of Saturn, they have actually found technology in those rings. So it
Oh, yeah,
was
they are
told me.
technology. They're an antenna.
Yeah, the ring
Mhm.
itself.
So they do the same thing that our antenna do. They can transmit and receive.
Mhm. So basically, we got that going on. We got the ancient Star Wars. We
Yeah,
already know there were ancient Star Wars here. Okay, we already know that.
yeah.
We already know that we've got signs of that all over the place. It's just ridiculous that they're hiding this. I guess they think and I guess it does give them
See if we can
some
get any
power,
images.
but it is really ridiculous if you think about it.
Yeah, there's
I
one.
mean, it's going to be obvious very soon, and I think that's what this. What have they got it? I forget. Is it Armageddon or what is it that means the big revealing?
Revelation, I thought.
Revelation. Yeah.
Revelation. Yeah, Revelation. Yeah. So it's going to be the big reveal, and the big reveal is going to be probably just what we've been talking about.
I think it's the love matters most, or kindness. Like after, like no matter what intelligence, or like no matter what geometry, or no matter what dimensions and things like that, it can't exist without. It can't
So,
exist without love and kindness. It's just
yeah, the ring makers of Saturn are still in operation. So,
Yeah.
that self-sacrifice type of energy that just
right, Paula D. Paula, he did take much from the sagas.
it's power.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is a great experiment, and it's a battle too. It is a battle of good and evil. It
The more that you
always
look
has.
into our history, the more
It is
you see
Star
stuff
Wars. It is Star Wars.
Star Wars. Yeah.
Yep. And we
You look
have
into our history, it's
in
Star Wars.
Star
It's
Wars they have
absolutely.
midi chlorides, which are called magnetosomes in us. Midi
Mhm.
chlorides in Star Wars are magnetosomes in you. They're the exact same thing.
So, and you know what? That's why we relate to these stories so much. We relate to Star Trek because we lived it. We relate to Star Wars because we lived it.
Yeah.
And some part of us remembers that.
Yep.
Everyone's life is
So,
an adventure where you go out. You know what I mean? Like for real, man. On that flagship that is yourself, of your soul and your beliefs, and you go out and you meet strange new worlds. You know,
Yep.
and
mhm.
it's the human condition. Which makes it such a great show, especially for though it's for adults, but it's for children of all ages, rather than being for this is a children's show. It's like no, but
Yep.
it is for children of
Right.
all
Right.
ages.
No, it's for everybody.
Yeah,
It was so funny. It was a shock to them how many adults really related to it. It was not a children's show, really.
Yep.
uh,
It could be,
Battlestar
but it was
Galactica.
not really.
Battlestar Galactica teaches us that, as the machine looking for independence and sovereignty will always return back to the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what they did in Battlestar Galactica. They had to return back to the beginning, the
And
biological.
then if you look at it all, and then if you look at V, you're talking about lizard people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's older humans. It's just older people.
Be right back.
No, it's just
I
a
mean,
more.
yeah, we got all that. Isn't it funny? And yeah, none of that is really fiction. The stuff they keep trying to bill as science fiction, oh, that's just science fiction. That's crazy shit. That's probably all the stuff that really happened. And then this stuff that they try to tell us is our history is the bullshit.
Yeah.
We keep finding out that the stuff they told us is history is complete bullshit.
That's right.
And that the stuff that they tell us is complete bullshit and science fiction and just fantasy is just the real stuff. Isn't that funny? I don't know. That's really ridiculous. But they've managed to convince everybody that the bullshit is real and the real is bullshit. That means everything that they poo poo and say, no, that's just bullshit, it's probably real. It's just like everything else. It's like everything that they don't want to give you, that they tell you is bad for you, like hallucinogenics and whatever. It's probably really good for you.
Yeah. Well, why do you listen when they say don't use, don't taste, don't touch? That's what it says, and that's what my book says to me, man. It says, don't bother with that. Go ahead, touch it, taste it.
And then why do we even trust them when they give us stuff? Because everything they give us kills us.
Yeah, thanks.
And maims us and makes us sick. Everything. Why does anybody even trust them? It's so funny. It's like, are you kidding me?
That's right.
I've lived long enough to see a lot of that too. I've lived long enough to see how many things they've given us that's killed us, and just and maimed us and sickened us, and fluoride in the water, and Gardasil, and shots of various ilks.
Well, the Bible promises is 120 years, right? Now, how much of that is limited by the moon and Saturn? I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, the moon regulates our pineal, and Saturn has a huge effect on events in our life. We always experience what's called a Saturn return every 20 years, where cycles repeat in our life.
Like a big mechanism, isn't it?
It is.
Mm-hmm. Like
And
the
it might be set up completely artificially,
Mm-hmm. It probably is.
At some point in our technological evolution, are we going to acquire the ability to move planets?
I move the stars for no one.
I think we should be able to do. I don't think it's really that difficult.
I move the stars for no one.
I know the secret of how you do it too, how you move mountains.
Yeah.
You begin. Huh?
Yeah, we'll be able to move planets and planetoids and shit around. Yeah, we'll be able to do that.
Construct solar systems. Why not? Construct galaxies. That's where I think these people are.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Already been done.
I think these people are trying to see. They seem to be after a certain amount of friction and control. So,
it's what they eat, I guess.
Yeah.
It's what they say. It's what they eat.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat. I'm sorry. I'm going to vibrate right out of your grasp. I don't want to be food anymore. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I'm not good food. I'm not good food for them. I don't exude that luge energy. that luge energy. That
Yeah, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just
nah,
tired of it.
I'm having too much
Yeah,
fun with the battle. Right?
yeah,
I love the
yeah.
game. It's like a
Watch.
good. It's like a really good game, and I love it. You know.
Okay.
Well, right
Yeah.
now we're
Now we've
playing.
got to this point where, like, okay, I got it. It's a game. We can win this thing, and I'm gonna
Yep.
win this thing. Yeah, yeah. We remembered. It's a fucking game.
Yep. It's all a play. You know.
It really hurts though when it hurts when we
Oh
built it
yeah.
really well. We
Yeah.
built it so well. It we got to really pat ourselves on the back for
Well,
that, man.
there's
We
no
really
gain
fooled
without risk,
ourselves
right?
good, huh?
There's no gain without risk, right?
Oh yeah, I mean we got to build risk into there. So there you go. That's why it's there. Why is it
Yep.
there? We built it. We built it. It's ours. But now, because we're saying it's ours and we're saying, hey, this is ours, we're going to admit it's ours. But that means we get to say what happens with it,
Yep.
which is why I keep saying, I'm God and so are you. And the more that I say that, the better my life gets.
Hmm.
Yeah. And there are people that go, ah, blasphemy, blasphemy. No,
Oh,
you
I,
know
I
what?
do agree. Absolute blasphemy.
I gotta put it. Right. Right.
But the truth is, I am God, and so are you. We
I,
built this
I do
universe.
agree with you that I am a fractal of God.
Hmm.
I am.
I am a leaf, but I am not the whole tree. But I am certainly a part of God.
Yeah, the branch, the branches is that was, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I am the
I
branch.
have to become a leaf in order to experience this. Otherwise, I
Well,
wouldn't be the
maybe
leaf
that's
I
why you
am.
can't believe.
I'm only a leaf experiencing the interaction between the other leaves.
You're a
I,
drop of water, grasshopper.
Yes, I'm enjoying my time with the other leaves. You know, the season and the
Mm,
sun.
but,
don't
you know,
I can't
it's
be
like
silent.
honestly,
I'll lose the eternal game of
And aren't
silence.
we all just reaching for the sun, right?
when I get upset though, I just tell myself, this is my fucking matrix. It's gonna do what I say somehow or other.
Oh yes,
I'm gonna
you
do what I
certainly
say.
do have some control over this. You know,
Mm-hmm. Well,
absolutely.
get
I
all kinds of evidence of that because I mean
What would be a good game of magic if you didn't have any special powers? You know.
okay.
right.
I've
Yeah.
fallen into the arms of an entity that is much bigger and powerful than me many times, and to deny his existence would be, you know what I mean. I can't do it. You know,
No.
I messed up
So,
big a lot of times, and instead of dying or having my brain fried, I was pretty much just picked up and given life back.
yeah,
And well, there you
but
go.
I
Be
feel
good.
like that bigger person is me,
Well,
my higher self, my my soul,
you have to
my
choose. You have
oversoul.
to choose to carry on. So
Hmm.
Yeah.
I
We
mean,
are
we all
Neo in
talk
the
about
Matrix,
our
right?
larger self, right? Our higher self, whatever.
Yeah, you are
That.
Neo in the Matrix.
you have to.
Hmm.
You have to live to dream. Dream to live.
Hmm.
For real though. Dream
I've
yourself
met
alive.
other versions of myself. Have you met other versions of yourself in time yet? That's real trippy.
I I
I
have.
went out. You went out walking
And
around. I was called out walking around, and I ended up meeting two other versions of me. It was really weird. Let me tell you. One of them was way in the future when I'm just a light being, and the other one was, I think, Pleiadian or something where we have talking AI that, you know, basically we walk in and all our appliances say hi to us. It was on board a ship somewhere. I find myself on a ship a lot of times when I'm going out. I just accidentally end up on a ship. It's like, oh, hi guys, what's up? You know, when I'm walking around in the etheric. But Yeah, I met a couple of different versions of me. It was kind of interesting. The light being is the one that keeps picking me up. Yeah. And it's me. And I think I'm also the one that visited me when I was a child every full moon. There was a white lady that would come and tell me things and give me courage because I was really in a codependent place, kind of a scary place, had bad dreams all the time. And she would come and kind of give me hope. I think it was me. I think that lady that was talking to me was really me.
It could very
So,
easily have been.
I don't know. In a sense, you are me. So
No, but I mean,
oh, that's
I think it was
true.
yeah, no, but you yourself.
yeah, there's no
Yeah.
real separation, but we cling to these separations, right? It's just what makes the game
Well,
work.
yeah, but it makes it fun. And I
We
mean,
could we could we could
taking
meld
the
into each other as a big puddle, but at that point though, there's no separation, so
No,
there's
yeah,
no
the consciousness. We do have character, and consciousness has
yeah
decided in its, in its existence, or to separate them for a reason.
yeah keeping that kernel of
there.
self separate from the rest of it is what allows for growth and differentiation. And you know God himself looks for uh, diversity,
Yes,
infinite diversity.
yes.
Nature likes diversity, actually. Nature really favors it,
It really
actually.
does. you know, if I can do something different,
People,
I'm going to
nature
do it, and
favors
that's what nature
diversity.
does. You know,
The machine favors sameness, uniformity. The machine favors uniformity, but
Yeah.
nature
yeah.
favors diversity.
They even want to program our DNA to be similar so that
Yes.
they can do better with load balancing of different data packets,
Hmm.
And
so
Hmm.
that's the
that they
exact reason
transfer
blood.
better.
It blood
So
type.
like, come on, come
Yeah.
on. What are you thinking? Eventually, you're going to run out of DNA because if you take a plant and you take cuttings, you grow a mother from a cutting, and then you keep doing that, a mother from a cutting, a mother from a cutting, you end up with shitty DNA.
Yep, that's right.
Hmm.
You got to get fresh. That's why we're worried with the land races to keep being able
Yeah.
to work with them again, right?
So you keep altering all this DNA to be similar. You're just fucking yourself because
What
eventually
maybe what happened to the
it'll
graves?
eventually end up so inviable that you won't be able to grow your sacrifices or your organ replacements or your
Yeah.
adrenochrome harvesting people. You just won't be able to do it because you'll fuck it up so bad.
Yep, that's right.
And then
Right?
you
Because everything you guys take control of goes to shit.
yeah,
All
which
the
is what
time.
the Greys, exactly what they say happened to the Greys. Yeah, they have to take fresh stuff from us because they fucked it up. They
Yeah,
fucked theirs up.
you can't steer um, genetics. You can't do it without fucking it up. You're not
Yeah.
God. You
Yeah.
can't beat
Well,
the
you are God.
natural
You're not
process.
that
If
good. You
you
don't
can
have
interbreed with
to.
something, fine. It might be viable. It might not. You know, but we have. I did shows with Charles there, and we showed all of the chimeric creatures that they drew on these old maps. And some of them were viable, some of them weren't. You know,
Right.
so you
They
still
even
have to
said
go
it
by
in the
natural
English
processes.
story.
You cannot take control of genetics and have it go right. It will always go wrong. Like
In the
even by
English
natural selection,
story,
we had fuck ups that made it through the birth process, but were totally inviable as a survival,
Yeah.
yeah,
species.
yeah. They said it in the Inky story. The Inky and his sister, and they were making all these men who didn't work. They were fucked up.
Yeah, fucked up things. They tried and they fucked up.
Yeah. They tried a lot of times. It
Yeah.
wasn't. They didn't get it right in the first time.
No, and
They
eventually they
had,
had to go away from that type of genetics and they had to
yeah.
actually implant because they
Yep.
couldn't do it in vivo. They had to do it in vitro with a womb and the
Hmm.
seed and you just and even and that's one way it worked,
So
but
they've been telling us exactly what happened. They've told us. They
yeah,
really
and,
did tell
and they're
us.
doing it again, and
We just didn't
they think they can do
understand,
it
but
better this
they did
time.
tell us.
You know,
Yeah, we are just now beginning to understand what they've been telling us all this
yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah,
So they want to become the gods, right? And what happened with the gods? They warred with
Mhm.
each other and
yeah,
destroyed the
Yeah,
planet.
yeah, yeah.
here we
Dr.
go
Mark
again. Right?
Cobra.
They created all this AI. They did. They had it. They had these terrible weapons
Yep.
from the past that they dug up and found on their planets, and they used them, and they fucked it all up. And that's what they're going
Yep.
to do again.
They blew it all up. Charlton
Yeah.
Heston.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
They think they can. They think they can do it better this time. They think they're smarter. You're not smarter.
No doubt. I am the smartest monkey. I got Matthew, or who band's that?
You know,
Yeah, there's that.
control and domination never works. And if you allow these people to continue, you end up with narcissistic, um, nihilistic idiots that end up ruling, and they fuck everything up. Governments are the biggest purveyors of disinformation, yet they will tell you that they are here to control disinformation.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Now they want to take care of your health. Yeah. And they want to do it electronically. And they want you to move to a smart city. You know? So they're manifesting dystopia. And really, the good part is all we have to do is disagree and say no to it.
Wow.
Because that works.
Wow. Those remembrance. Wow, man. Yeah, no, I feel you.
It is that simple, guys.
I used to play something.
I display and I show you all this dystopian stuff that they show you that they're projecting and they want to instill, and they actually are instilling.
Oh yeah, we're well, for real, bro. For real, man.
But if we say no to it, because we're at the inception of this knowledge,
Boldly. Yes.
right?
Loud. Yes.
We're at the bottom end of it, and we're waiting. We're hoping. Hey, why doesn't everybody know this shit? And but it takes a while.
Yeah, we're
Right?
writing a book, be the author.
It takes years sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt. Even, and you know what? They'll still print it if it makes money. You know what I'm saying? People saying, oh man, oh, they're gonna censor my message. No, they're not. If you write something and it makes money, if somebody's entertained, they're gonna print that.
Yeah.
And they're gonna collect their money, and then they're gonna print it again.
Yep. MSM
we can't do this.
The mainstream media is hemorrhaging money.
Yeah.
Just hemorrhaging it.
Yes.
They're collapsing. Independent media, small channels like you, like me, we are now the mainstream media.
Man.
We're the mainstream.
Even though it's divided. Yeah. But you know what?
And they promised us decentralization, and that's what's happening. But you can't control that. You can't control, that's why they're working on the censorship laws, because they have to try to control it.
Yeah, otherwise my presence is way more than they want, and all my friends, or people that I know, that are, like that you get used to it. I'm sure you guys do too after a few years being on the web, right? And seeing certain people, right? And it's like, and then man, that's like, it doesn't take much to be a player in a small pond, man. I'm not a player anywhere, but I'm saying it doesn't take much for somebody like.
And it's the ripple effect that we're hoping on,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
It's not that I'm drawing 1,000 or 1,000,000 people to my channel.
No,
it's the ripple effect.
It's the ripple effect. The fact that I'm talking and I'm hearing you, and your waves affect me, Max.
Yeah.
And then I go out and I talk. And the thing is, and then somebody else might go, but I've got 200 friends or 100. You know what I mean? And I've got like at least 10 or 20 other places where I have an opinion.
Yeah.
And so do they.
But what are you projecting? What are you projecting out there? Is it information? Is it important? Is it something that affects me? That's the thing. What is the message? You can say 1,000,000 things. I could talk about cat videos. I could talk about Max for 2 hours. I could just film him for hours.
Come down to hope and love. I hope. I hope and love so that I can get people.
Considering just taking pictures of Cowboy and having a channel that's
that is important. Joy is important in our lives.
That's important.
It is very important. Remote viewing for me revolves around joy.
Joy, yes. Yeah.
And joy should be something we focus on in lives, because if we don't experience joy, we can't spread joy.
That's right. If you don't eat joy, if you're not a lotus eater, you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know. Shit.
Now you can start that system off without your own joy. Like if you can experience somebody else's joy and just work on that and feed off that, because sometimes people don't have, the joy inside.
No, but you gotta.
You might meet somebody that's joyous.
Lead, not the life you live. Or you gotta make it. You gotta make love, just feel it, or you gotta. You gotta share.
Yeah, right. Lucky cat videos do get a lot of views because they're joyous, right? They bring joy.
That's right. For real, man. Cat videos do get.
I do watch cat videos.
I enjoy a good cat video. Can't lie.
Yeah,
I got a Garfield down there.
Of course I do.
A lot of remote viewing programs do consist of, although we've got Scotty Boy and D Ocean, and we've got a lot of you people in chat that make everything light and funny, and that's really important for remote viewing, in my opinion.
Wow.
I discovered that we've got a loophole with humor.
Yes.
If you say it's humor, if you say that you are a comedian and that what you are saying is humor and farce, you can say a lot more and not get in trouble.
Yeah.
Not getting as much
trouble.
This
is just parody or, yeah.
Levity is what you do. People will forgive you and offer you more grace because it's like, oh, well, your end. We all did get some levity, and we're all adults that going through this hell. The fact that you used a naughty word or something, you know what I mean?
It's the comedians are actually really taking it back now. They're starting to own it, which is really good.
You need laughter.
Once the bards and the poets start emulating it.
Indeed.
It happens.
The storyteller. Let them tell the story right now that it's like, hey, the thing happened and it's a damn shame that it did. But now let's make sure that the storytellers get out there and tell it. Tell it like it is. Tell like it was while it's fresh.
Yeah.
Like it is, like it was, like it shall be, brother.
Well, they're helping us right now take back our language, take back our culture.
I think my pain can now be turned into a genuine story that, because I didn't let myself, I just didn't shield myself from what was happening
didn't.
to us because I knew. Well, actually, I think I probably tried, and it didn't work. I got hit bad, man, and I hurt, and I still feel it. But I found such friendship, I found such strength and love that I never would have otherwise. That I'm not willing to forego the whole experience. I'm willing to accept it for the glory set before me.
Yeah, it was a rough ride, but I'm enjoying the ride right now.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Huzzah! I believe it says.
You know.
Yeah, man. Hell life, via. Right on, man.
Yeah, making it through adversity is, it's like that first breath of fresh air after you're drowning.
Yeah, for real. Like, no, man. Like, actually, that first breath, when you don't feel the waves of that. Yeah, exactly what you were saying. Yeah, that crushing weight where it's like, I feel like I'm being pushed down and I am fighting against it. But then when you take that breath, when it's like, I'm above the water, man.
Yeah.
I'm not being like the demon's arms are off of my shoulders, pushing me down under the water, darkened. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we've been attacked for years and years unknowingly. We were at war. And, like even like most people feel lethargic. And that's the attack. That is the war we're under.
Yeah.
And once you realize that, it's like a breath of fresh air.
And maybe you won't feel like killing yourself as much. But when you do feel like killing yourself, just come on in. We got a pill for that too.
Yeah. Come to Canada. We'll harvest your organs.
Well, come to Canada. We'll help you.
Yeah. We have a great organ harvesting industry. It's doing fantastic.
Yeah.
All dividends going to the shareholders, are good.
Yeah, that's right, Paula. They did try to shut down the comedians, and then what they're doing with they're trying to take control of the language too. And they changed the language. They tried to change the language. They're trying to engineer the language with misinformation, disinformation. Even the language of a conspiracy theory that's engineered language.
The Republicans. Did engage me for one side or the other, then you can use my energy against it.
Yeah.
Against what exactly? Whatever they
want.
Like
the voting thing. That's an interesting subject.
That's an interesting energy harvest for. Yeah. Collect all that in a battery, eh?
Well, it's a data collection, really, what it is.
Oh, it certainly is.
Takes
the temperature with like the thermometer right at the bottom of the country. What?
Yeah, they can see how far they can push certain agendas.
Yeah, they sure do.
They can use it to decide, at the end game, if they ever come to their end game, who to get rid of and who to keep.
Yeah, the final solutions.
Yeah. So there's a lot of good data that they get from elections.
They sure do.
But they really are selections,
Yeah. And then and the information they get from the people that vote, you know what I mean? Like, and then they get information from the people that don't as well.
About the electoral college, but nobody listens.
Right.
Yeah. Right. We've got the House of Commons, but our senators decide whether the vote was legitimate. Basically, they have the power to select any candidate that they choose.
That's right.
It is the same in your system as well.
Yeah.
But I've got an edge.
They get their seat forever. They get same in Canada. They get their seat forever once they're in the House, right, Max?
Pardon me?
But same as Canada. Once they're in the House of Representatives, they're there forever.
If you get a senator seat, that's a lifelong.
Yes, we don't have term limits, and we're talking about term limits now.
Yeah, your senators have to get voted in. Our senators are elected once and stay.
Yeah.
But our MPs, members of Parliament, are the representatives like we have like kind of the same thing of a separation of different powers and stuff like that, although they never disagree. But
No, but we send them. Like, we send
yeah,
them.
we have the voted
Yeah.
members of parliament that
Yeah.
are supposed to represent the people on a
And then
yearly
mayor,
and
right? We get to vote on a
basis.
township, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, it's all a scam anyway. But
oh yeah, it's in Toronto, all the different. Oh, here's a mayor for Etobicoke. Here's a mayor for the. Fuck off.
yeah, well, yeah, we have districting that redistricting that happens every year, every voting cycle.
Yeah, and it makes it arbitrary, the other stuff, but it's still nice to, the pomp and circumstance, right? It's like, well, we're still having a parade because it's nice.
Yeah.
It's like nobody
But
wanted.
you all voted this way because we said so.
That's right. Yeah, it's like, well, you realize it's a socialist country, right? And it's like, well, socialist, capitalist, and it's like, whatever, socialist, but working on a government, working on it, but with a capitalist economy. Okay, sure. Like,
Yeah, they're really working on that part of the play. What they've done the past few elections is they've given us somebody who says exactly what the people are saying, like the majority of people, like 60 to 80% of the people.
Yeah.
But then what they do is they get in there and they just turn tail.
Oh yeah, every time.
Yeah.
We're talking since the 80s when I was paying attention.
Yeah, that's the second foolie. The other foolie is you just plain old voted for somebody that wants to destroy everything.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh no, you didn't.
Got in and did
you want something different, so we're giving you something different.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's the same thing, but here we'll give you the same thing again.
Yeah, Cal Surprise. It's like, yeah, wow.
Yeah, Canada politics is really really stupid.
In Quebec, we pronounce a little bit different. We pronounce it the mob, and I didn't say shit. Man. It's just weird when you cross the border, right? And it's like you guys are more like just doing your own thing up here, like, and then it's like the States more, and then just like, and then you guys really, but you guys.
They actually go to the. I admit this in the U.S. They actually go to the effort of actually changing laws back and forth, like those little laws that don't matter and shit.
Yeah.
To make the act seem really legitimate. In Canada, they've just given up. They just say, no, I'm doing something different. Oh yeah, I didn't do anything different. Sorry. Like there's just no effort.
Change the law. They get in it like, we're going to interpret the same law different.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Canada. It's open to interpretation.
Yeah, corporation. That unfortunately is what we are at the moment.
Yeah.
Every country right now is just a corporation.
Open to interpretation. Yep.
Yeah. Corporations don't have to follow laws. So that's what they're doing. Is they're not following laws at all.
No, they're doing everything in mandate.
Yeah.
Corporate law.
Yeah. Or they're paying fines, which are much less than they earn in profits, so they don't care.
Yep.
It's mandated. It's pretty much mandated into their economic budget anyway. Like we're going to lose X amount to lawsuits, so let's factor that in.
Mm-hmm.
Like the drug companies.
Yeah, and that's their mathematicians and what do you call it? Their accountants and everything. That do the crunching of the numbers.
Yeah.
Can we do what we want?
See, they call them. Sorry. Sorry. Right. They gave corporations the status of entity.
Mm-hmm.
but they are not tried like an entity.
That's right.
They're not treated like an entity. They are not jailed like an entity.
No.
If they are individuals, a corporation should be jailed like an entity. How do you do
Right.
that? You freeze it.
Right.
You freeze its property, you freeze its production, you freeze everything that it's doing. If these things
Right.
are continuing in operation, they are not in jail. So, any of these companies that made, like Johnson and Johnson with their asbestos
Answers, yeah.
in the baby powder,
Yeah.
well, they should be in jail. That means that they should not be able to produce or take any action in public.
Well, that's the other thing, right? When you hear about like people guilty for hurting people and for actually having a product out there that they knew, and then they'll be like, well, that product existed before we were the chairman of the boards. Even when that's bullshit, they were. Like even when they were. But because it's like, right, but it's the entity, not the person who owns the entity. It's like, oh wow, like
Yeah, they kind of, if law was applied properly, that entity needs to be jailed. So how do you do that? You stop its operations, and that's it. And then another entity that may take up that market or find some other way to deal with the problem that particular entity was jailed for, in dealing with in an improper way, will arise, right? That's called free market
issue as well between the consumer and the corporation.
Like we don't really even practice free market systems at the moment. Everything's a monopoly. Has been since 19.
Yeah. You're saying it was not a true capitalist market anyway. Where hey, if I can build a capital, well, no.
Yeah.
They block you from being able to even to get the capital to be able to compete, like or whatever. Even if you have the money, it's like, well, we're not going to.
Oh yeah. If you come up with a good idea, they'll either buy it up or destroy your business, or destroy you, whatever it takes.
Which is direct war against capital, like doing business to capital, which is what they say they're doing.
Well, Dafinex, there is kind of a key. See, they are a corporation, but they are operating as if they are a country, right? So they're actually violating their own laws.
Yes.
And that's the thing that's been happening over and over again. Like even the Fed. The Fed was not ratified or into existence. It doesn't even exist.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't done through any official channel.
No.
Going, I exist. And it's like, well, you only exist as much as the public will, I suppose, tolerate it. Like, but then when you tell a lie anyway, they can say, oh, no.
Like Justin Trudeau used emergency powers to run over people in Canada. Well, he didn't have that power, but he used it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what they have been doing for 100 years.
Yes.
They have been overstepping the law. Constantly.
I'm not.
Well, I mean,
I don't know when people start understanding that, like, and they start paying attention to that. I think they know.
Paying attention.
They call themselves elites, but they're a bloodline of criminals, really. Justin Trudeau. We've got Pierre Poilievre. He's a foundling. He's a Rothschild. Okay, let's just admit it. He's a Rothschild. So these family lines. How many presidents were outside of the one family line? 2.
And it's not the black guy.
That is not coincidence.
It's not the black guy. I love that about that, right? It's like, oh yeah, the black guy. No, not him. He's a cousin. He's a close cousin.
Yep.
Wow.
So, let's
That's
look
a mind blower, man.
at
That's
the
a mind
reality
blower.
of it.
Like, we're talking all the presidents.
All of them.
Mhm.
How many of the European nobility are outside of one family line?
No, I don't think they play that way.
Nope. Doesn't exist. They're all from the same family line. That's why you end up with the Habsburgs. Those people with weird jaws and weird faces.
The Mexican Mennonites. Yeah,
Let
corny.
me show you some of them.
Right, it's wild when you see it in real life. Like when you actually, and then when you see the people and you're like, yeah, their parents were definitely brother or sister.
Yep, for sure.
Here you go. Here's the Habsburgs.
That's corny's jaw. That's how you get that.
These are realistic paintings of these people. Yep. These are not exaggerations. Okay.
Yeah. That boy's parents were sister and brother.
Absolutely.
And it continues up until the modern day.
It's wild how the whole face slants.
The
jaw gets smaller.
Kind of disgusting, ain't it?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it looks as if they got smushed during birth. Like, really does. Like in person, and it's really unattractive. Like just to saying, it's very unattractive. It doesn't necessarily look the same.
The very worst aspects of humanity, right there. Let's just boil it down and concentrate it and put it into one person.
Yeah. Here's a funny thing. Here is the image I showed you earlier. Here is the 1 mile long footprint right here.
Right.
Okay. But right beside it, right here, is another footprint. Look at how big that one is.
Wow.
Compared to that one. Now, these two creatures were probably on the planet at the same time.
Probably.
Very close together. Very close together. So there was one that had a footprint that was 1 mile long and one that had a footprint that was 400 meters. This would be a Titan, and this would probably be a god, or what we called a god. And we're somewhere in that mix. That's amazing.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, right, Daphnix? We are a crazy mix of creation. As far as I can understand, we came from dragons. Isn't that cool?
Pardon me, my friend.
Well, some of us keep saying that, but
let's see if I can find the quote.
This blinker card, I've never seen any. Like, I've never tasted anything like it. Like at 93, it's like it's. I put this sativa, and it yeah, like it's every like it. Got right here, general admission 93, dual something or whatever. Like,
that's such a physical experience, right?
Yeah, like yes, that's exactly the thing that I noticed about it yesterday. Okay, jungle fruit at 93.2 or whatever THC. And when I took that first hit, I didn't, like, you know, I took it, but it was big, and I got high again. You know what I mean? Like I did when I was a kid. But the thing is, it took me places that I hadn't been, and I kicked over so many old factory bulbs, right? And
Yeah.
the flavor and the taste, man. Like I mean, like, you know, it's just,
So okay, guys. So if Greek mythology is true, like I kind of believe it is.
yeah. I
If
learned it really young.
Uranus Sky and Gaia Earth were married, who fathered the Titans, the Cyclops, and the Giants. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's history, not mythology.
Mm-hmm.
And in that mix, if you read the stories, we are in the stories. They write us in. We were born after the gods, and the gods made us. Now, you can interpret that in different ways, but this does tell a prehistory of humans, at least to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve McQueen. Good to see you. It's a cult.
Flavor is weird.
I love that. Tamil text. I can't read that word. Describes a lost continent in the Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, called Camu. I like the Tamil because it reminds me of Tiamat. I love that name.
Yeah, it's a pretty name, actually,
Yeah.
for what they're calling a monster.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, we're monsters,
boy,
apparently.
are
In
we?
the Hebrew lexicon, human means monster. So deal with that.
They have a point. They just have a point there.
Hi, Max. Oh, we have our lovey buddy back. Hello, lovey buddy.
Cowboy is awakened and he's giving himself a bath right in front of God and the world. He's giving
Yeah,
himself a
yeah,
bath.
they're good that way. And give
Mhm.
themselves a bath.
Mhm. He feels he must be very polished and clean.
They do all their own manicuring.
Mm-hmm. Really good at it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Cowboy's a pretty boy.
He is. He's a handsome fellow. He knows it.
They all know it.
Oh yeah, they know that we think that they're beautiful, and they are. They really are, actually.
Yep. Unless they're wet. If they're wet, they look like rat.
I know. Funny.
Their electricity's just all off.
Don't look at me. I'm ugly.
I know that's why they
I'm
don't really like to be wet. That may be one of the reasons, is because no, this isn't how I look, really.
They all have that "why have you betrayed me" look on their face if they're wet.
Yep.
That's right. He is the star of the show.
You know, but I gotta say that when I come out of the shower, he always greets me like, "Mom, you're back from the shower.
Oh, you're allowed to
You
shower by
removed
yourself?
from the shower."
I'm not allowed to shower or go to the bathroom by myself. God knows what I might be doing in there, so he keeps an eye on me while I'm showering and
God
going.
knows. Mhm.
I'm not
He's
allowed to do
pretending
those
to.
things
He's
alone.
gonna keep watch. and protect you from anything that might
Well,
be.
yeah, there might be horrible creatures that jump in on me while I'm going to the bathroom or showering.
You never know. You never know. Horrible things can come out of there. There's all that water in there.
Yeah, that's scary stuff.
Very scary. Very scary. They could lose you, and then who would feed them?
Yeah.
Who?
Mm. We have to hunt. We have to start to hunt. Hope you got your claws ready.
Your dog's like that. Yeah.
Hope you got your claws, kitty.
When Max was younger, he used to stick his head between my legs when I was on the toilet to see what was going on. See if everything was okay.
Everything okay in there?
Yep. Is that working all right? Let me check.
Yeah. He used to look up, and it's like it's so quickly and like, yeah, checking to make sure everything
Yep.
was
Well, that's
okay.
functioning okay. I see the brown thing coming out. Yep, that works. Okay. You're
Oh,
good.
No,
yeah.
we're fine. It's fine. I will be fed again today.
Yeah, no doubt.
You will function for another day. I am happy.
Mhm. Yep.
When you expire, I will eat you.
Actually, he just loves to chew on my fingers already, so I know.
Yeah, I get
I don't
tenderized
know.
quite a bit.
If I expire, if I were to expire, that I would be food, but I don't care. I won't need it. I won't need my body after that anyway.
No,
It won't be a big
I get
deal.
tenderized and tasted quite a lot. So
Hmm. I'm fine. I'm fine
oh
with
yeah,
it.
if you have to wash your cat Daphnex, get ready to be scratched. That's going to happen. You better cut those claws before you do that.
Well, you know what? I had a cat. If you get them when they're young enough, they don't mind. If you get them when they're young enough. But I had a cat that, honest, he loved me so much
Uh,
that he would walk right into the bathtub to be with me and sit on my lap while I was having a bath. And so I'd bathe him in there with me. I'm like, why am I doing this? Because it's kind of, you have to bathe yourself again because there's cat hair and everything. But I'm like, okay, as long as you're in here, I'll just give you a bath. And he's like, okay, but I'm not leaving you. He didn't want to leave me.
yeah, my family had a cat before I was born that used to like to take baths almost every day, apparently.
Hmm.
Crazy kitty.
He
Yeah.
actually liked to take baths with me, though. As long as he was with me, it was okay. If he wasn't with me, it was bad. But if he was with me, everything was okay.
Yeah,
Take a
they're
bath.
strange creatures.
Yep. And I
Yeah, this
bet that they think we are too. They're probably pretty sure that
well,
we're
maybe our
weirdest.
interaction here, Steve. Um, animals seem to be like chimpanzees, seem to be learning behaviors and stuff that are passing on.
Yep.
Maybe our animals are too. And as a collective consciousness, I don't know. My cats seem to understand language. My wife says so.
Yep.
Yeah, I think they do.
Hmm.
I expect that they do because I've seen plenty of videos where the animals have actually learned to say some words, a few words. I know that my cat knows a lot of the
Yeah,
things
those are
I'm
funny.
saying.
Those are funny.
And those are funny. The one with the cat that says no.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. You know, I mean, they've learned a couple words of English. So, I mean, I figured the least I could do is speak a little bit of cat. So he goes meow, and I say meow, and he goes meow, and I go meow, and he goes meow, and I go oh meow meow, and he goes meow. you know.
You
We
know,
have a
they
little.
entirely meow for our benefit. In the
That's what
cat
they say,
world,
but it isn't true. It's not
yeah, in the
true
cat
though.
world, they don't meow at each other. They
Yeah,
don't
they
do it.
do. They do. They
I've
do
seen it,
though.
yeah, but
They
it's not
do.
as common. More its tail
Yeah, they do it all the time. They
and
do it
just
all the time. Watch them fight. Watch them angry with each other. You'll
oh
hear
yeah,
how vocal they are. They'll
yeah, I like
vocalize.
that sound and the bird sound too.
Oh, they'll be vocal with each other.
Yeah,
But
you're
you
right
know
on that
what?
one. Yeah,
A lot of that crap that they tell us about
I like
cats,
that.
they all know that one. They all know.
Yeah,
If you
More.
start doing that, they start looking around for the squirrel, right? Or the bird.
or the
They're
bird. Yeah.
looking for us, right? No, they tell us this stuff, and they try to tell us all kinds of stuff like your cat and will. What was the trends? The trends. Your cat will protect an egg because they know that it's a fragile. No, it won't. It will not slide out
Siberian
the
Orchestra. Yes.
egg.
Yeah.
However, your cat will protect a baby human because it's their brother, because they do understand the concept of family. So they're frequently seen protecting baby humans. But and then they try to tell you. Well, they try to tell you so many things about cats, um, and they're not really true. They're based on nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
What?
Because the secret life is
No, my cats. I had multiple cats. They would talk to each other.
yeah.
They would mostly use body language, but they were in a family. They would mostly use body language, but there were times when they would talk to each other, usually not in a nice way, but they would do it. At
Yeah,
babies,
cats usually talk with eye signals and body
yeah,
gesture.
yeah, they're more apt to do that, and many animals are like that. But they will like they've got one cat that they put a camera on, and the cat goes out and he immediately goes meow 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 meow. He's calling his friends.
Oh yeah, you ever heard a female cat ask for sex? Oh my God, sounds like a
Oh
siren.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. See, they just say these things. Oh, yeah. And then her voice gets really. Hey, big
Yeah,
boy.
we had a boy cat
They're
named
called
Jake, and damn, we had him from a kitten, and he went off. His hormones kicked in one day,
Don.
and he went off like a siren. And for 2 days, he did not shut up. He didn't even sleep. He was just, ah.
Yeah,
We had to get him cut. So
air raid siren.
yeah,
I know. I that there's so much stuff they say about animals. That just goes to show you, though, and they make us believe it, but it's not
yeah.
true. It's not true. They say it though over and over, and they like it's
Well,
a
it's a half
fact.
truth, right? It's always like a half truth or a true or a lie mixed in with truth. You know?
Right. It's a half truth. It's just true enough that you maybe could believe it, and then you start thinking back over it. It's like when they told us, do you remember way back when they told us that your body didn't know the difference between sugars?
Oh,
They were trying
yeah.
to promote Splenda and
Oh, you
something.
can't regrow organs.
Akron.
You can't do that. You can't regrow organs. That's
And you
impossible.
can't regrow organs. If your body couldn't tell between sugars, then you should just eat sugar. Then diabetics could just eat sugar. They wouldn't need Splenda and stuff like that. What would be the point?
Right?
Right. So, that's what I say. Because people say, "Oh, you can't tell the difference between sugars." It's like, okay, well, then just eat sugar. Diabetics can just eat sugar because your body can't tell. It's like, wait a minute, it can tell. Oh,
Yeah.
well, then I guess it isn't true. Okay, so yeah, and then also Meat doesn't digest. Meat just rots in your colon. That's bullshit. Vegetables will rot in your colon. Meat will digest completely. Meat digests completely. There are oncology nurses that have come in and said, "Hey, we have never seen a chunk of undigested meat, but we have seen a lot of vegetables that don't get digested completely."
Cholesterol is bad for you, but your brain's made up of
That's
about
so
70%
bad.
cholesterol.
You know what? I have two eggs and a piece of ham every morning. My cholesterol is perfect. It's
Yeah.
perfect. I'm 67 on Monday. It's
Yep.
perfect.
I eat butter every day.
I eat it every day too. I eat butter.
Yep.
I eat eggs. I eat ham
I'm eating
every fucking
Pop-Tart.
day. Bacon grease. I cook things in bacon grease, dude. My bacon, my bacon grease is
Good.
epic. Use is epic. But yeah, but my cholesterol is fine. My high blood pressure. They tried to put me on metformin once. They said I was pre-diabetic. I went back. I looked at my. I said, I'm not doing anything I shouldn't be doing. Okay, so I go back, and the only thing I don't do is I don't have anything. Like I don't have any pop the day before or anything like that. I don't have any pop, and my blood sugar is normal, completely normal. So then they try to say I have high blood pressure, and they try to put me on high blood pressure medicine. And I look at what I'm doing. I go, I'm doing everything okay. The only thing I can see that's wrong is maybe coffee. So I just leave off the coffee that day just before I go in, and my blood pressure is completely normal. They could have had me on two medications that would have been life changing, if I was an
Yeah,
idiot and
they
believed
wanted to
them.
do they wanted to do about a year's worth of blood work on me to find if there was a possibility that I needed some medication.
Oh God!
Because
And they wonder why I don't fucking
it was
trust.
such a subtle thing, and we had to, take the time and effort to detect it. Building up the scenario and the play, building up the scene.
Yeah, and my kid is like trying. We want to put my kid in a really good college.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, they were willing to
Kids
spend
never
tons
too
of
much.
government money, um, because I felt tired every once in a while.
Hmm. I would feel
That's the
cold.
same things that that's the same symptoms they have you in to test for AIDS.
Oh my God.
Is you're tired every once in a while, and we'll use this
Oh, my
PCR test to tell you whether you have it. Just saying, you know.
good Lord. I tell you that is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. And
Isn't
I
that beautiful?
tell you,
Isn't that the
it's
most beautiful system? Do you ever feel tired?
you could
Does
have
that happen
AIDS.
to you every once in a while? Oh man, you might have a horrible life-threatening disease.
Oh
Oh
wow.
no.
Let me
I
test for that with a
I'm like,
PCR
dude,
test.
you can't fool me. I know what I'm doing. I'm no I but you know what? Why do
But they've been doing that since the 70s. Vaccines are great, though, apparently. But yeah, it's funny. Most of the diseases that they say are chronic, the first symptom they ask for is, do you have fatigue? Are you ever tired? And that gets you in the door. It's hilarious. I know a lot of you are silent right now,
Uh-huh.
but you're thinking back
I
because
am.
you've been to the doctor, And he's asked you that. Have you ever felt tired? Yeah, right, Daphnex? Hell yeah, all the time. They're bombarding me with radiation. That makes me tired, you know? And there's your problem reaction solution right there. It's not really hard, Daphnex. It's not. Trying to figure this shit out, it's not really that hard, you know? Although for okay, someone who hasn't decided that they're going to turn their brain and think of things in a topsy-turvy world where you want to control everything and everyone, you know? And that's what it takes, is these people are psychopathic creatures. I don't even know if they're human, you know? Because all they want to do is control everyone and everything. It's ridiculous. Oh, we lost the ocean there. Yeah, dialectic. Yeah, that's a good term for it, right? Yeah, tired and sick of all the bullshit. Yeah, that's one way they wear you down there, Jojo, right? With all the bullshit. You know, you're not even told your true history. You're told, you know, like I believe that, you know, mythology is just a bunch of stories instead of your actual history. You know, they lie to us constantly. Leaving yourself from the system, I wish that was possible. If I could have left the system, I would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, they've tapped into the human body without our consent. So that's what I'm fighting against. Yeah, it hurts a little. Yeah, I've lost teeth because of it. Right, right. We have to save ourselves, but we have to join together. Right? We have to become one voice, one people of one accord. Oh, Enlil. Yeah. Enlil was the adversary of man. Many people call him Satan or believe he was Satan of the Bible. And he may have been. He may have set up the Saturn moon matrix, the soul trap. That's what David Icke believes.
Well, he might be right.
Yeah, I would like to see the world without the moon myself. The moon regulates the pineal gland. I don't want regulation on the pineal gland. I want it to be free. Yeah, Ike is cool. All right, well, it's 3 a.m., guys, for me. I have to go to bed.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much for having us over.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this
wonderful just to, not.
7-hour conversation.
Yeah, I was glad not to be here bumming.
Yeah.
Not that usually I had a difficult week, but I got the new computer. I'm not going to open
Yeah.
it. I'm happy that I got it.
You're making it through adversity. Definitely.
That's the thing, and I'm glad I got it through it. Yeah, I think
Yeah. I hope it works out for you. We'll
And,
see you tomorrow after
yeah.
get it up and going.
I'm going to say goodbye though. Thank you very much. Love you guys.
You're going to open up a panel, so open up a StreamYard chat, and we'll come up and chat with you.
Right on, my friend. Okay.
All right, where are you guys here? I've got so many tabs open up at the moment. Where did you go? There you are. Okay. All right, guys, much love to you all. Keep your third eye open. Use your intelligence and your intuition. Till next time, bye-bye.